we're not going to have any big announcements for a little bit. So we're going to pick up where we left off. I don't think I opened my other save after stream. We'll see. But we're playing on hard mode on the Michigan map. We're doing pretty good. We've got the maps mostly fully explored. I do know there's one upgrade we're missing. I don't know where it is. And the reason we know that is we went to the garage for the Fleet Star, and it was like, oh yeah, there's a raised upgrade here somewhere in the map. So let's take a peek at where that could be before we get into it. It could be up there, very unlikely. But let's go ahead and pop over here to the next map. I guess technically it could be there, but no, I mean it could be there, but also very unlikely. Because they usually have a road get really close to it. Could be up here. That's a maybe. Yeah, up here's a maybe because that's kind of out of the way. And we just were on that one. And for this map, it's very unlikely that could be there. Maybe over here. That could genuinely be a possibility here as well. I believe you can sometimes see them when you zoom in. But I failed to catch that this is a one-way in, one-way out, so it could be like literally just hidden there, so you have to kind of do that to get to it. Hey, Ins, how's it going? It could be hidden off the side over here, or down here. This is actually very... So it's looking like the island lake is probably the biggest candidate. We got this big area we haven't explored. Like a little pocket there we haven't seen. A little pocket here we haven't seen. That's... I mean, technically it could be there, but pretty unlikely. And then we had the last spot here, which is there's a spot there. That's a good candidate as well up here. Basically just looking at places we hadn't explored. There's a spot over here. Actually, this is very likely because I already know there's a truck there. We could see it on the map. Well, that means it's probably not there. Regardless, we got some good stuff. Now, where I left off, I was like, let's get the Western Star back to garage, and I drove it one way, realized I wasn't going to be able to get to the garage, so I drove it the other way, and have realized I can't get to the garage this way either. So what I need is I need to get 2 units of wood planks over here. I do have 1 unit of planks on a trailer up here somewhere. I don't remember where. Oh no, we already used the one that was here. There was somewhere around here, there's another unit of planks. Yeah, so I need 2 for you. So before we start driving around, because I made that mistake last time, let's go check. The other map is this one, the Island Lake, of which we will come through here. What we're looking for is a place that I can get some planks from. And if not, we will just switch vehicles to do something else for a bit. It is looking like you switch vehicles to do something else for a bit. Because I'm not seeing a place to grab some quick planks and run them over. Which look at what we're going to probably need to do. Lots of fuel trailers, but not almost exclusively just fuel trailers over here. Okay, well... We do know one thing we can work on right away is let's figure out where my actual truck is. Because if we go back to the first map, basically I've got a bunch of these scout vehicle missions to do. We could start doing that. Oh right, I had a gas trailer on this? Right. I was waiting for that to be 2 planks. Okay. Alright, so let's start looking at some of these ones that are scout vehicle ones. So you have Across the River, which expects an off-road truck. So basically what I'm trying to do is decide which contracts to get going on. So I've got a bunch of vehicles scattered all over the place. I've got my truck here. I've got a little fuel thing there. I've got a bunch of vehicles scattered everywhere. So let's see if what contracts on this mission was delivered. The Michigan Trail. That'll be a good one. Yeah, because literally, I'm right in the area with our truck here. This is a good one. Because right now, I mostly just need to, I mostly just need to get levels and that kind of thing and start knocking mission objectives off the map. Alright, refuel. Trying to repair before we go on. I don't think I can hook up the trailer to this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't have, like... You can just not repair with this? I guess it's either out of supplies or I just can't use it for repairing. On the little truck here. It's fine. We are taking a minor hit to our engine power. But that's okay. Alright, so let's get our plan of action in here. So, judging by what we've got here, gonna cross over here, go up there, pop over here. That's the Michigan Trail here. We've got flag E. Flag B. It's looking like we probably go up this way. And down to flag A. And we'll have to assess where we're at. I might have to go down here. But then we got flag C and D down that way. We'll start with that, and it'll go from there. I am not going to be dragging the fuel trailer with me the whole way, I don't believe. We might drag it on the main trail going up through there, but when we start going down for the flags on the edges, I'm going to leave it behind. But yeah, for those who haven't seen SnowRunner before, it's lovingly or not so loving depending on who you are, called Truck is Stuck Simulator. The idea is if you've ever played the game American Truck Simulator, where, you know, you've got these really nice trucks and these really well-paved roads, and you'll be like, alright, I'm going to go thousands and thousands of miles from, you know, San Francisco to Oklahoma City, and I'm going to carry all these large exotic loads and see the world and all that. Basically the same idea, if instead of thousands of miles, you might go a dozen miles. And instead of well-paved and nice roads, they were like the worst roads you've ever seen in all of your life. And then instead of getting nice 70, 80 miles per hour pretty consistently that you're traveling through a lot of areas, you're getting low single-digit miles per hour through a lot of areas. I'm aiming a little bit here, but basically the idea is you're in a disaster-hit area, just trying to kind of rebuild the infrastructure, get things back online and all that. So it is a lot of off-roading and dealing with really garbage road situations and just trying your best to make it work. So as you can see, we're just kind of fighting our way up this hill, and a big part of the reason why it's such a fight for this truck right now is because we're dragging this fuel truck behind me. But I figure if I bring this along, it will be good, because I've already burned almost 4 gallons of gas. Without the trailer, it'd probably been about 2. But this way I don't have to, like, do this mission halfway, then turn around and go back. Alright, one second. Before we keep going... Okay. Yeah, so this particular mission... We'll detach the trailer here. Just in case things go wrong. Top off the gas tank. gotta be real careful because these types of areas are really easy to roll a vehicle. And you're very sad the weekend's over? Yeah. Alright. So first flag achieved. It's also amusing to me with the missions in the game. So you have all these missions like, oh, this is urgent, you know, humanitarian care can't get across this bridge, please fix the bridge. You know, oh, this is urgent, you know, this area is flooded, people are losing their homes, so like we need to get the pumps online. And then with all this, we're in a disaster, you know, situation where like police and fire and none of that can really get through here very easily. And so I was like, you know what you should do? You know what you should do right now? There's this really dodgy on the best of times trail up in the mountains. I'm gonna pay you to just drive up there and like just go on that trail. It definitely screams of, do you have your priorities straight? Because basically what we're doing right now is someone's like, yeah, there's a scenic trail. Instead of working and making the place better, you should definitely drive that scenic trail right now. Never mind that there's been like landslides and flooding, and that trail is probably as unsafe as it could ever be. Okay. So we got 5 waypoints to hit. We hit our first one. Some of them will give you better reasons why you're doing these like weird up the trail things. Like sometimes it'll be like, oh yeah, we've got these sensors out here that are monitoring the water levels and all that, or you know, geological, you know, activity or whatever. Like, yeah, so we need to be on board because like there's a lot of risk of problems happening. And then so it's like, yep, good view, you should go look at it. Or I think there's even ones like, bet you can't climb the top of that peak. Alright. Yeah, so far this one hasn't been too bad. Gotta be real careful when you... Yeah, so you... Like, the game is gorgeous. It's a shame it's night so often. Like, the game seems to spend 2/3 of its time at what's effectively night. Versus when you can get, like, a little bit, like, dusk, dawn, or daylight. It can be, like, such beautiful woods or whatever. Whereas half the time at night you can't see far enough ahead of you to really enjoy much. You may not be able to tell, but it's not only the tree trunks that get in your way. I'm actually getting stuck on the tree branches. They have a little bit of give, but not much. So some of the branches you can just kind of push your way through, and other ones you have to kind of maneuver around. It's one of the things they do that makes, like, just cutting through the woods. It's something you have to do from time to time, but it can be really tough, especially in larger vehicles, just because, like, maneuvering between the trees, not getting caught up on stuff is so hard. Alright. 2 waypoints done. But yeah, so we've mostly explored the map at this point. There's a couple of pockets I'm missing, and I know at least one upgrade is still out there, because some of the upgrades when you go to the garage, you'll be like on the Fleet Star, it'll be like, you can find this upgrade on the Michigan map. It won't tell you where on the map, just that it's on the Michigan map. And we did see that there is one upgrade on the Fleet Star that's on the Michigan map that I do not yet have. pull that to the top of the hill. Attach a trailer. And unfortunately, it's the one upgrade I kind of want the most. Because I want to get the raise kit for the Fleet Star, since I end up having to take it over all sorts of really rough off-roading. And one of the things that, when you first start playing SnowRunner, that you don't really realize is there's a lot of planning you do in the game. It isn't just get direct upgrade and go. Almost every upgrade has kind of a pro and a con of, hey, I add a lot of gas, or I add a lot of power to your engine and all that, but also your engine now just gobbles up gas like it's no business. Alright, so we definitely want to go back up here. And genuinely it looks like C and D. We're probably going back up this way. And I think we're doing something like this. This looks sketchy as all get out. And then D could be that way. I think for this we backtrack up here. Whichever route we get. It's looking for D. It could be we go down here and over, or down this way. I think I'm gonna go with this route and see how that works. But it could also be that we come down through here. That one's less clear. But as you can see, it's not just, I don't just grab the truck and just start blasting up the next hillside. Because if you flip your vehicle, there's a couple things you get later on in the game that can help you a little bit. Like you get a battery-operated winch that if you happen to flip your vehicle next to something you can winch to, you might be able to recover it. But by and large, if you do a proper rollover where you go down a good couple hits, you're probably going to have to recover your vehicle. And in normal difficulty, that's no big deal. But we're playing on hard mode. Recovering a vehicle is horrifically bad. Like, to give you an example, all the money we've made so far that I haven't already put into upgrades or whatever, if I were to roll over a vehicle, I would pay about half of it to get my vehicle back. So, literally rolling over your vehicle is like, depending on the missions, 4 or 5 missions worth of money. Or like if I find a vehicle and I sell it, somewhere in that ballpark. It is dire. Alright, well, let's get the Michigan Trail done. So we can get some XP and money. Because SnowRunner does have levels in it. All I need to know about the levels in SnowRunner is that they'll be like, you want better tires? Get more levels. You want a better engine? Get more levels. They do block you from buying upgrades based on level. They're not too bad, though. Like, if you take the time to explore and find your upgrades and trailers and all that first, and then go seeking out parts, usually you've got most of what you need to get the stuff you want in your vehicles. Not necessarily everything. I dislike this. But as far as the truck was leaning over, I was getting a little scared that we'll roll it over. Okay. Something I haven't checked. If I put that in low gear, does it actually improve the gas mileage? Not really. Low gear can kind of help you control your acceleration a little bit when you don't need more. So like when you're climbing, you're not probably going to be putting on a lot of speed. So being in like a low haul gear kind of thing can help. Usually I have it in automatic most of the time, just because low gear you can't go in reverse while you're in low gear. It's also a thing that the temptation is to leave your vehicle in four-wheel drive all the time. It uses way more gas when you do that. But when you're kind of climbing and all-terraining, you just usually want to have it on. But the moment you get to roads, it's really good to just turn off your your all-wheel drive. I always want to say four-wheel drive, but there's a lot of vehicles that have more than 4 wheels. Okay. We got a patch of trees here. I think the path to the right side looks less rough. It's a bit... The tree part isn't bad, but you can see the ground is very flat. So I want to try and point front to back down the ledge as much as possible, versus letting my have the angle at the side. Because rolling T over kettle, front over end, or back over front or whatever, that's pretty. You gotta do a pretty extreme angle or have like some pretty bad bumping around for that to happen. But rolling side to side, there's some vehicles that like the tiniest incline is plenty to do that. Yes, feels safe. Real life, if I was going out here, I would not be driving my truck. I would be parking my truck back over there, and I'd be walking the rest. Get some nice hiking boots, and walk the rest. Cool. So, lovely vantage point. Beautiful game. Alright, so that's on the next peak. I don't have a clear angle of what's... Please don't. These. I keep seeing those wheels lifting up. Okay. Every time you see like one of your wheels lift off the ground because it's not really in a good spot is a little stressful, just because if I dump this down the mountainside, one, it's probably going to be expensive to repair, and two, it really depends on where it lands. It may not be reasonably recoverable. I don't have that many vehicles to work with right now, and my only other scout vehicle is a vehicle called, or like my only other 4x4 scouting style vehicle is called a scout, and it's got a lot of good stuff for it, but it has one horrific flaw, which is that it is very top-heavy. And so areas that you accidentally roll something down a hill or whatever because you just rolled it sideways kind of thing. If you failed with the low to the ground, not very top-heavy truck, and you're taking a very top-heavy like SUV Jeep thing, if you failed on the first one, you're most likely going to fail on the second one, because it'll be that much harder. And it is significantly harder, because also the other problem with the Scout is just the way its suspension is. It's got a little bit of spring to it, so you go over a little bump and it kind of bounces a bit. And the combination of that and being top-heavy just makes it so hard to keep it from rolling. I like it for a lot of things, like going through watery swamp areas. I really like the Scout for that out of these vehicles. I like it more than the truck for that. But it definitely, when you're up on these kind of paths we're on right now, that's not a place the Scout does well. I already have the trailer found, right? We've already got that labeled on the map? Yeah. Alright, so that doesn't look like a good path for us to take for the last part of this. The good news, we're finishing this. We'll be pretty close to being back off this path. Alright, so this is the first place we saw that might be a path out there. That's gonna be a big old no. And up ahead is the path I actually marked, because it looked less cursed. Okay. Alright, 1 second. Alright, so that tree line's looking dense enough, I'm gonna have problems getting through it. I don't... Maybe you could get over this way? I might just take my chances going through the trees. Because really don't see a good route through here. But as dense as those trees are, it could also be... Wish you could see the other side of trees. It could also be that we go down this way. Now we try and climb from the other side. Let's try going. It looks like there might be a path through the trees. There might be a path there. If you very loosely define path. Every time I start sliding down the mountain sideways, it's just like, please. Like, I want you to grip a little bit, but not a whole lot. Very much taking the Chevy's old slogan, make new roads to a new level here. Yeah, I mentioned on the previous one, like, you know what I'm doing if I'm going for this place? I'm not driving. I'm, like, stopping back where, like... Alright. So we're gonna use some tricks with the winch here. I'm doing what I refer to as a safety winch. And the reason it's a safety winch is because if we start to slide too much, I can start pulling in the winch, and it should keep me from being able to roll. Alright. Great, you made it through the whole course. Here's your prize. 1,350 bucks and a little XP. Alright. Well, before we worry about where we're going from here next, I need to make my way back. And my trailer's over there. Honestly, I don't care which way we go over there. Do I think I can just slide down the hill safely? I think, honestly, sliding down the hill is going to be way less problematic. Trying to turn around and reverse our way down this. Let's safety winch again. Oh, too much. That's what a love tap the brakes the whole way down the hill. Okay. Yeah, so the road is over there, so let's move your marker over here. Just, we don't care where. And then we'll have you circle back to go get your gas trailer. Okay. Alright, we're almost to actual road again. Alright, well, that went fine. It was a bit on the stressful side because calling it a road would be very tenuous. Even calling it a trail would be a little unfair to trails. But we did make it work. We're gonna go back around, we're gonna grab our gas trailer because, you know, it's basically free gas. Alright, we're gonna go up over this way. About to say, I'd be pretty upset if we got through all that and I just rolled up here. Because we still don't have an easy way to get... No, actually, I could get a vehicle here pretty easily. I've got 2-3 vehicles you can get out here pretty easy. Versus up on that trail, I'd only have the scout to go up there, and if I have to, I have to, but it would definitely be way harder than trying to get the Chevy through it. Alright. Try to make that work. Okay. I'm sure it could have gone across on the left, but this is fine. Yeah, that's it's interesting how much of a difference some of the vehicles make, like where even the truck is struggling to get through some places. We grabbed the off-road an off-road truck, so not like a little scout truck like this, but like an actual off-road truck. Okay, I'm literally trading sparks with this. Yeah, I'm guessing to be able to use that for repairs, I'm gonna have another truck attached to it, and I probably could repair this truck from that if I have the other truck attached to it. Doesn't seem to want to recognize this car being nearby, though, without it being attached to something. Which is fine. We're not that badly damaged. It's got, like, 1-2 knocks on the suspension and 1 knock on the engine. Alright, there's our gas trailer. Okay, so we got that done. Let's check our contracts around here. So all of those I'm going to need a different vehicle for. So we'll want to get the truck out of here. Now, for the truck... So I don't have Fixer-Upper on my list here. So Fixer-Upper's over there. So for the truck, in this particular case, I think that path is going to be really rough for the truck. This path will be fine, but I don't really want to go up here. This area gets really, really dodgy. But I should be able to cut across to there, and that should be fine. So that's going to be my plan, is to take this path through here. We can grab that Fixer-Upper mission. And then get that over there. That gives me access to get the garages and all the other stuff. Let's just do this. Oh, can't. Maybe don't do that. Just trying to turn everything around enough that we can get back on track. Alright. Cool. Yep, so we're going to cross over because I need to get back away from this one little area that's separated from everything. I know we've got, on the first map or two, a couple more places that I need to use a scout-style vehicle to go to. Now we've got the truck pretty well upgraded. Where at the beginning I had road tires and no snorkel and all that, and it wasn't really viable. We're in much better shape now. So I should be able to knock a couple of those ones out. But basically start going around getting all that sorted. Because once that's done, basically we can just put away the Scout and the Chevy here. Just like leave them in the garage. And just leave them as rescue vehicles for if we just have something run out of gas. And grab all these like little teeny tiny gas trailers and drag it out there if they're way out in the boonies. But other than that, probably not really needed for much. That's because they've already done a lot of work. Like 90% of what we've done has been the stuff that these vehicles are used for the map exploration. You know, little missions like this. Okay. Because the other big one we'll want to do is, once I've got this done, we got that off-road, the P16. There's a lot of missions on the earlier part that really called for an off-road vehicle, and I didn't have one. But now we do, so we just need to circle back and go after those. I kind of feel like in some ways the trailer helps the truck not roll. It's just something pushing down on the trailer hitch, which makes it a little bit less likely to kind of bounce over on its side. It's certainly far from foolproof. But like I have noticed while I've got the trailer attached, tipping over hasn't been quite as big of a concern. We don't have as many dicey where you see like the front tire lean up real far and you're just like, did I overdo it? Yeah, because like a spot like this is dangerous. You see it's almost a 45-degree angle. I'm trying to not quite be on the worst part of the angle. Ideally, I'd like to try and make the truck face more forward back on the angle, but where that is, that's not really an option. In order to have a particularly good tree for setting up a safety winch. Okay. So we're almost to the part where I will need to go down and start schlepping through the mud. And the other thing these vehicles, the trucks and the Scout, can do is those handful of spots I point out on the map that I'm like, hey, I know we're missing at least one upgrade just because we see in the garage, there's the spots. These tend to be the kind of vehicles that are good for, you know, scouting that kind of stuff out. That's basically their job. And I know in a lot of places, like the mud dip we just went through, you can go up on the ridges to get around it. I'm more concerned about rolling over than getting stuck in the mud at this point with the way we're equipped on this truck. So I'm kind of choosing my battles and be like, yeah, I'll just schlep through the mud, you know, do that fight, because that's a fight that feels very safe. Versus, you know, if I get stuck in the mud, I've got options to unstick myself, you know, between winching and using the trailer, like, to abuse physics a little bit, and, you know, trying to, like, wiggle the wheels and all that kind of stuff. Versus if I roll over and the car stalls, I have no options. The car stalls. Let's go and top off gas while we're here. Hey, Earthrush, how's it going? Alright, so we go down this way, and it'll have like a little bit of a land bridge to cut across. And then there's a mission I haven't grabbed down here that we'll grab on our way by. I doubt it'll be the kind of thing that this vehicle can do. But we can grab it, and that gives us the information to know when I go to do it, what vehicle I'm going to want on hand, where I got to go. Because the fixer-up sounds like either A, I'm going to be dragging a service trailer to a vehicle, which is the most likely thing, or if not that, we'll find some vehicle, like, buried in, like, the river or something that we'll need to drag out. I'm assuming it'll be a service truck one. We've had a couple of those over here. And they gave us a service truck that we're able to use. Alright. And there's the mission that I was talking about. Fix her up right here. Yeah, that'll be a service truck one. Alright, it's an old broken down truck nearby that needs some serious TLC. If you're up for a bit of elbow grease, it's all yours. I'm sure you'll find use for it. A white Western Star 4964. We get a bunch of XP if we do it. But it is a vehicle that's going to need a lot of repair. Now we do have service vehicles on the map and everything, we just have to get them there. Now the challenge with that is we do have the service trailer down south, but it's kind of an issue of what vehicle can we drag that service trailer out here. Because, like, the off-road vehicle could certainly handle the watery, muddy parts, which there wasn't too many of it, but it really kind of sucks at mountainous parts. Meanwhile, if I got, like, my big heavy truck, the Fleet Star, it's okay on the watery parts, but not so great a bunch of the other. What am I seeing over there? I'm seeing something in the water. Looks like a trailer or something might be stuck in the water up there. I'm not sure we've gone this way before. I know we went the rock bridge is the easier way. But now I've got a bit of a better truck. I'm kind of, well, upgraded the truck. It's the same truck. Oh, you know what? I don't think we can go across here. I'm still gonna drive over to see what the heck that is, though. Is watching storms from a YouTuber. Your wife has a family in the storm's path. Gotcha. Hopefully it's not too terrible. What are you? Oh, let me guess. That's probably one of the quest objectives for the other one. So the big question is, I'm not seeing much to anchor on. Let's play it safe. Let's turn around. Right, I can't reverse. Alright, so quick thing. Detach the trailer. Low gear, do this, turn the wheels as hard as we can. Oh, I can't anchor to any of those. That is actually concerning. I didn't want to detach the trailer. Actually might work for me though. Literally you can't anchor to any of the things here. I wish I saw that coming in here. Okay, still. I think we detached the trailer. That's a liability for me right now. We... turn around as much as we can. We need to be careful about not sticking out too far. If I let myself stick out too far, the current can wash us away. And the reason I'm doing the whole thing with the trailer is the trailer's a little bit rough to drag, but rather get up to where we've got a better spot here, and I'm going to use the winch to get the trailer out. Oh, so there have been 6 tornadoes around them? Gotcha. Yeah, I know how that one goes, being in hurricane areas where you kind of can't do anything, you just sit there and wait. Alright. So the point is, we can get out here relatively okay. But just to be aware that there's nothing you can winch to once you're out there. That's it, it went okay. It was just a little dodgy. We'll use this land bridge to cross. But I'm pretty sure that's, I want to say there was a mission where you need to get a crane. And I'm assuming we got to get a big heavy truck out there, drive off to that end, use the crane to pick it up, to put it on the back of the truck or onto a trailer or whatever, and then figure out how on earth you're turning around. And then get back out. I think it's a mission with the oil drums. But for the time being, this is clearly not the right vehicle to deal with that. So we're just going to keep on moving. Okay. And this would be the kind of place that the off-road truck would have no problem with. The issue I have is my off-road truck cannot put on a crane. So it won't be able to do much with it. Let's bring this back around because we should be able to cross here relatively fine. it's fine. I always get worried because they do have the mechanic where the water will, the current will push you down, and it is a thing that can get you in trouble. Is that you'll plan your path, and you'll start going, and you'll slide to the right, and then you'll figure out instead of the area that would have been really easy for you to climb, you end at a really rough spot, and then it becomes the thing: can you get a grip on the other shore to start pulling yourself up before the water drags you away? I haven't had any problems with that in hard mode, but I definitely went through that when I first started playing on normal mode, when, you know, you're learning those kind of mechanics. Oh, looks like my headlights on this truck are pretty gone at this point. We may or may not have banged into a couple of trees dealing with some of these routes. You're playing the Factorio demo? It's a good game. I'm wondering how relevant the demo is. Like, I don't know the last time they updated it. They might be good about keeping that demo up to date for all I know. I definitely know when the game went 1.0, the demo was a bit behind the times. I'm on stage 3 of the demo? I don't know. It has been... When did Factorio first early access? It's been that long since I played the demo last. Ooh, let's not do that. Just slowly let the winch realign the truck. There we go. Okay. Just having problems with some of these turns because we're struggling to drag this trailer through the mud up this hill pass. Very, very clearly not really expect to be having a trailer through here, which is totally fine. We're almost through the worst of it. And then we work our way to the next map, figure out where we should either explore or what missions are good for the scout vehicles. Go from there. One downside is I will need to go back to the island. I do know for a fact there's at least 1 or 2 missions that were really meant for this style of vehicle we hadn't done because I was exploring at the time. Okay, so before we get too far... Alright, were there any important spots for me to investigate on this map? I don't think that one's particularly relevant. Yeah, I very much doubt there's an upgrade sitting right there. That spot up there makes sense for us to check. So we should be, yeah, we're right here. So I can go on over, cut through here, cut through there, cut through here. Actually, to hell with that. Instead we're just gonna go and just get to the next map where I know there's stuff we need to do. I know there's objectives we have up in that area, and I can just make it a point while we're up in the area dealing with the objective. That's and I'll worry about, you know, checking that little corner and all that. Because the most likelihood is that corner has nothing I care about. It's just another path. There's a couple places that are far more likely to have what I'm missing. There we go. So let's get back to the river. Blackwater River, whatever it's called. Like I said, there's like 2 places up there that have a pretty high expectation of maybe having that last upgrade we're looking for. And then in addition to that, I do know there's at least 2 missions that this is the appropriate type of vehicle for dealing with. Keep fishtailing. See, yeah, I was going to say the same. Last time you played the Factorio demo was like version 0.13 or 0.12. The version just before they changed boilers from a 2x to a 2x3. He was able to centipede them something like the sum ratio of burners. Yeah, and I remember there was a very elegant ratio for some of those things. They used to be able to just like your limit was the water pipe. And so you can just like daisy chain the whole thing out there until you hit the limit of the water pipe, and you just got yourself a new water pipe. Which, granted, back then was a bit of in the pain in the butt when they had the pipes calculated liquid, like having an actual flow to it. Because trying to spot when you were exceeding the flow got kind of dodgy. Because you kind of watch like the last burner flip on and off, and it'd be like 3 would go off and then 1 would go on, and it'd be just because the update rate on the flow. I do think it's a correct decision for the devs to finally be like, never mind, like the pipe has a uniform pressure. I think that was the correct decision. There were just so many weird things that came up with trying to calculate the fluids on any real level. But yeah, no, Factorio is excellent. But yeah, no, if you enjoyed the demo, like, to be clear, even if the demo is out of date, which I'm imagining they had to update it for 1.0, I don't know if they've updated since then, that would still give you a very good feel, being like, is this a game I'm going to really enjoy? If you just genuinely don't enjoy the demo, then, you know, you shouldn't expect the game to hit you any differently. But at the same time, if you play the demo and you're like, oh, I'm really enjoying this, it's a pretty safe assumption you're going to enjoy the actual game. The demo's been updated for 2.0, that's good to know. The devs at Factorio or who make Factorio, I've genuinely been, for the most part, very impressed with their work. They're one of the devs I've seen do the best about, like, actually having patch notes that cover everything and all that kind of garbage. And yeah, there's some bugs that survive a long time that maybe shouldn't. Yeah, so there's one of the places that we recognize that could be a spot where an upgrade would be is this patch over here. I don't think so. There's also this area down here. Is that a trailer? That might be a trailer. So yeah, it's like there could be an upgrade. I can see an upgrade hidden in this spot. Honestly, the rest of the map... Oh, and there could be something... I mean, there's a vehicle back there. Okay, so, before we get all caught into that, rather than just going and running around there, I know there's more yeah, it's... So, drainage. That's recommending an off-road truck, not like what I've got. Right, because I think I tried to take the Chevy through here, and we made the immediate, like, oh, this vehicle is not going to do that well. Alright, well, there's definitely a trailer there. So let's go snag, at least recognizing that trailer there. And then I'd like to take a peek to make sure there's nothing hidden back here. And then we'll see if I can cross over here. It looks like there might be... no. Yeah, there might be a trailer here. We can check that. And then we'll have to see about some of these other ones. So that's... Local entertainment, right. Okay. So yeah, so we can go down this area, and then we've got that as a truck thing. They have more code for tests than game itself? Yep. If you have proper testing code, that is how it works. Or the paradigm is any fix needs a patch note and a test so it doesn't happen again. Gotcha. So whether it's TDD development, test-driven development, or something that's like spiritually along that thing, even if not actually like TDD. Because like TDD is where you write the test first, then the code to run the test. That's not necessarily practical in a lot of game dev stuff. But there's still the mentality of like, if it exists, a test should happen. Which I am very in that camp. Granted, I do recognize there's places that volume of testing is not appropriate. Like, you're making like a tiny console application that's going to be used one time. Yeah, maybe being full-on TDD is a total waste of time. But generally, I was always an advocate for any major project I worked on being like, hey, you know, every feature request, you know, every piece of that functionality needs the appropriate tests for it. Not just, did it do the thing, but like, say if there's a calculation going on, being like, okay, well, we want that calculation with 2 positive numbers, 2 negative numbers, a positive and negative number, a number that's 0 and a positive number, a number that's 0 and a negative number. You get the idea. I had like a dozen or so, like, here's the combinations, which with most of the testing frameworks nowadays, you would write your test, and you'd be like, here's the things I want you to use as inputs, as like attributes to the test. And it would just churn through it all and be like, hey, when you put a negative number here, it failed. Cool. Now I know to, like, go in there and make sure I'm, you know, properly handling negative numbers. Okay, so it's now... Oh, weird. So even though it's clearly a trailer, I bumped it, it's got physics enabled. It's not showing on the map. My assumption is that's going to be a quest trailer. That we will have a quest and be like, go get my trailer, drag it through the mud. 30 miles both way. It's got some of them Tamagotchis in it. Here in rural Michigan, we just got those Tamagotchis. Brand new. I hear they came out in like 2005 or 2000, actually it'd be earlier, like 2000. No, it'd be earlier than that. It'd be like 1998 maybe? That they showed up in the US? Either way. It's like, I know those things came out in 1998, but we're just now getting them. Alright. That's what they do, write a test to duplicate the bug, then fix it. That is a very good methodology. Because that also requires you to have enough understanding of the bug to be able to duplicate it easily. Now, the difficulty there, and this is one of the things that's always a pain in the butt with software dev, is one of the hardest parts of troubleshooting is someone be like, hey, I had a bug XYZ happen. They'll have like a screenshot of something and be like, oh man, it's definitely that's definitely not right. Thanks for letting us know. What are your steps to recreate? And it's like, oh yeah, well, it happens when I do this. And then you turn around and you do, I'm like, well, it's working fine. Is there, you know, what about these other settings? What about these other things? Like trying to figure out what specific combination of things does it take to actually make the bug? Because some bugs are easy, you push the button and it breaks and you're like, cool, I can recreate that bug, which means it's really easy for me to start now picking at it and figuring out what's wrong. And then there's those times you get the bug and you're like, can I like remote desktop your computer? Because we are trying everything to remake your bug and just what you're seeing is what we're not seeing, and to properly diagnose this, we've got to make it so we can see what's happening. Unless it's something obvious, they're like, okay, I see what caused... Wait, why did you... Oh, right, it's just revealing that spot. That's fine. Okay, so let's turn around. Yeah, because I can cut across here to do the mission over there. Closes ticket, doesn't happen on my computer. Yeah, but that's kind of like the difference of, like, different products, whatever you want to go with. You have different concerns when it comes to a lot of stuff. And there's definitely a case where, like, there's one, your enough stuff is removed and you have a large enough customer base. If one customer is having a problem and no one else seems to be having a problem, there is a certain thing to be said that you could be putting your time to better use just letting that problem remain a problem and going and doing something else. But then there's also definitely the other end where there's times where it's like the nature of the customer, like they're a high enough dollar customer or whatever, that's like, okay, no, really, even though we're having a hell of a time troubleshooting it, it's still got to be fixed. It also depends on like the severity of the thing. Like, oh yeah, I opened this website and like this one image weirdly slightly overlaps this thing. Does it really break anything? No. Well, you probably still want to fix it to make it not look like garbage. But if you're working at it, cannot recreate it, and you're like, you know what? It's just like a visual snafu. It's not really hurting anything that bad. Yeah, we're just gonna, you know, mark it could not recreate, you know, close ticket. Because very genuinely, there's times where you look at that stuff and you're like, trying to troubleshoot it, and the person's like, oh yeah, I got this extension on my browser. I came to realize it's breaking a lot of stuff, including your website. I'm like, well, I'm not taking the time to make 2-3 versions on my website, depending on if you have extensions that are like injecting itself into the CSS or JavaScript or whatever. Like, on this page, we do not support that extension plugin. What's on my right? I can't tell if I can... It looks like there's stone here that I can cut across here. This is dangerous what I'm doing. Okay, it looks like this is fine. Okay, I think we're still fine. When we sunk down the mud, I'm like, I think I goofed. I was waiting to just like nosedive into the deep abyss. It's actually one of the things I'm expecting to be considerably different in Roadcraft versus this game. I haven't seen very many places in SnowRunner where you pull into the water and it just nosedives. Like, they'll definitely make it where it's, clearly it's too deep for me to go through, but usually kind of tapers into it. Versus what I saw a lot in Roadcraft as we got to certain places, that it's like, this has been washed out by a flood, and you get to the edge of that and it just straight down ledge, and you're like, okay, never mind. I'm not driving through that. Now, there's definitely places where it's too steep to drive up and down, and you get into the water. But I'm talking to areas like that where you can kind of just drive off in the water. They're usually pretty good about communicating, hey, this water's gonna get real deep real fast, so mayhaps you not. Like this this is clearly being designed with the intent of being a place you do not pass. It is effectively a wall. We got some type of trailer over here. Or vehicle? Vehicle, maybe? It's like a gas truck of some kind. It's another vehicle we got close, but isn't actually doing anything. Regardless, no mission here. Yeah, some of those missions, when you see vehicles like that, where you can't interact with them, but clearly they're going to be used for something, there are what I'm going to call story missions in the game. That, like, you have to do X before you can do Y, before you can do Z. They have, like, their own category and everything. And a lot of times when you see those, that's what's up, is it's one of those, but not the one you're on. Can't tell if something's there or not. Quickly do a minor detour since we're sitting right here. Because part of the reason we're taking the scenic route... Okay. Is just in the off chance we're missing an upgrade on this map and we know it. We just don't know where it is. So we've only got a handful of places left it could be. So just taking 2 seconds, if we have to be in the area, go take a quick sneaky peek. Read out. Hey, Vizip, how's it going? Should not have come this way. You can't see it very well, but there's a whole lot of tree stumps. There we go. So that's what we're getting stuck on. Alright. Let's go just knock that waypoint out. We cross here. The point is, we checked the area out. We didn't see anything particularly noteworthy, but we didn't know that till we got here. So, moving on. We are working our way up to, there's a bunch of quest objectives up the way. Where we gotta go drive up in some mountains and go... We drive up to a barrel and we just knock it over. Okay. Where's my next waypoint? Oh, did I not mark more than that? I didn't mark more than that. Okay, so with this, we go wind around this road, get to the main drag. Then we go up here. Yeah, and they have all these, so it'll probably be go down this way. Honestly, probably go around here instead of up that route straight there. So we've got Echo. Oh, right. This one's really hard to tell your way around. Okay. So, Bravo. Then we got Charlie here. How the hell do you do Bravo? We'll figure out Bravo. That one I'm not sure. And then we've got Alpha. And Alpha most likely is going to be one going around where we go out from the other side. Okay. This is one of the contracts I believe when you read the description and everything going on, you're kind of like, wait, seriously? That, you know, again, there's been a flood, a dam has failed, it's a disaster situation, there's a humanitarian crisis going on, you're trying to fix the bridges so they can bring in aid, trying to get the power grid sorted out, like all these very serious problems that, you know, lives could be on the line. And they're like, what I think you ought to do, get all that, I need you to go drive up on this dangerous path. Emergency services not responding because, you know, the whole, this place is basically jacked up and you're trying to get it to the point that emergency services can reasonably get in here. But I definitely think you should go on this really tenuous road. Most likely outcome is that you crash your car, and if you're lucky, you walk all the way down here and feel like an idiot. Most likely, you're gonna roll your car and get yourself seriously hurt, maybe even die. But you know, gotta live a little. Yeah, you should do that instead of any of these like humanitarian things, because that'd be mildly amusing to me. I'm willing to give you $50. And I'll even throw in a Subway coupon. It's only good for like another week, and I don't know if there's any Subways open around here, but you know, Subway coupon. Basically let you get your $5 foot long like they used to do before it was like $17 foot long. Think about it. Hi, random car in the water. But yeah, there's just a couple of missions you kind of scratch your head being like, is this really the time, man? And you get it gameplays wise, it's a way to have a, you know, kind of a skill challenge in the game. So like gameplay wise, it makes, you know, like it makes sense from like the gameplay wise being like, hey, here's 4x4s, deal with this like tenuous trail. And, you know, they wanted to have different reasons for doing it. So they have some like genuinely credible reasons. And then there's some like, it's just like, do it because it would be fun. Yes, that's what we're going with. Fun, and we'll give you like $500. But it's just like the circumstances, the tone of the game, it's a real head scratcher that you're like, no, genuinely, someone with good reason would be like, what the hell's wrong with you? Why are you doing this right now? Like, on a normal, everything's generally a-okay. It's like, sure, go do the whole dangerous mountain trail in your truck. That's fine. Like, you're only putting yourself at risk. Possibly pissing off the rangers or whatever when they have to figure out how to retrieve your body. But otherwise, it's mostly a self-inflicted thing. But then, you know, this whole disaster situation just feels... It's like if you have a firefighter and, like, there is actively a forest fire threatening the neighbor, like, the city nearby, and instead of, like, any of them working on the fire, you know, they're seeing if they could shoot targets at range with a fire hose, you know, in the area of the fire that, you know, is going on. It feels very like that to me. We're like, I bet you I could hit these targets in under 15 seconds using the fire hose. Shouldn't that be over there putting out the fire right now? I understand you gotta take a break and you gotta blow off steam or whatever, but you're wearing out your equipment on really dumb stuff right now while there's an immediate emergency. Now, if there's, like, nothing going on, or, like, hey, we're gonna have this really kind of just silly competition where we'll get a group of firefighters together and they're gonna do, like, target practice with the fire hose, like, you know what? I'm honestly on board. There'd be ways that you could raise money for the fire department doing that way. There's ways you could do advocacy with that. Like, yeah, is it in practice kind of a dumb activity? Sure. But there would be lots of ways that could be beneficial to a lot of things. Even if it's just for fun. As long as it's not damaging the equipment, whatever. But, like, in the disaster situation, you're kind of like, what? $5 foot long, which is actually $7 11er. Yep. Hey, Sniper Spice, on your 15 stream streak. Thank you for catching the last 15 streams without missing a single one. I do appreciate it. Alright, let's go top off the gas. Alright, we've only got like 1 1/4 tanks of gas left in our trailer. So pretty soon it'll be time to ditch the trailer somewhere. And because we don't... I'm a little disappointed we can't get money back to the trailer. I realize for hard mode I understand why. There's just a lot of money there. But it's weird to be like, oh, I've got this trailer. I'm just gonna huck it on the side of the road and let it sit there forever. Just in the off chance that someday I might want it. But otherwise it has no value to me, so it's probably just gonna be ditched on the side of the road for all eternity. Normal mode, I believe you basically get your money back. So like you could literally effectively quote-unquote teleport unloaded trailers by just taking the trailer, dropping it off, getting your money, then going to the new location where there's a more convenient trailer garage, grabbing the trailer from that. It's part of me wants to be able to clean up the trailers so they're not laying around everywhere, but the fact that that literally reduces my effectiveness in hard mode is just... it means just leave clutter around. And I'm displeased by that. Like, it's not actually a problem, but part of me just doesn't like leaving trailers all over the place. Nor do I want to have a parking lot full of trailers every time I'm trying to leave the garage to maneuver around. And then with missions in this game, where some of them are good about not making you go to the same place again and again, some aren't. Having a trailer just like staged at a place that you grab stuff often doesn't feel worth it, since quite often you don't go back to the same places enough for that to matter. Alright, I remember this particular mission when we did normal mode, and I think I did it in the scout instead of this, which is probably why I think this way. I remember this one being particularly dicey. I remember it's a lot of cliff edges that don't have readily available winch points, with lots of room to accidentally dump yourself off a cliffside. I can't remember. They announced Hardspace Shipbreaker 2, right? That it was in work, not like actually having a trailer or anything. I thought that happened. And people are curious about exactly what it'd be, because I won't spoil the main story beats, just that you have a what's supposed to be effectively a salvaging ship at one point. And that the implication is that, assuming it was to follow your same character, which is not a safe assumption, but assuming it did, we would potentially be flying around in this, you know, instead of having like my big salvage dock kind of thing that you have in Hardspace, you would have this salvage ship, and who even knows how that works. But it'd be curious. I'd be curious if they've been working on it this whole time. Like what new tech they've got under the hood to make the salvaging more involved, have more to it, more potential dangers. You get where I'm going with all that. All right. Yeah, so we're in the area where all these markers are. There's 4 of the markers that looks like we're going to want to get at them from the top of the mountain. Or, yeah, I guess you'd call it a mountain, it's a very small mountain. Oh, it's either a mountain or a really rocky hill. But at the top of the mountain. And then there's one that definitely feels like you get at from the bottom. And I remember the reason we didn't do this earlier is at the time, I didn't have the snorkel or the raised kit or any of those things, and I took one look at the one at the bottom, and I'm like, I have to go in the water to get that. My vehicle is incapable of going in the water right now. I'll come back to you later. Alright, so as I recall, I just need to get to those barrels and just give them a little love tap. Remember, some of those barrels are easy to get at, and some of them are not. But I want to say they all had kind of like a little grassy path you could get through. Like there's this one's. So let's go ahead and refuel. And then detach the trailer. We definitely don't want to lug that with me. Oh, right. Later is better for hard mode? Oh, yeah. That's the whole thing, is like early, and I mean this is true of normal mode as well, it's just you can get away with it otherwise in normal mode. Bonk. Mission achieved. I was gonna say that was not a good angle I was starting to take that at. But, in both hard and normal mode, a big part of it is, like, you know, the exploration, getting your upgrades and all that. You can get away with a lot of objectives on normal mode way earlier by just kind of forcing it. But by and large, it's not really the play. I vaguely recall with this one, instead of going on and off there, a lot of these were kind of along this area here. If you take the time to kind of drive along here, you can pop, I think, 3 or 4 of them without even leaving the area. Just as you can see, there's lots of... The camera's genuinely awful. I mean, yeah, fighting with the camera here is the whole thing. Because it's trying to help you. But in these ones that, because like most of the time, you know, you're getting on some muddy road and you're mostly moving one direction. But in places like this where you're going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to like change your position and get your angle right and maneuver over the dodgy rocks and all that stuff. Yeah. Okay, so I got those rocks over there. Okay, so that's a better path over there, so let's not fight with this. We got these two. Yes, the camera is not kind on these types of roads. Okay. The good news, though, is I believe we're getting pretty low on these types of missions because I had put them off when I didn't have the vehicles I needed to really do them right. And now we're getting down to the last couple. And then it'll be just whole thing from X to Y. We'll get a lot of those. Drag truck out of the muck. We got a couple of those. Alright, so got the one up that super steep hill. And I remember ones like that, you kind of have to get your lineup correct right from the get-go. So I don't think there's anything we can anchor to at the top. So it is one of those things that you kind of have to just send it. Like, get as much movement back as you can. And just floor it up the top of it. But it's also me trying to go by memory of where I was using the scout for this. I don't think we had nearly as many upgrades. Okay, so you're up in those rocks, and you're way down there. Ah, where I marked that from the other side? That... okay. Yeah, get up here. Still don't know how we get to that one. We'll figure out that last one. Okay. All good here? So like I said, it's also good because we're about to run this trailer out of gas. Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this one is way worse than it looks. In that you sit there, and if you try and look at it from the other angle, like if I came from A first to then B, you're like, how the hell am I supposed to do that? But then if you go to this side, you know... No, 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 no. I'd like you to go far more straight up that. I don't need to roll today. Okay, not the smoothest it worked. Please don't go in the pit. Yeah, so from the other angle looking at it, you're like, what am I supposed to do with this? It's still dicey with some of these gaps and all that are kind of weird shaped. Please gas, please gas. Oh, thank goodness. That little delay when you go from forward to reverse. That is actually one of the other things I liked about Roadrunner. Is like this one you definitely have like that little hesitation that when you're going for like forward to reverse and that kind of stuff. But in Roadcraft, it was a very noticeable. You can almost like hear the engine go like chunk when you go from the two of them. You're like, oh yeah, no, I'm really kind of throwing this between these gears. All right, so for now, I believe we want to get down there. I believe that's just in the water. Don't you flip me, gas tank. You're almost empty. So the curiosity is which side we come from, because it looks like we can go down that way, we can go down this way. I do think we go around. I feel like around is the safest bet where we can get a better view from the other side and not slide down the hill and then realize it wasn't a good angle and now we're halfway down the... box? Assuming that's another mission. Oh, that's probably like the machine parts mission or something like that. We gotta drive around, get the crane, do all that. That's what we've been waiting to do because the Fleet Star, when I had it previously, was not really up to the task of dragging things around with that big heavy crane. Should be in pretty good shape for that. I'd still like to get the raised kit so I can get the tires for going through the muddier parts, but that's fine. I should have this marked so I can actually see what I'm doing. I'll literally just follow this straight. Okay, from the mini-map, it looked like that was a vehicle right there, and it's like, wait, what? Just like a weird trailer. Not mini-map, just straight-up map. Fun fact, blueberries are the only thing with berry in their name that are actually berries. It's a classification thing and all that, where it doesn't really matter, but stuff like strawberries and raspberries, elderberries, those are known as aggregates. Whereas stuff like, I want to say all citrus are technically berries and all that. It just has to do with, like, the botanical, like, classification that to be a berry, it has... I can't remember the exact details. It's something like the fruit has to show up as one droplet, like one unit, at the place where the flower is at. And so, like, a lot of reasons why stuff like strawberries and that don't count is because there are a bunch of droplets, like, all kind of mushed together. Almost being like a spongy thing. I think the seeds also matter as well. But it's just kind of the way they classify all that. Yeah, it's in our power generation trailer. I'm imagining that's in our quest objective. I'm just going to drive up to it just in case. Because you do get XP for discovering things. I'm not going to worry about... I'm not going to worry about the other stuff here, because I'm pretty sure it was just... Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're able to pick up certain goods here. And then also, there's the local entertainment quest, which is literally what I'm doing right now. Yeah, so I can pick up cargo there. Okay. Yep, so we're just gonna go around here, get to the other side of where that barrel is. And I just gotta knock down that last set of barrels, and that'll be another mission out of the way. And it'll pretty soon get down to just vehicle recovery and shipping contracts for a while. It is interesting, because I haven't gotten to check out a lot of the maps yet. There are quite a few maps that you really kind of do need good equipment to do. Like, they expect you to have played through most of SnowRunner up to that point already before you do them. Like, my understanding, the most recent DLC, from everything I've heard from people who played this game a whole lot, is that they're very much like, yeah, this DLC is brutal. Like, if you don't have good equipment, you're gonna have a bad time. Which is kind of the bummer, because I was going to use the new DLC as another excuse to play more SnowRunner. But to play the new DLC, or like to play SnowRunner when the new DLC dropped and not play the new DLC would kind of be a miss. And then I just did not have equipment appropriate for doing it either. So it's like, well, I guess I don't get to do it. But where I was going with that, though, is when I mention I'm playing SnowRunner and I'm pretty early on, and they're like, oh, what map are you playing? You're like, Michigan. They're like, oh man, Michigan, such a great map. Like, a lot of people going back to that kind of thing. A lot of people complain about the lumber contracts that, my understanding, got added in after the fact. But, like, I guess it's just, of the maps, it's one of the ones you're like, oh yeah, no, it's a tough map, but it's got a lot of stuff going on for it. That there's like a nostalgia almost. So it's always interesting seeing that. It's been most of my experience in SnowRunner. I also understand it's a very long map so far as what it's got in it. That's one of the longest maps there was made for the game. Okay. So, it looks like they're... Alright, regardless of where we're going, let's refuel. And let's figure out our plan of attack here. Let's ditch the trailer. Now I can get a look at this thing. Now, from what I'm seeing is it looks like there's a bit of a land bridge over there. It also looks... Oh, actually, it looks like you can probably just drive out and grab it. Like, it doesn't even look like I need to really think this through. I'd probably just diff lock, drive over, and give it a nudge. Because, yeah, I think when we first came out here, I went for it, I started going there. And even with that, I was having problems even getting into the water kind of thing, because I had road tires and no snorkel or anything. Hey! Congrats! They'll get your picture in the break room in the honor of your victory. Oh, right, we still have diff lock on. Okay. So, current things we got going on. I'm getting caught up with this barrel trying to turn around. Is I... Yeah, so like this where we're at right now, our truck would be dead. This deep in the water, if we didn't have the snorkel, the truck would be game over here. But I need to get our off-road truck, start dragging things out of the mud. I got plenty of those we can do. I need to get the Fleet Star and start delivering stuff. And the only reason I haven't been doing that yet is I know the race gets somewhere here on the map, but I don't know where. And that'd make my life way easier for all the ones that gotta go schlepping through the mud. Alright, so with that, from here... Is there any... So there's no more contracts on this map that I'm aware of that matter for that. I've got the Motel Woes. Apparently I didn't grab that as many times as I've driven past that. I probably have a couple vehicles in the area to deal with that, so I don't think I can go out of the way for it. Is there another contract I really need to do? So I've got this one here, and I know there's the, going up this antenna. I honestly feel like another vehicle can get up there that I don't need to go out of my way there. We've got this whole area that hasn't been explored. That's my next best guess of where we might have that missing part. It's either down here, in this patch, or this patch. I don't feel like I want to drive all the way over there right now, just to maybe check. This one is all delivery stuff. There's one tiny spot up there that probably won't have the upgrade, and otherwise that's fully explored. Yeah, I genuinely think with this, we are at the point that the missing upgrade's either down here along this area, or it's along one of these roads. I would be more likely to guess it's on one of these islands here or here, but that's always a possibility. I do not feel like driving the Scout all the way over there because I don't actually think I need it for any missions on any of that. So what we're going to do instead is let's start with the very first map on here, which is the river here. And let's start looking at what we've got on this one to deal with for actual contracts. So I've got missing machinery, which it requires a truck with a crane. And we've got drainage, which it recommends an off-road truck. So let's go get our off-road truck. It should be in one of my garages. For right now, I'm going to honestly just leave our other truck there. I don't see a real reason to move it. So garage here. That's where my Fleet Star is. I believe our off-road truck is in this garage. We'll grab our off-road truck. We're going to get it back over there and do all that stuff. One downside I've got right now... Oh, no, never mind. The first map I have a lot of gas cans in it. Right. So let's double check if I had any more upgrades due. We've already got the other engine in there. If we look at these, they're not on this map. Not on this map. There's no other suspension I could use. No other tires I can use. All of those are locked behind higher levels. We have the stock air filter. It's a very high level to get the snorkel. I can get the log carrier front, which I suspect this is what we probably will use for moving the logs, or saddle high. So pretty much, we don't got much options. Ooh, you need gas badly, don't you? Okay. That's fine. I've got gas things everywhere. If this does run out of gas on its way, I'll just get another vehicle to bring the gas can or gas tank over. Because they used to have a trailer parked here with gas, but it basically ran out, so he took it home. Now, this vehicle has been pretty good in some ways. It does have some glaring problems. One of the biggest glaring problems is the lack of ability to customize it. There's not many things you can add to the back. There's no, like, suspension upgrades. There's not really anything you can do with the tires. It's, like, out of the box, it's a good truck, but there's very little room for improvement on it. So it's kind of limited in what it can do, but what it can do, it does well. From what I've been told, it sounds like the magic for this truck is when we get into a bunch of the logging contracts, it's just really good at logging. That's kind of the thing it does really well. But it is an off-road truck. It's the only one I've got right now. And so it is pretty well suited for grabbing stuff that's like caught in the mud and dragging it out, which is what exactly I'm intending on using it for right now. We got some vehicles that are stranded on this other map. Not stranded as in like I lost track of them, but like you got vehicles that just, they're in the mud at the start, which are perfect for tempting you to take your vehicle not well equipped and drive in there and get stuck. Okay. So we have the drainage quest here. Now, for gas, I've got a lot of trailers for gas down here and a service trailer. And we got the drowned scout to drag out, we got the drowned highway truck to drag out. There's another one hidden over there that we can see on our map to drag out. I believe the drainage contract as well. Let's go ahead and set that. I believe that drainage contract is another one. So I think realistically, what I'm probably going to do is grab the Fleet Star, because it's down here. I'm going to grab one of these fuel vehicles, and I'm going to drag that up here somewhere, and we'll start with that as our first step. Because realistically, this thing ain't getting through here without a top off. Okay. Let's reset that. I'll go around because it'll just be faster. Okay. Do I have a saddle high or low on this? Do I have a way to check that out while I'm on the go? I think that's a saddle low, which is what I need. I'm gonna drive around and check because I'd hate to get over there and realize I can't even... Well, actually, I take that back. A lot of those gas ones are the ones that just hook up to the trailer hitch. I don't even need a saddle high or low. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna beeline over it there, grab a gas thing, run it over to where we have our off-road vehicle. And so Fleet Star is gonna do a little support for a while. I do imagine eventually, once we get a different, like, heavy truck, I could very much see, if the Fleet Star can equip it, putting the big gas container or service thing on the back of the Fleet Star, and using it as my support vehicle. Like, right now, it's my workhorse. but eventually we'll get something better. But as you can see, with the power it's got now, I don't need four-wheel drive. I don't need any of these other things. We just push through the mud. 1 second. Let me do this real fast. That way, because we got an ad break coming up in a little while, and I want to push it back about 15 minutes as far as I can. That way we go on the ad break right around the time my wife gets home. Because that just is more convenient for me to welcome her home, you know, toss some food in the oven or whatever, and keep going with stream. Versus if I miss it, then it becomes this whole awkward thing where we have an ad break and then I immediately leave after the ad break. So I try to stay on top of that. It's kind of one of those things, I wish I could go into, when we're dealing with like the ad schedulers, for those who don't know, there's pre-rolls and mid-rolls. Pre-rolls, unfortunately, have a very strong chilling effect on viewership of your channel. And, like, I've done lots and lots and lots of A/B testing this. And very much, anytime I've run pre-rolls, I've had a lower concurrent viewership than if I do mid-rolls. So the point is, unfortunately, just by the nature of how things work, as a career, you get very heavily pushed into mid-rolls. But when it comes to scheduling it, you basically say, when do I want to start it? Within, like, I can't remember what the limits are. I think it's 1 minute from the beginning of stream is the earliest you can start it, which is what I like to do, because that way the ad rolls before really hardly any people get in. So you get the ads out of the way for the next hour so that people don't have to hit them at all. Or I think you can go late as, like, half hour. But the thing is, until you run that ad break, you're effectively in pre-rolls. Now, usually what happens is then, you know, like, we go 2 hours, and then I delay the next ads, because you can snooze it 3 times for 5 minutes for so long. So you can knock it back 15 minutes, and I do that pretty routinely. It would be nice if I could be like, hey, this is what I'm going to be doing anyways. Could we just make this automatic? Unfortunately, it's literally you just say how big the ad block, how often, and that's kind of your controls. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which does mean, and for the record, it has to be like 3 minutes per hour for it to matter, really. Like, and you can divide it up however you want, like, minute and a half every 30 minutes. I think it's like 45 seconds every, you know, 15 minutes or whatever. You can choose how you want to divide it. And I've personally found, you know, fewer longer breaks better than, you know, more shorter breaks. They tend to be less disruptive. Okay, so we've got both of these. Let's see, can you as a creator choose advertises not to punch out? No, you have no control over what ads go. And a big part of that is the way the advertising works, is it does take into consideration, like, where the person being advertised to is at and that kind of stuff. And so as a result of that, like, the ads you would see versus the ads someone in Italy would see versus the ads someone in Germany would see, or even within, like, the states, the ads you'll see, depending on what state you're in, can vary wildly. I don't think it's still a thing. It used to be a thing on the YouTube side, where I could go in and be like, here's 3 categories. It may not have been YouTube. It was like, here's 3 categories of ads I don't want shown on my channel. Here's a couple categories of ads that are well aligned with my channel. That they used to give us that functionality. I don't believe so anymore, and that's, again, YouTube side. But, I mean, it was, you could only choose, like, 3 categories to not include out of, like, 120 or something. So, as well as things that's, like, if there was something very particular you were not okay with, was about the only things you could really get away with. And then again, like, for that one, I remember what I chose, it's like, oh, what does align with it? It's like, oh yeah, games, computer parts. These are things that aligns with my channel. I don't remember what it's set to. I think they got rid of that, though, unfortunately. But yeah, no, it's really, we actually get very little control as a content creator on Twitch, and this is Twitch and YouTube. We get very little control over the ad stuff. You can generally be like, I want pre-rolls or mid-rolls. That's one decision you get. And then, like, again, okay, you know, and you can go more than 3 if you want. You can do extra. Not many people do. But, like, you can do, like, okay, I want X minutes of ads per Y amount of time. But the big thing is, if you don't go more than 3 minutes, or 3 minutes or more, then you defaults back to pre-rolls. Which there's a whole formula, like, part of your stream won't have pre-rolls, part of your stream will have pre-rolls if you do that. It's a whole thing. But the conventional strategy is, like, the conventional strategy with it is you either run pre-rolls or mid-rolls. You could run both, but why would you? And you can technically go way over the amount of ads that are required to get rid of pre-rolls, and like I said, almost no one does. There was for a short time there that people were doing like offline streams where they'd max out the amount of ads they were doing and ask their viewers to just put the channel on lurk the whole time so that they could make money. But Twitch kind of came out and was like, hey, you know, deliberately doing this to like kind of dishonestly pad out your numbers is not okay. It's like, it's fine if people are lurking and watching, but like deliberately going and nearly maxing out your ad time and then literally recommending people to just minimize the tab out there so you can kind of milk it. It's like that is not allowed. Like that whole thing. Do 30 minutes, ads are 2 hour. Well, the minimum you got to do to get rid of pre-rolls is 3 minutes per hour. Oh yeah, the 30 minutes per 2 hours? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Because I think the absolute cap was like 21 minutes per hour or something like that. Which again, outside of people kind of abusing that or people doing experiments to see like what would happen if we did this, just as like, you know, for discussion around it, no one does that. No one would put up with that. Literally 1 minute of ads for every 2 minutes of video. No one's gonna watch that. That is you are cashing out and you are killing your channel on the way out to get whatever money you can before people get sick of it and leave. That's the only reason outside of like memes or whatever I could see someone doing that. Because you know you are killing your channel if you do it. That's mobile game levels of ads? Oh yeah, no, that's I mentioned before that it was while I was traveling. I don't think it was when we went to New Zealand. No, it was I was traveling to... We were visiting Tomb's family and all that. Like, we had there had been some hard news in the family that we don't need to get into that part. But, you know, we had to travel very suddenly and unexpectedly. And so, I didn't really have much with me, and I wanted to make sure to be there to support and everything. So I didn't bring, like, my computer or anything with me. Like, we really just kind of went. Like, just really drop of the dime, headed out. And for the most part, it was fine. But, you know, as the trip was starting to, like, wind down, you know, I was getting pretty bored. Because it's very small town with nothing in it. And it's not like we brought a bunch of stuff for us to do any type of, like, outdoorsy stuff. Not that there's much there. It's nothing in it in the farming kind of sense, not like the wilderness kind of sense. So it's not like I go putz around someone's farm and all that. I also just realized I didn't drop by the motel on the way by and I should have. It's fine. I don't think we turn around because we're going to be driving the other way. I mean, 15 minutes of ads per hour, like TV shows? Yeah, that's basically what you could do is you could put up to that amount. Like I said, pretty much no one does because you just kill your channel. Like, no one's gonna put up with that very long. Okay, 1 second. I don't need to get this all the way up here. I'm mostly just trying to get it over here enough that we can get the off-road vehicle gassed up. But yeah, no, it was the whole thing. But yeah, no, it was, Can't you also make subsidies ads? Yes, you can. There is a very, very specific reason why some people will do that. So normally you're not going to do that, but sometimes when you are covering live events, they have had certain live events that required ads. Not as a Twitch thing, but like, you know, when they had the thing where people could be like streaming stuff like ESPN or whatever, there was rules around that where they'd play ads anyways. So there is a very narrow use case. There's only been like once or twice there's really been a thing that required that. But technically I could be like, yeah, no, subs still get your ads. Deal with it. That one's a weird one because for those who don't know, generally speaking, if I run ads and you're someone who doesn't get subjected to ads, so you know you're subbed, you got Twitch Turbo or whatever, I still get compensated as if you saw those ads, even though you don't. Like they do that way that way creators don't get punished for you having Twitch Turbo. So like we, you know, for all intents and purposes, we still benefit as, you know, from you with the ad revenue and all that. So it's one of those things I'm like, okay, well, all right, hear me out. So does that mean if like with Twitch Turbo and all that, I tick that tech box so you see ads anyways, like, are you going to give me the, you know, double the ad revenue kind of thing? Like how does that work? Because why would I ever do that? Like if I'm subjecting you to ads and I'm still being paid as if you saw it, like I don't understand. That's the reason why you like Turbo, you still get a little cash from me, even when it just up. Yeah, and to be clear, whether you have Twitch Turbo, or you're subbed, or you're being subjected to ads, or you have found some kind of technical solution to circumvent ads, which, you know, obviously I wouldn't advertise if I knew any that worked. I don't, because I use Twitch Turbo, and I have for years. But you being here still supports the channel, so there's that whole thing. I've always only run the minimum amount of ads required to get rid of, I'm trying to think of my path here, to get rid of the pre-rolls, just because the pre-rolls are really, really rough on your channel growth. Like they are, it is mind-blowing how much of a chilling effect that can have. It's actually probably that angle. That can have in your channel growth. Like, I didn't, you know, you always hear that it's like, oh yeah, it's pretty bad, but then when I started running my tests, I'm like, oh crap, this is like a 30% reduction. This is severe. Because you get it. Someone new who's like, oh, there's this person playing this game I'm interested in. I have no idea who they are. Let me check out their channel. Get slapped with an ad break, and you're like, all right, never mind, I'll just go to the next channel. And that's something I hear people talk about doing all the time. If you had infinite money, you'd sub to all the people but alas. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, as a content creator, I've made more and more friends on the platform and all that. And I wish I had the means to sub to all of them. I do have a good handful of subs running. But it's just kind of one of those things that's like, you realistically understand you just can't. And creators understand that too. That you can't support everyone you'd like to. So there's a lot of creators, if I had the funds, I would absolutely be subbed to them. But there's not a whole lot of money to throw around. Alright, so let's go ahead and get this drainage thing. It says it recommends an off-road vehicle. This is the off-road vehicle the map gives us. But you'd rather find a donate page for them, that Twitch doesn't get their split? Yeah, no, that's totally fair. Like, we have Ko-Fi. But yeah, no, absolutely, like, because, like, it depends. Because it's one thing, when you go to the donate page, you don't get all the benefits on Twitch, and I understand that. You don't get the emotes, You don't get the advertisement-free viewing if you don't have turbo. Like, you don't get the faster point accruement if you care about that. Like, there are reasons people want to do the Twitch sub on the channels they watch a lot. But also at the same time, you know, as a creator, you certainly do get way more of the money if you go through something like Ko-Fi or Patreon or, you know, any of those kind of services. Like, to give you an idea, well, yeah, to give you an idea, like, the subs by default give 50-50 for a tier 1. But, if they go through and they get, like, the Plus program, it can be a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split in the creator's favor. But then you get to, like, Ko-Fi and Patreon, it's, like, 95-5 in the creator's benefit split. But so, in all fairness to Twitch, the infrastructure benefit cost is pretty significant. They have to get something. Yep, absolutely. It's one of the reasons you're not going to hear me be like, oh, don't sub, you know, don't do this. Like, I understand you get more benefits if you go through Twitch. And then plus, I want Twitch to remain functional. If literally everyone stopped putting money through Twitch, Twitch would stop being. Can I shove that tree over? Yeah, get out of your tree. So there's definitely like a balance there. Do I feel like the whole Plus program is kind of a game gimmick kind of thing? Yes. It's clearly business motivated to get you to get more, like, to promote subbing and yada yada. Like, 100%, no doubt that's why it's there. Because I'm definitely of the opinion it should be like, yeah, it should just be a 70-30 split and call it a day. I feel like if they just did that, we would have more people sub on the platform in the first place. Because more of it would get to the creators. With all that said, I do need to run downstairs real fast, welcome my wife home, stretch my legs. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, but it's the only one like that. With that said, I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Oh, you absolute jerk! That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. First shot was a complete dud. Here goes the anti-grain. Target sighted and target dealt. Oh, what's... Oh, I wonder if I got some dead pixels on my right screen. Like right here on my screen, I got a little black line, just like that big. And it's like, oh, maybe it's like a hair or something. It's like, no, that looks like looks like some dead pixels. Oh well, that screen's been around a while. And it's at least not my main screen. So, I can. You see that too? Oh, weird. Is it just some like stream compression thing? Because it's not in the game itself. Oh, you know what it is? It's my microphone. Yeah, it's just like, I didn't, like, for me, I didn't see it. It's like, wait a second, what? Yeah, that's a microphone. Gotcha. I can't do it. I can't stop laughing. It's gonna sound like some, like, horrible dog sound or something. That's awful. That's terrible. That's the one I am sending. For the record, I had to clip at least You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. Is this the thing? Okay. Unidentified, helpless creature that's dead. Can I run in? Nope, 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 nope. Okay.
I want to go home.
I was trying to run back out, but apparently it's like a black hole. I was like, do I need to find the thing in the middle and research it? The answer was no. The answer was and since there's two sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. I thought we had depressurized it.
This event may be recorded for training and quality.
So that's the thing that confused me, is we depressurized it, was exposed to the entire opening. Well, and that brings the end of our Hardspace Shipbreaker run. So this would be the Kurzawa Tartak, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business. Or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So, we're going to try and make a break for it. The wizards can't stop us. They don't know. We can make it. We can escape this world. Hurry. Don't let me down, John Deere four-wheeler. We can absolutely get out of here. Oh. At least the wizards were enough to put a "you can't go this way" sign. Alright. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. With that, that does conclude our tour. This has been a fantastic tour. I believe this tour, once refuel your car. Switch, throw the switch to change. I want to put you away. That's probably fine. Eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Weir. Okay, and now it's the death of the record run we just saw there. Alright, we are back. Mic is on. We have hit our first pump. So I believe we want to go back down here. Pop over there. Okay, so where are we going from here? Oh, these pumps are really spread over the map. I see. And we also have... Oh, actually, this works out, because I believe there's a stuck vehicle right next to that pump. So we can, you know, it can be a twofer. We go down there, we do both problems. What's for dinner? Taquitos. Okay, so let's go down this way. Yeah, we'll go down this way. Get onto the main drag. I need to remember, I'm going to put a mark here, to go grab that quest. I keep driving past it and not grabbing it, and I need to resolve that. Okay. For this one, I don't know if we need to go that way, but we'll try that and we'll figure it out from there. I'll probably grab the drowned scout and the drowned highway truck while we're in the area. And then from there we can start working our way up to the pump, and you can save the vehicle from there. Alright, and this is the part where I genuinely wish it wasn't nighttime so I can actually see what the heck I'm doing. This wasn't too bad though. All right. Trying to stay mostly nearest to these little islands. One weird thing about this vehicle is the fact that it doesn't have all-wheel drive at all. And that just, it's got diff lock permanently on. I see. Is like, there's no configuring anything. Like, it's no, oh, it's time to turn on my all-wheel drive. It's getting a bad train. Okay, we're off the bad train. Back off my all-wheel drive. Up, getting down the bog. Turn to low gear and diff lock. You don't have a reason to do any of that. You're just like, I guess I drive. Maybe under certain circumstances I might lower high gear it, but otherwise I just drive. It's straightforward, simple, and elegant. There's definitely something to be said about simplicity. What do I do? Big tire horsepower. What else do I do? That's my entire list. Big tire horsepower. Look, you want bells and whistles? We don't even have an AM, FM radio in here. No AC or heater. We don't have those nice life comfort features. Just big tire horsepower. Which weirdly makes me think of the I don't know if they're still popular. They're popular for like 30 seconds back in like 2005, 2008. There was a motorcycle, I believe they called it the Boss Hoss, which was a glorified V8 with a seat strapped onto it and some wheels in front and back. Like, calling it a motorcycle is a little unfair because there wasn't much beyond just a motor and enough frame to kind of stick some wheels around it. It's one of those motorcycles, if you were to ever tip it over, it stays where you left it because you're not tipping it back up. You got one go to try and tip it back up before you're spent. It's also a motorcycle notorious for people dumping themselves off the side of it because they gas and they just snake the back wheel out from underneath them. It's a motorcycle you buy to compensate because no matter what type of riding, it's not the right answer. Highway riding, not the right answer. Off-roading, not the right answer. Wanna go like beach cruising kind of thing? Not the right answer. It's just, you know. Okay. Well, see, Nosetown isn't exactly a tourist trap, but what can we do? The local motel is in bad shape, and it's down to us to help them out. We've got a shipment of equipment. Can you deliver it? Alright. We're not going to do that right this second, but we did grab it so that once we finish what we're working on, there's a good chance we'll get that knocked out. Okay. Because over time, running around doing those things should start to get a bunch of those off the map. And gives me levels and gives me money. And now I've got equipment, we can get stuff done. That's kind of where we're at, is just padding out the bank account, getting the levels so we can get access to better equipment. And we're going to want to do that before we go on to too much more of the other maps, because we haven't jumped into the other maps yet on the save. Just because some of those other maps, I was not expecting to bottom out there. Some of those other maps, like I know the next map, the Alaska map, is mostly just snow. It's snow and ice. And snow is in a lot of ways like driving through the mud constantly in this game. It's not as bad as some places in the mud, but it's a lot worse in other ways. Which the game does give you the chains you can put on your tires. I haven't messed with those much, but pretty much everyone I've heard from, they're like, yeah, just don't do the chains. Like I haven't personally tested it out, but I've had a lot of people who are like, yeah, just skip the chains on your tires, go for like off-road tires, mudding tires, or something like that. You know, in a lot of ways, they do better than the chains on 90% of things. And, like, the nuanced improvements the chains give you on the snow, there's just not a reason for it. That's kind of the feedback I was given. Which that is a thing I've also noticed with some of the vehicles. Like, some of the vehicles have special transmissions and all that. They're like, I'm really good for off-road, or like really good for highway efficiency. And you're like, but I barely get to use that. Ah, okay, I see. Hey, Cerise, how's it going? So I wasn't able to go down in that spot without banging up the vehicle. How's it going? It's going pretty good. We're, working on some of these off-road areas. Okay. So change the plan here. We're going to change this to be something like that. Because where I marked from the map going, oh, that looks like a good, you know, land bridge for us to cross. There's a big guardrail there that I couldn't get through without potentially doing a lot of damage to myself and or potentially beaching myself mid-high on the guardrail. Mid-high is just when, like, between your front and back tires you have something too high that you lose traction because you're sitting on it. Cool. I also think I'm overthinking a lot of these. So yeah, so let's get down here, go over here, and try and retrieve the truck. Because genuinely, I'm feeling like I'm having to put very little effort into this with what we've got now. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? Which, yeah, you get the right equipment for the right job. It makes it a hell of a lot easier. But you're very confused. You're looking at your brother's new 2024 Ford F-150 because it looks, you're also looking at new vehicles. So you decided for me to get a closer look at something. You know me, you like fixing things yourself. So you want to know how things work. Oh yeah, and that's one downside very genuinely of modern vehicles, like not even trucks aside. Being able to just tear open a vehicle and repair it like you could the old ones is just not a thing anymore. There's certainly parts you can fix, like, you know, you can do all the typical routine, like oil filter, oil change, all your filters, that kind of stuff. Spark plugs, gas lines, all those, like, all that is still the same. But the moment you get into, like, transmission and the electronics and all that, it's just a different animal. You're not going to be maintaining that yourself without a lot of specialty tools. Now, it's one of these ones I made the mistake the very first time I played, that I have to actually pull in here and accept the quest, then worry about dragging it out. Yes, it is. I think, honestly, any new vehicle, that is unfortunately going to be true. And a lot of it isn't like they're designed to be unrepairable or anything. A lot of it is just kind of the reality that as they've improved efficiency more and more, there's been a certain amount of complexity that's had to be introduced to accomplish that. And unfortunately, well, some of that complexity is not that big a deal. It's all self-contained. What does it need so much electronics for? Don't you need to make it... You don't need to make it run? Well, that's not necessarily true. When you look at a lot of the... So, okay, if you're talking about, like, electronics, like having GPS and all that built in, there's certainly something to be said about that. Those, you know, convenience, quality of life features. But the computers in the cars these days are way more sophisticated. Like, they really didn't do a whole lot behind other than controlling a few specific things in the past. Where now they'll actually sit there and do stuff like... It used to be with the automatic transmissions is mostly, did the RPM get over a certain amount? Yes. Okay, then... You know, if yes, then, you know, what you do from there is just gear it up. And then what drops below a certain RPM, you gear it down. But now they do a lot more stuff like predictive of going, like, what speed are you going, what's the RPM, what was the rate you've been changing your RPM, they do all this sophisticated stuff that it used to be conventional wisdom that when you drove stick, as long as you didn't drive like you're driving a race car, you could actually get better gas mileage out of a manual car than out of an automatic. And that used to be true. And your notice is a past tense there. Nowadays, the sophistication of cars, because they do stuff so precisely and so quickly, even though I, as a human being, can look ahead and see what the road conditions are going to be ahead and make informed decisions around that, just the fact that me, you know, doing the clutch and doing the switch and all that, there's, you know, inherent inefficiency kind of things. The reality is I'm not going to be able to compete with what they can do. Its technology has just advanced to that point. That's the kind of muscle we need around those. Those trucks were wedged in deep and you got them out. Nice work. Cool. So let's go ahead and we've got one more pump to do. But yeah, no, it is just the reality they've got more complicated. And it is with reason, to be clear. It isn't just being like, this is a bunch of electronics because screw you electronics. They do serve purpose. Now again, some of it can be frivolous stuff. Not frivolous. They can be features like GPS and Bluetooth and all that. But in a lot of ways, that's the comforts. People aren't listening to AM, FM radio nearly as much. People aren't really using CD players much. People, even USB drives and people aren't using as much. Things are going wireless. Just different times. Alright, so what we probably want to do is go around this way. Be something like that to get that. That's the in-air repair bill is going to be more than just doubled because you got to pay for the mechanic. Yeah, no, I mean, don't get me wrong. It's no different. Like, in a lot of ways, your cost of maintenance from doing the old cars to the new cars, when you take it to the dealership, that hasn't changed too much. I'm talking, again, the car themselves, not inflation over years, that kind of thing.
Thank you. Enjoy.
You enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. But no, you're going to need a mechanic, probably. The good news is most of those electronics things aren't things you end up doing a lot of repairs for. Like, it's not that they don't break, but most of your repairs are going to be the typical, your tires need to be realigned, you get a flat tire, your oil needs to be changed, oil filter, you know, spark plugs, air filters, all that kind of crap. That's going to be 90% of your work still. It's pretty rare you crack open the electronics. Like, in the cars I've had, which I've had, you know, over 10 years, that kind of stuff, I've never had to have anyone work on the computers in my car. And that's both my last and my current car. So it's kind of one of those things that, yes, they're a complicated thing, but for the most part, they're a thing you don't need to touch. So it doesn't really change your mechanic cost a lot of that. But if you like doing your own work and you're worried about stuff again, like, you know, brake maintenance, gas, all that, you don't have to worry about the electronics. You're still going to be replacing the same kind of parts that you've always been replacing. Like, don't get me wrong, you've got a couple new things like tire pressure sensors, but you don't really do a lot with that. So, like, the computers and electronics are, for the most part, kind of self-enclosed things. As in place of those higher-end Volvos, you need a computer command the car to release the calipers pressure. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking like you're getting into high-end cars and all that stuff. See, what's the tiny text at the bottom center of the screen? I believe the thing in the bottom center of the screen, I think it's either A, if I open that up to multiplayer, that would be a join code, I don't know. That might also be a thing for, like, if I were to report a bug, it might have kind of some information that the devs can see or whatever, be like, oh, okay, this is the version, that's whatever. Is there anything mechanical you can think of thing? You throw electronics in, that's outside your area of knowledge. Right, and that's what I'm saying. If you're scared about being able to maintain your vehicle because of the electronics, my comment there is that generally speaking, you probably won't actually need to do much with the electronics. Now, don't get me wrong, if you get to like 200,000-300,000 miles, sooner or later every part breaks. But if, you know, 200,000-300,000 miles, if you have to pay the mechanic one time to, you know, grab some electronic circuit board and replace it, it's not that big a deal. And also, a lot of those electronics are self-enclosed that literally you've just got this box you plug a bunch of stuff into, and all you do is go, oh, my box is broken, and you just yoink the cables from the box, you buy your new box, and you shove in your new box. Now, to be warned, those boxes ain't cheap, but they tend not to break very often. It's pretty rare they do. The only times I've seen them broken as well as things when someone bought a car new and it was like a manufacturer's defect, that there's something wrong with the electronics, you know, from the store kind of thing. From the dealer, not the store. But yeah. I wouldn't sweat it that much. Now again, it's different if you're buying like a high-end Audi or a Ferrari or a Viper or like, you know, whatever racing model of whatever vehicle. That's a different animal. But those already were unserviceable by individuals anyways. Because like everything is a specialty everything. Okay, we finished the drainage task. Hey, trouble at the farm. We've got trucks wedged deep in the sludge that could use a strong arm to haul them out. You'll need some serious engine for this one. Okay, let's go ahead and grab that. I'm literally sitting next to it. I don't see a reason not to. Now, by all means, you gotta make whatever decisions you gotta make, but... That's the other thing you notice is the engine is shoved in there so tightly. How are you going to fix anything without taking the front end apart? So most of the vehicles nowadays, you don't really have to like tear it all apart. So like, for example, like you'll look at the front of the truck or car or whatever, and you look down, and what's a little hard to see is there's a plastic trim piece usually, like right over where the radiator is. And it's literally just take the snaps out, you take that plastic trim piece off, there's one on the bottom. And then you'll usually have enough room to get like, you know, I've got big hands, you get your whole arm down there. Now, it's been true for a long time for me to get just about any car that isn't from like the 70s or whatever. that they do fit way snugger in there. But they will have, like, processes being like, oh, you are going for the oil filter? Well, the oil filter will usually be kind of in a recess where you can just, like, reach up and grab it once you know where it is. But if you're talking like, oh yeah, I need to do work on the radiator, you're not gonna, like, take off the front bumper and everything to get at it, but you are gonna remove those trim pieces and get in there. There's a lot of efficiencies that are why that is the way it is now. They're cramming more engine in the same space that they've always crammed it. And then they've got more stuff that makes the engine run more efficient, better cooling, yada yada. And unfortunately, the reality is all of that stuff takes space. You forgot how good the P16 was in the muck? First day you played, you struggled so hard with the swap? Oh yeah, no, both this one and one of the other vehicles, I definitely got myself stuck a lot. Yeah, so much has changed since your old truck was made in the 1978. Yeah, and again, the reality is a lot of it's for good, but does have, you know, undesired impacts. Also, the basic and the engine is fully built before being placed in the chassis, and the designers don't always make consideration with how something can be repaired. Just how to assemble as quickly as possible. Generally speaking, though, like your typical day-to-day vehicle, like, you know, your Honda Civics, your Honda Accords, Ford Focuses, like all those style vehicles, they're generally mostly going to be perfectly fine with a lot of that stuff, though. They are hard to work on sometimes because how tight things get. You're not wrong, though. That is a thing. Like I said, a lot of that, though, the intention is you're going to take your vehicle into an equipped garage, so you'll have like an engine hoist and everything available, a hydraulic lift that you can get your car up. They're not really expecting you to go home, toss down a couple of bottle jacks, toss that bottle jack, put up some like engine stands, and just work on your front yard or whatever. You know, it is the downside as things get more advanced, more sophisticated, more everything, that it becomes harder and harder if you're not someone who is getting training and that kind of thing or whatever. Well, that's a concern. So the problem I have is this vehicle is not all-wheel drive, so it's getting stuck in the little ruts I was making. Okay. Can't reach anything over there. But I could probably do... I was hoping before I have been able to use grabbing something behind me like that to twist the vehicle sideways. I was hoping to twist my vehicle sideways, not the other one. wiggling the front wheels in case we can get it up out of those ruts. That's looking promising. You're so close to climbing out of those little ruts you've made. Oh, right. It's the fact that I'm trying to get it to twist. That's what I'm trying to do with this. I'm trying to get the truck to turn. Things are your favorite things to do? That's it. You have a lift in your garage. You spend more time tinkering with wheels. Yeah. It's definitely a different world with a lot of that stuff now. For better or worse, there's definitely pros and cons with it being that way. Yeah, it's just because of how square this whole vehicle is, it doesn't want to twist for me. They're just digging a hole here. Like that's the problem is I've dug a big hole where these back tires are. We're not all-wheel drive. I got nothing I can anchor to anywhere in front of me. And I'm trying to use this tree here to rotate the vehicle. And I need a way to get that sorted. Because if I could rotate the vehicle even just a little bit, we could potentially pull ourselves out of this hole. Oh, right. Like, trying to back up, that tree squares me up again. So close to climbing out of there. I also think it's that front bumper is laying down in the mud, so I'm just shoving it through the mud. In hindsight, I should have gone to the right just a little more. Maybe it had a shallower area and I would have been able to dig in this deep. Are we about to get free? Alright, finally. Okay, well, that was rough and cost me about 18-20 gallons of gas, But it is out now. So now we just need to get over here. We definitely don't want to go over the mountainy road in this poor thing. And we drop you off at the farm. And then from there I'm going to have to go up here to grab gas. Okay. That said, that still went way smoother when I did it than I did on normal. When I did on normal, I did it with, I believe, the Fleet Star before I had better tires and everything. And I remember having to, like, literally I ran out of gas like 2 or 3 times and kind of went out there and just drug the vehicle forward that much more a couple of times. Like, it was not clean or elegant or anything. It was just brute force. Versus this one, definitely wasn't super clean either. I made the mistake of cutting a bit farther left, going through a deeper spot than a shallower spot. If I had taken more time to kind of survey things, it would have made that much, much easier for us. You guys enjoy making things? Yeah, no, it's just kind of one of those things. When it comes to the making and fixing things, that kind of stuff, there's still plenty of stuff out there. It's just certain things of modern technology, they're getting sophisticated enough that, you know, just kind of as a hobbyist being able to work on it isn't really the same it used to be. Like the days of, you know, tearing apart the radio and figuring out what makes it tick, you can still do that with cheap radios. But even the electronics in like your typical like radio kind of thing, you pull that open, there's so much going on there between Bluetooth and everything else nowadays that you can't just pull it out and be like, there's the speaker, here's how the wiring works with the speaker, it goes the volume knob, here's where my power source is. Like, so much is, you know, self-contained electronics, all that. You know, all sorts of volume controls, equalizers, all that. And every little bit adds just a bit extra complexity that, you know, makes it so you pull it apart, and you just stare at it, and you see, like, the 2 cables going to the speaker, like, well, I get that part. But otherwise, the rest of this is magic until you do research on it. One thing I'm gonna do before we get too far, you have gas in you, and it's my gas now. That's the price of me dragging your truck over here, so I'm stealing your gas. Also, you know, the actually paying me part, that's the other price. But yeah, that's nowadays if you're into that kind of stuff, a lot of where that's moved is a lot of people are into like RC cars and helicopters and planes and that kind of stuff, or you know, they get into stuff like 3D printing and all the mechanics and all that go into that. Can be a lot of fun. Like there's still lots of places for crafty mechanical stuff. It's just a lot of our tools for doing work and all that, and transportation. And you can also still get an old car that's got lower mileage, because I remember your whole issue was that you have a car that, it's a truck that's got, isn't it like over 300,000 miles on it? It's just getting harder to keep it roadworthy, like you have to do more and more work and it's adding up prices-wise. You can find another old truck that happens to not have a lot of miles on it. The big thing to watch if you do that, though, is to make sure it's a vehicle you can still get parts for. Because that's the one that tends to get you in trouble with some of those. Yeah, it's over 470,000 miles. Yeah, it's really difficult to keep stuff like that without paying through the nose with all the, you know, individual repairs that keep coming up. But you could still easily, like, find yourself a 1970s, 1980s truck that, you know, maybe only has 30, 40, 50,000 miles on it because, you know, it just sits in someone's garage all the time. Maybe 50, 60 is a little low, but you get the idea. Now, it's not necessarily what I would recommend, but like if you're just that much like, no, I want to work on my own vehicle, you can find older vehicles still that just don't you know, have that kind of mileage on it. That's kind of what we need around here. Those trucks are wedged in deep. That's literally the same dialogue you gave me for the other one. Okay, so we got that done. Let's run up here to the gas station, top off, and see what other contracts we got going on in the area. Figure out what vehicle we need to do those. Because unfortunately, this off-road truck can't take on the crane, so that's going to boil down to my Fleet Star, which is the truck I use for almost everything in my normal save on this map. The catch with that, though, is I don't have the kit to raise it up yet. And the only issue there is when we get into like those really swampy areas, I am concerned about getting caught up in there because, you know, again, mid-highing where we just beach the center of the Fleet Star on a pile of mud where my wheels turn, but it doesn't matter because they're not on the ground. And maybe I don't need to worry about that much, but I've been trying to avoid buying the better tires until I can get the better tires for that suspension. Okay. Go ahead and refuel. And now I'm just going to pull this out of the way over here for right now. Okay, so let's figure out what we're doing here. So we check on our contracts on the map. I only have 2 that are showing here. I've got missing machinery, which I need a truck with a crane. My current truck cannot equip a crane. And then we've got the taking a trailer from up here and delivering it down. Curbside trailer? Or current side trailer. So there's that trailer. That might be the current side trailer up there. So the good news, I literally have my Fleet Star up here. Let me go ahead and detach that trailer. Gonna refuel. And we can go over here. Oh, I see. There's not a route to go that way. I see what actually makes this not easy peasy. Alright, so let's switch objectives to the Motel Woes. Like I said, showing in this area, I've got a trailer there that's not marked. We did drive up to it, didn't reveal it. So I'm assuming it's that current side trailer. And then if not, that'll be annoyed, but it'll be what it is. Okay. And one of the other things I wanted to do is for the Fleet Star, I want to get the sideboard back on it. So when I need to haul stuff that I could just throw on the back of it, I could just grab it, no trailer involved. That's fine. Sometimes you gotta bang your suspension up. Remind your suspension why it's here. Yeah, we got the thing there. So now's the question, though, of how do I want to get this out of here? So one obvious part is I gotta drag it out this way. But do I go back the way we came, or do I go the other way? Alright, so we've got the trailer. That one doesn't look like we got much of road, so I think we're going to take this way back out of here. Okay. Yeah, I definitely will need to get better tires. I have access to them. I've just been putting them off trying to wait for that suspension kit. So what I might do is I might hop back over to our Chevrolet truck after we get this dropped off. And I might run over to that one spot in the other map, the island map, where I was like, hey, here's 2 spots that upgrade could potentially be. We might run over there real fast, because I definitely feel like I don't want to tackle the crane until we've got the better tires on here. Because I remember that crane job absolutely sucked on this thing without the better tires. Because once I've got that, the fleet starts not like fully kitted, but it'll be in a really, really good place. It's in a relatively good place as is. We've already got a good engine and everything in it. It's just missing the suspension and tires we want. Okay. Yeah, we're just tearing up the stuff in all-wheel. Or not all-wheel, in auto. So just switch into low. So we get up over the hill. Okay. Hey, Zelyard, how's it going? I'm about to be back on the road. And we just gotta drag it down the motel, and that's done. So I'll just keep it on all-wheel drive for right now. Okay, because we're also getting pretty close to... What load you got there? Yeah, it's not too bad. The truck I'm using right now still doesn't have the right tires on it. I've been putting it off, and I know I've been putting it off, because if I get something else, I can get even better... Well, not better tires, but I cannot use the tires I would get right now with the other suspension. So I'm putting it off, trying to wait for the other suspension. But yeah, it makes it so stuff like that, where I lose grip on the ground, would be a lot less bad if I had the better tires. Yeah, so I do think we grab one of our Scarlet vehicles we parked up, and I check those last 2-3 spots I mentioned on the island map to see if I can't get the raised kit for this. Because it does say it's supposed to be on the Michigan map somewhere. And there's not many places for it to hide that I haven't already explored. But we are very quickly knocking out just missions here and there. Yeah, stuff like this, if I had the all-terrain tires, we would just blast right through. I wouldn't be slowing down on it. Because we're still dealing with highway tires. Alright, come on, you're right there. Cool. So from here, the front tires could just grip on the asphalt, pull everything. One thing you do miss from vehicles is the old bench seats. I actually don't have a strong opinion on a lot of the seat stuff. I know some of the bucket seats I'm not a huge fan of. But I don't actually have much of a strong opinion on a lot of these seats. Like, I know there's a lot of people who like the bucket seats where they get to feel like they're sitting in a race car, that kind of thing. You know, more power to you. Like, I don't think they should go away or anything. But it's not... I don't find those to be particularly comfortable seats a lot of time. Versus having a bigger, cushier seat if you're actually, like, driving. You like bench seats because more people? Yeah, I don't drive with too many people in my vehicle very often. Like, Tomb rides with me quite often. And every once in a while I have, you know, my older brother and, you know, his partner and everything ride with me and all those kind of things. But, otherwise not really. The one I find I don't like is a lot of cars nowadays, the doors just don't open as far. There's certainly exceptions. So like the angle they open is way less. And so for putting stuff in the backseat of your car, like when you're driving around and stuff, it makes it way more annoying to deal with. Alright. Well, it gave them a fighting chance. Here's hope they can get up and running again soon. Cool, so we got that done. Alright, so before we go running around doing the next thing here, so on this map, as far as tasks, we have the missing machinery, we have the drowned highway truck. Oh, I missed that there was another truck down there. I totally forgot you were there. Okay, we can go save the drowned highway truck real fast. That's a straightforward one. So let's grab... You were up here, right? We can grab you. Deal with the drowned highway truck. Actually, honestly, for this one, probably just cut through the farm and not go around. Okay. Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, and it's not all cars, it's only some. Unfortunately, the car I have is one of those where you get to the back seat, like, the doors just don't open that far. And so, like, in practice, it just ends up being this thing that if I need to move anything fairly large home, even though I've got plenty of capacity inside the car, I can't actually get the thing into the car to use that capacity. And it's got, like, the hatchback thing, but they got the metal sheeting that keeps the trunk and the front part a little bit separate, so it's got, like, a, what's the word I want to use? Like a bezel to it. And that bezel, it's kind of the same thing. It's wide enough that it really kind of limits what I can put through there. So that's been pretty annoying. It's certainly something I can work around, but it makes it way more of a pain than it needs to be. But that's not even a modern car problem, that's just my specific car problem. But that's more talking like regular sedan, hatchback, those kind of cars, not so much a truck thing. I couldn't tell you much on the truck front. I respect the utility purpose that trucks serve and all that. I have no desire to drive a truck. Like, I have driven trucks for, like, work or whatever in jobs past, but I have no desire to use a truck as my daily commuting car. I definitely leaned way more into, I want a small, fuel-efficient car than, you know, how big can I make the horsepower number on my car? How fast can I make it? Okay. Yeah, it looks... Based on what I'm seeing there, it looks like there's supposed to be a path through. I guess it's right there? Which again, absolutely respect the utility trucks have. I just find in my area that we have people get like the extended bed Ford F-150 with like the double set of back tires and like the whole thing's this behemoth on the road, and they never use it as a truck. They only ever use it as if it were, you know, just a commuter car. And to me, it's just, I look at that and be like, man, you could save so much money. It's like, hey, trouble at the farm. We've got trucks wedged to the... Okay, so basically we got 3 different missions. Parking lot princess. Yeah, I've heard a bunch of those kind of things. But it's just kind of one of those things that's like, okay, you got a commuter car, but the gas mileage is horrendously bad. But again, like, it's not something to be like, how dare you own that vehicle either. It's just part of it is I'm a little jaded with it, because I always had coworkers who would absolutely whine to no end about how horrific their gas mileage, like how expensive gas was and all that kind of stuff. And you look around, it's like, man, the gas is only up a couple cents right now. Why is this person so bent out of shape over it? And then you realize they're not just driving a truck, they're driving like this absolute behemoth on wheels style truck. And I'm like, yeah, you're getting like 11 miles to the gallon. I imagine you are upset when the gas price changes even a nickel. Versus like, you know, you've got, I had a lot of people do like carpentry and all that growing up, and they would just have like a very typical, you know, whether it's a Chevy or Ford, whatever, that's preference. But it'd be just like the base model Ford F-150. Because you get like the extended bed, you get almost no extra space. The extra set of tires, for again, 99.99% of purposes, does literally nothing. Alright, so we turned in another drowned truck. That's good stuff. You import a tiny car to Japan that gets like 50 miles a gallon? Yeah. I don't know what I meant nowadays. I know it's not what it was. My car is just a straight gas car, but it was designed with like efficiency in mind, and it was even getting like 34, 37 something miles a gallon when I first got it. I know it's lower now because it's, you know, years and wear and tear and yada yada. But I very much liked it that I could do just about everything I needed with it. And then still we have that. Alright, so my scout vehicle's up here. And I don't imagine there's an upgrade here, but we'll cut across this way. But where I need to probably go... So this is a dead end, so either way I'm going out of this side of the map. So let's go ahead and hop up to our scout. I want to find that raised kit. We're going to be ditching this trailer not super long. And go around this way. Cut across there so we can check that one spot. I very much doubt there'll be an upgrade there. I wish I could remember where one of the upgrades were, because I feel like the upgrades are also visible on the map if you look very carefully, because there's a lot of stuff like that in the game. Like, you see the trailers have a 3D model for them. So if you pay attention, you can just straight up pull up the map once you've revealed the area. Yeah, but that's just differences in preferences. It's just always one of those ones when someone complained that, you know, their vehicle, like, that gas prices are astronomical, and then they're driving, like, the least practical car they possibly could have. And you want to be sympathetic to them, but at the same time, you kind of want to be like, well, did you buy, like, were you expecting to need that truck as a truck? Were you expecting to need all these features that make it not so good? Because very genuinely, I feel like you just bought the wrong vehicle for your use case. And again, it's different, like, if you inherit it and all that. By all means, you use what you get. Like, I can totally get behind that. Alright, so this road is totally washed out. Cannot see what's happening right now. Yep, I assume we're making forward progress? We are. Painfully slowly. Alright, let's refuel ourselves for a second. Ditch the trailer. Because that should help me get out of the worst of this. So my hope is, even though this is washed out, that I can just drive up it anyways. With the trailer, I'm not confident. Becomes a vehicle, you ask 3 questions. Can it haul a lot of people? Can it tow a lot of crap? And can it handle jobs in the snow and the rain? Because you do all those things. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, people who legitimately do those things or have the intent to do those things, even just the intent, 100% get behind it. But it's like, you know, you have someone who, like, lives in the middle of the city and they don't do any type of outdoors, rural activities or anything like that. They're not a tradesman. They go to, like, their software dev job. They don't hobbyist wood turn or do a bunch of house repair. Like, they just don't. They're not a handsy person. And it's time for them to buy a vehicle, and they're like, yes, I need the biggest honking truck that can ever truck. Because we don't even deal with much, like, unless you're going off-roading out in the swamp, you don't even have much in the way of places that you have to worry about, like, all-terrain or anything like that around here either. And it's that kind of stuff. When you start getting out, like, out more outside of, like, the most of the city, then you start running into people who are like, oh yeah, like, these people are doing genuine farming, truck makes sense. Oh yeah, you've got people doing, you know, plumbing or contracting, yeah, truck makes sense. But it's the number of people we have who, if they pick up a wrench, I would be shocked. They're like, no man, I need a truck. And you're like, for what? It's like, by all means, it's got utility. You have to actually use it for that to matter. But it's more of a culture thing. they're the kind of people who's like, well, real Americans insert thing. It doesn't even matter what the thing is. And you're like, all right, here we go. Yeah. So this is, I'm not trying to come across as just bad-mouthing trucks. Like, they serve a purpose. They're useful vehicles. It just, I find difficulty being sympathetic when people, when buying a new vehicle, buy something misaligned with their need, and then complain about it. And, like, it's one thing, like, I've had the person who, like, you know, they're like, hey, well, I bought this big truck, I thought it seemed like the right idea at the time, but now I'm stuck with it. Like, I can be far more empathetic with that. I'm like, hey, you know, I get it. You made a decision under the expectation of something else happening. It didn't happen, but now you're still stuck with your decision. You know, whatever, like that. I get it. I understand that happens. And it sucks. Like, I can relate, I can empathize there. But when people are, like, actively making this decision and then sticking to it, and then, not only that, like, they complain about the gas mileage, and they're finally like, oh, you know, my truck needs a major repair, I'm gonna have to get something new, and then they get an even bigger truck, and you're just like, you didn't use the last one. You know, there's a lot of cars that have a lot of trunk space, right? Like, there are some cars that are just regular old sedan cars that you can straight up fit like full-size tires and toolboxes and all that and still have plenty of room to work with. There's certainly cars you get and it's a glorified bucket for a trunk. And yeah, I agree that's impractical too. Like, again, the carpenter who wants to get gas mileage so they get, you know, they get like a Fiat or something like that, and then they complain that they can't move their stuff around. I could make the same arguments on the reverse of, well, you bought a misaligned car. Like your uncle who bought a Hummer and complains it's too big for his garage and it guzzles gas and never uses it to drive, but 2 miles work and back. Yeah, I had a lot of people I knew who bought Jeeps because they're like, oh yeah, I can go off-roading. And only one of them do I know actually ever went off-roading before they ended up, you know, eventually having their Jeep break down, and then they were like, oh, I'm just going to get something else, because Jeeps don't exactly have a great track record for remaining reliable vehicles. And the one who did take it off-roading totaled it on literally their first time out, because they went out, I don't remember, some like Arizona, they went out into like the dunes, and just went right up and over, and tea over kettle, and that was it. Maiden voyage, first time going out in the wilderness, just dropped it on its top, totaled the whole thing. Which was really just bad luck and not knowing what he was doing. Needed to do some baby steps before pushing it to the limit. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. I wish, I mean, maybe I don't wish they had video. I honestly wish I actually got to see more than just, like, the after shot of it. Which, for the record, it was mostly just the windshield got smooshed. Because, like, there's no structure to just smash the windshield down. I'm surprised no one got seriously hurt. Because it wasn't like your old school Jeep, it was like Jeep Wrangler, like not like the SUV. I'm probably getting the wrong model. Not like the SUV style one, but like it was a bit of a bigger model than like the old school Jeeps, without being, you know, a glorified like SUV either. Like this, you still took the top away and all that. Your dad still has his 1973 Ford pickup. He's 68, loves the truck, like it's his last. Yeah, well, and that's also a thing, not even a truck thing. That's also a very genuinely thing, especially if it's one of your like first car. It's like the first car you chose to buy kind of thing. Like, so it's not that piece of junk you got for $500 because that's what you could afford. But like this was you chose to buy that vehicle. You're all excited. that even when it's very clear the writing's on the wall that, like, you know, this thing is no longer practical, it's on its last limb, all that kind of stuff, that people get a very strong attachment to their vehicle, which it's understandable. You got lots of memories tied into it. There's a reason for it. But it is one of those things that can kind of mess with your objectivity sometimes. And it's one of those reasons that usually the advice I get people when they're like, you're starting, and usually by the time they start talking about it, they're well past this point, but they're starting to get to that point where they're starting to be like, okay, this vehicle I've got really isn't, you know, isn't worth keeping around anymore. You know, it's just the cost of keeping it roadworthy is just too much. That you kind of just keep like a ledger that you're like, okay, here's how much I've spent on repairing it this year, that kind of thing. You kind of average it out. And at the same time you go, okay, if I were to, like, tomorrow comes by, my car doesn't exist anymore. Poof, it's vaporized. Like, it just ceases to be. Catches fire, there's ash, there's no recovering it. What car would I buy? I'm gonna ditch this thing. It's got 2 gallons in it, and I'm fighting tooth and claw just to drag it a little ways forward. And so, in that reality, you would buy whatever vehicle. Okay, well, what's the average cost to repair for that vehicle based on whatever reports you can find for the first 5 years? And what are you looking at so far as the cost if you had to take a car payment for it? Like at what point, you know, what it pays for itself? Like, what is that cumulative total? And the reason you do that is when you're sitting there fixing your car and you see yourself getting to the point that the cost of keeping your car on the road starts to get ahead of the cost of keeping a brand new plus car payment car on the road. That's a really strong indicator it's time to let your car go. Assuming you can make it happen, all that. Like, obviously, money problems are money problems. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. There's, you have several active hunters as neighbors in your previous place you live. Obvious reasons, wanted to own cars that go into the woods, haul things. So most of the regular hunter got himself a Volkswagen Golf Turbo. Just to make sure it had 4x4, everything else needed, very happy with it. Yeah. So you're noticing I am not driving to the side, obviously, but we are drifting to the side, that the current is slowly taking me away. Luckily, I've got plenty of things to anchor on, so I'm not really in that danger. It's just one of those things that it is a mechanic you gotta be careful about in this game. That there are places you don't have any winch points you can get a hold of that have a current, and it's fine when you've got the right car that can kind of push through the mud and make it to the other side. But if you don't, you start getting out there, you start getting mucked up, and your vehicle starts just sliding sideways, and you're just going, what do I do? Because you can't really back out of what you started, and you also just aren't getting the movement you need to escape it, so you just get pulled away. Yeah, no, the other thing is that we can maintain their cars. Yeah, it's also a thing, as we mentioned earlier, while you're not wrong, you are absolutely correct that, because we've talked about the whole thing where every other model of car will have like some specialty tool that's like the normal tool, but like, you know, the size is something odd or whatever. to force you to go to the dealership that, you know, you at home can't do it. The Oldsmobile Cutlass back in the day, it was the tie rods. They had there's what's called a tie rod fork. All you need to know with the tie rod is you've got your wheel, there's like the thing your wheel attaches to, and a tie rod just kind of keeps it all squared up and all that. That's all you need to worry. I know I'm oversimplifying to the point of it's not actually accurate. But what happens is there's like this rubber piece. So you mush the thing together, and when you need to do maintenance, your tie rod's damaged or whatever, you gotta, you know, get other pieces off of it. You've got, it's just a glorified fork. It's got a gap in the middle, and it's just a wedge, and you just kind of stick it on the rubber. It's got an area you can kind of tap it in there, and it kind of pops that part apart. Well, they had a standard size that they use for most consumer vehicles for dang near ever. And then there's like different sizes for commercial, and we're not getting into that. But for like your typical residential sedan or whatever, it's the same size it's always been. Well, the Oldsmobile Cutlass made it so the gap you need in your tie rod to be, or the tie rod fork to be able to put it in there, had to be wider. Which means you couldn't use a standard tie rod fork, you had to get one specially for Oldsmobile Cutlasses. Because otherwise you just bang into stuff and you couldn't get through there. And of course they charge like $60, $80 for the tool, at which point you're like, well hell, at that price, I'll just take my car to the dealership, they're only going to charge me like $40 more. Now granted, what we did with my folks and all that, is a tie rod fork is something you're going to only use outside of, again, a garage or whatever, like an actual mechanic's garage. You're probably going to use for your own car, over your car's entire lifespan, maybe a couple of times. You know, unless you're doing something that's particularly damaging it. You know, like it's just kind of a thing that happens. But it's a tool you end up having, like you and your buddies, maybe one of you buys it because it's such an infrequently needed tool. So we had one just because, you know, my pops and all that did his own car maintenance forever, so we actually had a tie rod fork there. But I was like, I'm not spending like $60 to get another one. So we just took it to a grinding wheel and just widened the gap in the middle of it. It's like, yeah, is this going to damage the tool? Certainly. Does it mean it's not going to last as long? Probably. We use it all of like a dozen times in our entire lives? Yeah, that's probably okay. I don't think we're going to break it in the 12 or so times we're going to use this tool. Tie rod, I believe that's correct spelling. It might be 2 words. I don't think it's a tire rod. I believe it was tie rod. Because it doesn't actually interact with the tire itself. It's behind your whole wheel assembly. Like it deals more with like, so when you have your car, you want both your wheels facing forward. It's so your wheel isn't doing this kind of thing. Like when you have a broken tie rod, don't do this if you can help it. But if you have a broken tie rod, you can drive, because once you get it going, it will pull your tire straight. But your tire will tend to do that. You can damage a lot. You can damage a lot by driving with a broken tie rod. It's like an axle or something. It's not like the axle. It's a thing for like keeping your tire straight. It doesn't give it locomotion. It doesn't give it anything else. It's an alignment kind of thing. Right. So we need to get to the island. So we're going down there. Let's see here. I don't want to go this route. This route sucks. This route is awful. And I don't want to go around... We do want to go to the... Let's make sure I'm looking at the right place. I'm pretty sure it's the island we want to go to. Yes. The reason I want to go to an island, there's a mission up here we could do. This area could have the upgrade. That area could have the upgrade. And this area could have the upgrade. And if it's not there, then I am pretty much out of ideas of where it might be. That's, you mentioned like the Hummer H2 and people getting that and then just having like a real bad time with it kind of thing. That was one I remember being a whole video, was a person taking a Hummer H2 off-roading. And so, like, right ahead of them, I can't remember if it's like a Honda Civic or an Accord or whatever goes through there and just kind of blasts over this. And when you say it's a rough trail, it's a very mild rough trail. Like, it wasn't anything like we're doing here in SnowRunner. It's just a genuinely kind of rocky dirt trail. And this Hummer H2 comes immediately behind it and slowly tries to creep over the first rock. And you see its wheel go up and then go... You hear like just a pop and the whole thing turns sideways. It just snapped the tie rod. On the flip side, of course, they create their cars that are difficult, require experienced owners to maintain. Forces people to take a car their mechanic for service, creates employment. Previous mechanics was way more of a side gig, running service, gas station, creating that. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the pro and the con of it, because like there's certainly some greed involved in that. Like you're not wrong, because like I gave the example, the needless specialty tools just because. At the same token, there is legitimately, as we've improved the efficiencies, they have created complexity. Because I used to run into this when I was dealing with not cars, but I used to maintain and sell like lawn equipment. And we used to have people come in all the time and whine about, like, just all sorts of just nonsense with the weed whackers and that kind of thing. Weed whackers are a very common complaint because people just don't know how the hell to work with them and can't be bothered to read an instruction manual, which was included. But it was just one of those things that, you know, you'd have the whole thing where you, like, mix gas. You'd have the good old boy who would eyeball it, and then it wouldn't run right. And he'd be like, man, these things used to be, like, so much better and all. It's like, well, no. This thing is way, way, way more gas efficient. That, like, I can take this little tiny weed whacker that you gauge its entire gas tank in ounces, and I will finish an entire yard that would take you 3 or 4 refills on the weed whacker from yesteryear. And, like, and you can just do it one and done. Like, they're better. You got more power behind it. They're more fuel efficient. They're just better. Unfortunately, one negative that comes with that, and it is a negative, is that their tolerances are tighter. So it is one of those things that you could get pretty sloppy with a lot of stuff with some of your old equipment and it put up with it. But with all those improvements in fuel efficiency and the higher power, we did lose a lot of tolerances on how much you can kind of get away with, like screwing up your gas mix, using stale gas, you know, getting gas that got water in it, water contamination. It's much, much easier to choke up the newer lawn equipment with that. I used to get yelled at all the time about that. I know a lot of the people are just venting, but a lot of them would make it personal. And it's like, man, I didn't design this thing. Why are you mad at me? Like, I walked you through how you work the thing. Okay. All right. That was close. We got pretty far over there. A little aggressive going down that hill and almost put that truck aside. I'm not sure we would have tipped up enough to stall, but we would have certainly been in a bad place. Let's see. Yeah, nothing like cleaning the jets on every small engine because the owner refuses to pay for anything but regular at the pump. So that's the thing. I found it interesting. So growing up, you know, my father always pushed me. It's like, yeah, don't get the cheapest gas. But like my recent car was like, do not put like higher octane gas in this. It's like, this is not made for higher octane gas. You will damage it over time. Like this very genuinely taking a car not made for higher octane gas can damage the car. Of course, now you also have to worry about some of the cleaners that some of the companies will put in the gas can do bad things to your car as well. Like, they've had, oh, I can't remember who it was. There was one of them that had their whatever cleaner gas that they had instances where it's eating holes through pistons over time. It's the tie rod is what ties the steering wheel. It makes sure the tire points the direction you want it to. If it breaks, the wheel will point whichever direction it wants and is free to wobble. Yeah, and you can use centripetal force to line it up, but you do not want to roll on that. Like, you could, in theory, limp it home that way, but you can damage a lot doing it. So you're better off if you break a tie rod. It's like, well, let's go get a tow truck. Because you're gonna destroy your tire at a minimum, having it wibbly wobbly all over the place trying to do that. I got Mohan Ryan, they're 130 stream streak. Thank you for the last 130 streams, catching them. Let's see, cars are great in the regular, unless it's a sport car. But if you run your weed whacker chainsaw in regular, you're gonna have problems. That has not been my experience as someone who spent a long time as a technician. Maybe your mileage varies. I have not personally noticed a big issue between running like regular gas or higher octane gas and all that. I would genuinely be surprised if it wasn't kind of like not great for the engine. It depends. I imagine the older ones probably had a much higher tolerance for the higher octane stuff. Again, they have a lot more tolerance for a lot of things. But with as precision as some of the newer stuff is, I would do whatever the manual will probably say this is the octane that this thing is made for, and that's what you put in it. Because that's the octane they're going to have tested the whole thing with. So I'm not saying you're wrong, just that has not been my experience. Because I have seen no shortage of destroyed stuff from all sorts of things. Admittedly, I have not seen people destroy their equipment or choke it all up from high or low octane. I haven't had the octane be relevant. Yeah, no, we're actually talking about lawn equipment. Yeah, no, for your cars, I think the higher and low octane, because you're only talking a very tiny difference between high and low octane. I honestly don't think it's that relevant. Let alone paying the difference, because sometimes it's astronomical. But I have started seeing cars specifically being like, hey, this car is designed for whatever, 87 octane. Do not put higher than 87 in it. Like, it is not designed for it. I don't know what the implications would be, like, okay, what would happen if you put in like 92 octane in it? Like, I don't know what the ramifications could be. A big nothing burger. But they do go out of their way to be like, yo, this is made for this gas. Put this gas in it. Don't put other gas in it. And I mean, obviously, diesel versus not diesel, you'll totally ruin an engine that way. Not ruin it, you'll choke the thing up and it won't run right. And then you'll have to drain your gas and all that. High octane is for speeding, right? No, so high octane just has to do with the chemical mix of the gas that high octane burns. I don't think it's a hotter temperature. Like that part of the details I'll get wrong. But it's supposed to be more performant gas. You know what's bad about flex fuel cars is when they become alcoholics, they think their fuel has higher ethanol content than it actually has. Then your car runs like poo until it's thing. Yeah. It's interesting they have different high octane fuel in the US. The comment here, let's see. It was common here until the 90s, and then you saw non-standard octane station. Yeah, well, that's the thing. More and more cars are saying, like, hey, don't use the other ones. I could genuinely see there being cars out there that are like, hey, this car calls for 92 octane or whatever the crap it is. That maybe you've got some sports car. It's like, hey, I am designed for a higher octane mix. I'm not aware of any, but I also am not exactly much of a gearhead. Like, I'm not a big car person in the sense that, you know, oh, the Ferrari whatever model, do you love how it has the whatever cubic engine? It's like, what? I know the ratings of cubic engines, like, in that, but any given car model or any of the stats around it, not really. To me, a car is a tool. It's like a hammer. It's just a hammer that takes me from A to B and sometimes carries lots of stuff. But yeah, no, you still go to the pumps here, and it's almost everywhere you go here, at least in Florida, you'll typically see they'll have regular, which is your gas that everything uses for the most part. You'll have mid-grade, and you'll have high-grade, and it's like, I can't remember the octanes, it's like 84, 87, 92, or something like that. I probably have the numbers entirely wrong. Because you notice a significant mileage difference? Putting in 98 in your car and driving on the highway, you'll get nearly 100 kilometers from the tank with 92, but around town, with a lot of stopping, 98 doesn't last long as the 92. As an example, your Mazda outside the US requires premium gas. The only change on my US car versus the car I sold everywhere else is the compression ratio, and just slightly lower to carry a big tag, regular unleaded fuel. So you put premium in it. Yeah, car manufacturers don't like having that premium fuel requirement unless the car is premium. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Historically, they just didn't say anything about it. It was like, you know, this is a whatever, like your regular old gas car. Like, don't put diesel in it. You'll trash it. But otherwise, you know, whatever. I don't care. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and drop by. We've got a scout trailer. High octane will ignite more easily. Yeah, I don't know, like, chemically what the thing is, but it's usually seen as a performance premium, whatever you want to kind of thing. There's some stuff when it comes, it's like, and it's the same with not even just cars. There's some stuff that gets labeled for performance and premium and all that kind of stuff that is utterly worthless, and then there's some that's like very meaningful. And that's kind of true in everything. It's the same thing with like computers and gaming stuff. You have some gaming stuff that's like, yeah, that's the high-end stuff that they just slapped a gaming label on because reasons. And then you have some gaming stuff that, you know, you're paying for a label that is utterly meaningless. All right, so we're trying to see the areas we want to scout as this area, that area, and then down here is my most likely candidate, but it's the opposite side of the map. So we're gonna go ahead and trek over this way because there's a spot here. I'm gonna go up and over this way. Now, I don't know if we're gonna be able to get to this island. There's a quest here, Bridge the Gap. I think I can cross here. Like, this part looks fine. That part I'm not so sure about. But we'll try to get over here to see if there's anything on this island, and we'll start with that. Basically, lower octane leaves behind more gunk when they burn. Cars are designed for a certain amount of gunk to be left behind. If more gunk is left behind, the car is designed for, it's bad. So the only reason I have reservations with that, when you think, like, at least, and this could be, you know, cultural thing. When I think gunk myself, I think of, like, you know, oil residue, like melted rubber, that kind of thing, where it's like gooey, sticky stuff that's just universally bad. And I don't believe it's an idea that the higher and low octane, that's just a deliberate, like, yeah, that's cool. But that again could be a culture thing, that maybe the term gunk means different things in different places, like what you would use it for as a term. You do find it amusing that we have car talk going here, and there's car talk going on in your work team's chat at the moment. They're a big thing. Let's see, diesel in a gas engine is not that bad. It will stall a lot, may clog stuff up, but you will know something is wrong. But never put never put gas in a diesel engine. Yeah, I have no idea on that one because I've never had to worry about that. Because the lawn equipment we sold, none of it was ever diesel. So I just never had to deal with that. And then, you know, the nozzle at the pump here, the diesel and the regular gas are different sizes. So it takes a certain level of not paying attention to accidentally get the wrong one. You know, for the lawn equipment I sold, usually the big problems were bad gas, or, you know, they would mix their gas just wildly wrong. Like, and some of it wasn't even remotely close to right. It was almost the worse off it was, the more adamant the person was that they had done it that way forever. I really liked when I got moved from sales to being a technician, because then I stopped having... Okay, we're fine. Only a mild heart attack there. I saw it grab real good and got myself a nice little boost forward and knew I was either over the side or I wasn't. Just to hold the brake, and the situation was out of my control from there. Alright, so realistically, after I go that way, I'm backtracking the same direction. So we are going to leave the trailer here. Just dragging it through the mud over there to just drag it through the mud back. I mean, good catch after I'd made a pretty egregious mistake. It's fine. Alright, going diff lock down here, because this is diff lock territory if I've ever seen it. Going swimming. So when we get past this tree, I can... Thank you. I guess we're gonna find out if I can fit between those. The safer route would have been going around the right. It doesn't look like it's gonna fit between those, but also you can't trust the models on video games. Nope. That's fine. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna drag this back just a little. Hoping for a little bit more than that, but that's okay. I'm gonna go around these trees the other side. Let's see. I mean, he's very experienced. Now he's retired. Oh, I missed something with that. Yeah, no, this is fine. It just won't be as fast. Yeah, no, with those planks there, I kind of knew I should have gone around the other side in the first place. But I was kind of hoping to use the trees to be able to, like, grab the winch on the back of the truck and shove it through. I can still probably do, honestly. So do this. Because it'll be faster. And I've fallen behind on chat. Let me quickly catch up. Let's see. We have a very experienced car master, friend of the family. From what you understand his explanation, it doesn't really measurably increase performance measurably. It used to in the past, but nowadays engines self-regulate electronically and it doesn't really make that much of a difference, other than chemical wear on gaskets, which can break the engine quickly. I'll be curious with the chemical wear on the engines, if it's the higher or lower octane that would be the whole thing. Because for the most part, the things I've heard nowadays is that the octane is not really as relevant as it used to be. But the bigger concern is there is a lot of different gas, companies trying to get you to buy their gas. So, like, BP versus Cumberland Farms versus, I'm blanking on, there's one I stopped going to because it gave me bad gas twice. And I was like, the hell with these people. I'll still go if I'm, like, out of gas and that's the only option. But if I have any other option, I'll go literally anywhere else. I'm trying to remember. Can't, like, my brain wants to put an S on the name. The one I was like, that's the one I don't go back to anymore because it gave me bad gas twice. And when I say bad gas, it had it had water in it, which does happen, especially in very humid climates. They've got to do stuff to treat the gas if it's going to be there for any length of time. And then, just over the times of refilling the tank again and again and again, and a little bit of humidity gets in there, you can get water in the bottom of the tank that mixes in with the gas. And then once that happens, you get bad gas. And then your car has difficulty running on it. Which luckily isn't that bad of a fix. They make some stuff called dry gas. Shell. Yeah. I do not get shell gas. Because there's twice I got gas that, like, literally I filled up my car, and then my car started running like crap. Just because, like, it had water or something in the gas. Oh, drilling equipment. I had twice I had to. And, like, it's not a big problem. Like I said, you can get what's called dry gas. And it's literally all you do is it's like a little bottle, you just put it in your gas. Like, usually what you'll do is get like a gallon of gas, you'll put some dry gas in that, and then you'll put it in your car. And it's just designed to absorb water. I don't know what it actually does chemically, like, does it change water into something else chemically so that your engine can still burn it even though it's not designed for it? Like, I don't know how any of that works. Just that if you get water in your tank, that's one of the ways to deal with it. To be fair, usually Shell's not cheap either. Not where I'm at. Yeah, so I am absolutely indifferent about where I get gas, other than I don't get it from Shell. Like, everywhere else, it's like gas is gas, man. But, some of the companies put, like, all sorts of stuff that's supposed to be, oh, it's this cleaning stuff to keep your pistons clean. Oh, it's this to keep this clean. And it's a lot of that stuff that, sure, in the short term can make your car run a little bit better, but we're learning that a lot of that stuff also can damage your engine as well. Like I said, I don't remember which one it was. There was one of the ones that I remember they used to have the stuff in their gas all the time, and eventually people figured out it would, over a extended period of time, so it's not just one time you're screwed, over an extended period of time, could wear a hole in your piston. It would just chew it up over time. Like, again, don't know if it was something like it was chemically reacting to the metal, or, it was outside of heat tolerance. No idea how, like, physically it worked. Just that it would damage pistons over extended use. I don't think that one's still out there, though, because I remember it became like a big kerfuffle when it happened. But they had been selling that gas with that stuff, that additive in it for like 10 years before it came out. So it is one of those things when you go to the gas station, it's like, we have this brand of gas. It is the regular gas. Now, exclusively with TurboFlex. And you're like, what the hell is TurboFlex? I don't want that in my gas. Just give me gas. My car wasn't designed with consideration of TurboFlex when it was designed. And I know you didn't take that crap and test it on every model of car, both back and forward facing, for like 100,000 miles. And there are lots of things you can do in vehicles to make them perform a little bit better or have something work a little bit better for a very short term before things go really bad. Let's see, the station used to go up, ended up filling a Bowser around 75%, then went into my tank, was water. The mechanics gave you the full report, took it to the station, reported, gave them the report. They had doctored their books to show the daily tests were normal, but conveniently, the Bowser was out of service after reporting the issue. They received a bad batch of fuel, and they claimed a lot. Yeah, so I was fortunate in the cases that I got bad gas that it wasn't terrible. Like I said, it is a thing when you live in a humid climate that even if you're doing everything right, eventually you will end up, you know, assuming you keep your car long enough, eventually you will run into the case where you need to do a thing of like dry gas or whatever. Like, it's just every time you pop that thing open, a little bit of humidity gets in there. You know, all in all, not that big a deal, but, you know, tens and hundreds, thousands of miles, it eventually does start to add up. And then you start getting some measurable amount of water in there. Quick way to lose a customer. Said station has now been bulldozed and is a Hungry Jack's Burger King. Yeah, no, I used to have, for me, the one that I had, like, I haven't had too many issues with mechanics. The only two that come to mind, there's a tiny spot I realize I haven't looked at there. The only two that come to mind is I used to have a Mazda Miata, and I really enjoyed that car. Like, that is a very, very fun car to drive around. I'm gonna skip on that first. We'll go down here to the antenna, because I've got a mission down there as is, and that'll take me along this exploration path, which just goes through the middle of nowhere over here, so that's the reason I'm like, it's gotta be down here. But, you know, I had the car for a long time, and for those who don't know Mazda Miatas, they are a very small, sporty car. So it's not, like, it doesn't have that big of an engine, but there's not much car to be pulled by what engine it does have, so it's a very peppy car, but still has relatively good gas mileage and all that. But it's a convertible, and you can get them hard top, soft top, but most of the time you see them soft top, because the hard top can be, like, newer models, they actually make it where you can store the hard top with the car in some models. But in the past, if you got the hard top, it didn't fit in the trunk. You took it off the car and you left it in your garage or whatever. And so if you're out and about and it started raining, you were just SOL. But I had a soft top, and, you know, I had the car for a number of years and put a lot of miles on it, and so while the car was still really good shape, like engine transmission wise, the top was starting to show its age pretty badly. It was getting some fray points, or some of the seals that weren't quite good, you know, that kind of thing. It was due to be replaced. And material-wise, getting like the stock top was only like 150 bucks, or something like that. It was not much. Or, you know, you get like the bougiest of the bougie nice tops, like heated window and all sorts of frills and all that. And even that, like, at the absolute max is like 250, 275. And I went in, and there's a group who were in town, because we didn't have like a Mazda deal or whatever, but there's a group in town that they're like, okay, well, you know, we do convertible tops. Yeah, we can get that done for you. It's going to be about $3,000. And I kind of looked at them and was like, the F did you just say? It's like, I'm sorry, like, don't get me wrong. I understand. And this, again, this is like 2008 or something like that, whatever year it was. I was like, excuse me? It's like, don't get me wrong. You gotta pay for labor and mechanics. I was expecting to spend maybe $1,000. Maybe just a hair over. just a hair over $1,000. Like that would have been like what I expected. And if they had come in with like $1,500, I'm like, all right, you know, they're mildly ripping me off, but probably in that I begrudgingly accept range. But when it was like 3,000 and some change, I'm like, I'm sorry. That is some BS. Like, I'm doing the numbers. This job is only a couple of hours. It's all of like 6 screws, like 4 rivets and 2 bolts. You know, it's not super easy. It is a little bit of a laborious job, but it's not one you're gonna have some poor mechanic sitting there for 30 hours or something on. And it was just one of those things that, like, you know, they quoted that, and I left. I was just like, I'm sorry. Look, man, I'm not paying you $100+ an hour and then some. It's like $200-300 an hour. Somebody had like estimated I would have been paying. I was like, I'm sorry. I'm down to pay you fairly, but $200-300 an hour is not reasonable. So it was one of those things like I left, and I bought myself, like, you know, a way nicer than the stock top. Didn't go like all the way out because a lot of the extra features that the really bougie ones had, I'm like, I would never use that and genuinely don't care. It's like, I just, like, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna get like the highest quality top I can, and I'll get the heated window. Okay, 1 second, chat. Why did this turn on? I want this to go away forever. I just had like the Xbox whatever thing pop up, and so it's someone here, so unfortunately whoever you are, if I could figure out how to block or ban you from ever, I am definitely doing that, because look, man, I am playing SnowRunner. Obviously, they know I'm playing on stream because I'm showing us offline on the Xbox thing. Here's a hint. If someone's streaming a game and you actually do want to interestingly play with them, don't just figure out like their username on Steam or Xbox and DM them during their stream. The thing I'm gonna have to do is figure out, I'm gonna write this down afterwards, is I had that turned off. It may have been many Windows updates. Xbox thing, kill notifications. Because, like, I was in the middle of playing it, it's like, such and such is for friend requesting. I'm like, oh, that's weird. I probably need to deal with that stream. I won't mention it because I don't think it popped up on screen. Maybe it did. And then it played the sound. I'm like, nope. Where am I going right now? What's happening? Ah, I see. Just gonna shove this tree over. Maybe. Well, I expected to just shove that tree over. Let's not do that. Man, here's a hint. If some random person just asks me to invite to the game, you're never getting invited. I'm going to just assume you're a troll. Now, if you've been around in the community for a long time and you're like, hey man, I see you play a lot, you're struggling with this, are you open to play? Like, that kind of question is fine. I'll probably still say no, unless we're like doing a community day thing or something like that, which we don't do super often. I don't do a lot of multiplayer, and usually when I do, I make sure to keep it to, again, it'll be either like content creators, because then I know they're not going to go on some like racist tirade or anything that I got to be like, hang on, you know, I need to get ahead of this because this is a problem, or someone who's been around in the community for a long time that I'm like, yeah, I know I can trust this person will not do anything that I gotta worry about as a content creator, because this is my job, this is how I pay my bills. So, you know, I gotta be I gotta be careful. Yeah, that was a weird one. That's the first... I've had people throw me random friend requests on Steam, and if I recognize the name and you've been around here for a while, like, that's one thing. A lot of times I'll still message you and be like, hey, is this actually you? Just to make sure. But then there are, like, lots of other times where... I have a feeling this is a course I was supposed to drive through those flags, and I could have been getting credit for it, but now I'm already well over halfway, so... There's no point in me doing it now. I think that might be a time trial one, though. But, if someone just, like, randomly fires me a friend request and I have no idea who it is, I almost always reject it. There's just way too many bots and trolls and all that kind of stuff. It's not worth it. It's also one of those things you see as... saying, like, calling it disrespectful is too strong. But it kind of shows that, like, you're not out trying to be reasonable about stuff. Like, even if it was, like, a coworker or something, when I was, like, doing dev things, they just randomly invited, like, friended me on Steam. There was times I'd turn that down, too, where I'm like, hey, you know what? It's cool. I'd rather not advertise my gaming thing at work. But there's also coworkers that I got along with that I talked to, and you're like, hey, you've been playing that? It's like, oh, I've been playing as well. We should play some. I was like, yeah, okay, well, here's my username. The difference is making sure the other person's on board. I don't know anyone who responds well to Alright, please tell me that tree's not stuck in between there. Okay, it's not. When I saw the fuel thing turn sideways, I thought maybe just the way the truck slid, a tree had gotten between. No, no, no! We might. Nope. Well, and the worst thing is that trailer's what did it. The trailer got in the hill and it started turning me. I tried to throw the quick winch over, but it was too far on the front. I didn't get the winch I needed. I need to get one of these trees over here, but I got that one. Well, so with that, I do have another vehicle that we can bring over there. To potentially save the day. I need to remember what map it's on. I think you're here, because that'd be my Scout 800. So we're now on rescue operation, so this is where we roll the Scout, and things just continue to escalate. And that was after yesterday had not one problem the whole day. Not a single problem the whole day. I am not taking the Scout up that route. I already know how that ends, and I am not on board with that. So what we're going to do is take you around here, take you over here. Do we cut this way, or do we... Nah, we cut that way. Ooh. Is my Scout equipped where I can do this? We might be learning lessons here, chat. My Scout is not as well set up as that other truck we had, which is why I was using the other truck. So, the Scout, it does have a lot of things it does better than that Chevrolet truck we were just driving, but it has two major flaws. The first is the suspension in it is really springy. It gets a lot of bounce. And the other, it's top heavy, which is not a great combination. It is a vehicle you could take a corner, go over the tiniest little rock, and just bounce onto your side real easy. Yeah. When I say top heavy, I'm talking high center of mass. Yep, same thing. Yeah. Basically, its center of gravity is pretty high. So once it starts to tip, it goes over real easy. We should pop into the garage while I'm passing it by. I don't imagine there's any upgrades I've got laying around, and I don't think it's worth me buying upgrades right now. But I do think it would be worth popping in there just in case, like, you know, I have like 1 or 2 tire upgrades I did in the other vehicle. I can just swap them on here or something. Like, I don't remember our situation. There might not be anything, but I'm physically driving past the garage. But yeah, so we're gonna go and do a rescue. Yeah, no, I got you, Kravik. That's kind of what I figured, is that you were sending it as I was mentioning it. But yeah. That said, for the longest time, the Scout used to be a vehicle I really liked. Because when you're down in the soup, like you're like in really wet areas, I felt this one did way, way better than the Chevrolet truck. But when you get up in the worse hills and all that, then the things switch. Alright, so engine. Okay, so we got decades-old engine, sturdy but reliable, don't need it. We can get more power output. It burns fuel faster. Heavily tuned, custom-fit engine, popular for the workshop. Respectable power, somewhat unhealthy appetite for gas. So that'll give me more power. I think we don't need to worry about gas as bad on this one, so let's get the stronger engine. The gearbox... We've got the stock. We've got the freeway, which isn't going to be what we want. We have SnowRunner. Now, SnowRunner, it gives better off-road performance. The off-road performance has never been a thing that I've had issues with this vehicle. It's always been the top heaviness. So I don't think I really need that, and making it even less fuel. Now here's the danger. So this is the stock, this is the lifted. The lifted does help in some ways. I'm going to keep it on stock though, because I do kind of feel going off of stock here is going to get us in trouble. I could buy the better tires. I think I'm going to do without. I feel like this is going to be okay without that. They try to remember, didn't it have a tire upgrade that gave it a wider wheelbase? As the tire became larger outside the chassis. Or remember a different vehicle. There might be. I mean, that does... Yeah, the mud tires definitely look fatter, wider. Not tremendously so. But yeah, so I'm basically looking at this being like, I could buy tires, and they would help. Yeah, so this is the big one. This is the big one that I might... it's such a lot of money. So the Autonomous Scout is such an incredibly good winch. Because if I stall, I can pull it back up to its wheels. It does not require the engine to do that. I don't know if that works with other vehicles. Like, if I could take this one and move it over to the Chevrolet truck. The spare wheel, I don't need. The snorkel, I can't have. And the roof rack... The roof rack is great for giving you more supplies, but it makes you even more top-heavy. Oh, I don't want to pay for this upgrade, but I realize I'm going into a situation that very specifically might need it. I'm going to make the less intelligent taking my chances option. Because I don't think I'm keeping this vehicle long-term, realistically. Dang, those are some headlights. I don't see myself keeping this vehicle long-term, and that's almost $10,000. That's a major investment for me. So catch-22 here is if I have to do a recovery, it's going to be like $20,000 or whatever the hell it is. It's a lot. It's too much for me to do it, is what it is. I mean, I got betrayed by my trailer. The trailer started to tip, and it took the truck with it. To be fair, I probably shouldn't have been dragging that trailer through there. We are going to be far more cautious when we get to that off-road area as well. I am going to sit there, and I'm probably just going to put us into low gear and just slowly go through it. Because if I roll this as well, I do not have a vehicle to go up there. These are my two vehicles who can do that kind of area. And we also deliberately did not get the lift kit put on it. This thing's already got a high enough center of gravity without lifting it even higher. And you can't reset? I believe on hard mode you can reset. Like, reset recover, if that's what you're talking about. But it is substantially expensive. Because they call it recovering, and I think it's like 20,000 or something like that, if I remember correctly. Which, to give you an idea, all the work we've done, we're at about 60,000 in the bank. So it is substantial in its cost. I can do it, though, I believe. Okay. Taking our time on the off-roading part. Because if we get stuck... no, there's two difficulties. There's regular and hard mode. Regular, you can recover for free, I believe. Repairs, I believe, are free. Gas is free. And that kind of thing. Hard mode, none of those things are free. And frankly, some of them are horrifically expensive. We did a bunch, like, we basically completely finished the Michigan map in not hard mode. I think I had, like, one or two things I did off stream. And then, you know, it was kind of, again, thing. So you, please, no. You started to slide sideways, and, like, that's how we roll. Oh, please don't. Please don't go underwater. It's fine. It's fine. You can just live without the snorkel. You don't need it. You're tougher than the snorkel. No, you can recover a truck. It's just very cost prohibitive. Go, 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 go. Those cylinders don't need air. Yeah. Yeah, so you see how this is like really spring-spronging around on these rocks? That's one of the real big downers of this one. It's just, it's got a real springy suspension. One good thing it has, it's actually relatively good gas mileage too. Like, it's got relatively good gas mileage. Even without like having fancy tires and all that, it does a pretty good job getting around. It's got pretty good power for its size. It always, like, it's diff lock always on, which is pretty nice. All-wheel drive as well. So, like, all in all, it's a good vehicle other than it really, really does roll over easy. Yeah, no, it's, I did skip on the self-powered winch, which I did even say is the risky play, because I don't plan to use this thing long-term if I can help it. We're just right now using it as a rescue vehicle. Because the rescue vehicle, I don't have to go that whole route we were going. There's, I noticed there was a path I could cross over pretty close to where we got flipped. Like, we're at the T intersection of that path I'm referring to. And so my hope is I could stay on the safer roads, just climb up to that T intersection, grab the truck with the front, put a winch to its, the back bumper that's up in the air, and just kind of give it a little yoinky yoink to the side. And then tip that over, and then I'll probably just ditch the scout right in that area. Just kind of leave it there for right now. Just in the off chance we roll again. Oh, I hate this. I need you to slide gently off that rock you're on. There you go. So we can go straight up the hill. We'll try that. Please stop leaning. Okay. All right. But yeah, so that's after honestly, even before yesterday, I want to say the last couple of play sessions we had of SnowRunner, the last time too, like we got through doing like the whole quarry without having any vehicles get flipped or stranded or otherwise. Like, I don't think the game keeps any kind of tally of how many times you stalled a vehicle. Don't worry about why that's there. No reason. But, so genuinely in this entire run that we've done in hard mode, I know we are not flipless. I do remember there was the one path that goes up along the backside of the mountain. Go wide around this way, because that's real steep. Okay. But yeah, so I know we had one path that I did early on, I believe. It was another one with the scout that I think I rolled the scout on it. And then used the truck, and between the two of them, you know, it's just kind of leapfrogged back and forth until I got everything sorted. I cannot wait to not be in this vehicle anymore. Because, like, it's one thing when I'm driving the one vehicle, it's like, okay, I do have a backup that if things are bad, you know, there's a good chance I can recover. But when you're on your recover vehicle, you can go, if I get this vehicle stuck, there is not another vehicle. I mean, where we're at right now, I could possibly get one of the bigger trucks up here. It'd be a bit of a struggle to, like, wedge it through the trees, but I wouldn't have to really worry about rolling them over or anything like that. So I probably could get another vehicle up here to save the day. It'd be rough. I mean, up to this point, those rocks are too close together for a lot of the bigger vehicles I've got. Like, the P16 definitely wouldn't make it through that. I don't think the Fleet Star would either. Alright, we're almost done with that whole big... spot up there. Okay. Alright. And I still have to be careful because literally this thing's so top heavy, if I just take this wrong and like bounce up over the ridge fast enough, I've rolled these on that kind of thing where you just like bounce it and it just bounces just right, that just tips. And the moment it starts doing that, it's over. If you got the momentum and you start going the wrong angle, it's just done. Alright, so I gotta remember, I do not have a snorkel. Because it's not an option I have yet. So, with this, I will need to take either that route, which is not really what I do, because I wanna say that's a pretty rough area over there. We can't go that way because of the water. There is gas here. We're doing relatively good on gas. I got another gas carrier up there, and otherwise the gas carrier is all the way over there. Oh man, that's a bit more of a path than I thought. It's fine. So we're definitely going to need to weave through here. I mean, don't need to weave. I'm gonna weave through there. I do think we go around this way. We do have a bridge here. I'll probably need to stop for fuel, and that's what's got me a little bit worried here. Because going down here doesn't make sense in this car. We will not make it. This is the safer route for me to take the vehicle around. But I need gas, and the gas is up there. And there's the problem. Well, actually, no. So you can still go around here to try and take the safer route. And stop for the gas along the way. Because it does appear that there's a little path here that's not quite as bad as the one that goes up to the watchtower. Alright, so we'll try that. Hopefully I don't end up regretting this. Because we're not urgently in need of gas, but realistically by the time I get to the other side of this entire map, I'll probably be pushing my luck. Okay. Yeah, you'll notice a lot of these trails, they'll almost always have some rock formation or tree formation, where they have a very narrow entrance. That is a deliberate decision to make it so your larger vehicles can't really go these ways. It's kind of the way of like soft being like, hey, this path is only for the scout vehicles. I still hate the angles of all this. Alright. Try and go at it straight. Okay. Refuel. So we're all topped off. So fuel-wise, we should be more than good for the rest of this journey. It's just a matter of successfully arriving at our destination. Yeah, so the left path there was the rougher path. And this should open up to a fairly wide path that should be relatively okay. You still got to be careful, even the quote-unquote safest paths. With this thing, it just takes hitting a rock and popping up into the air real fast, and then you're on your side. Okay, little by little. We just gotta get in around this peninsula. And then we just got a little ways to go up the road. And then there's a path that should take us a little bit of a windy trail directly to where our truck is. So we're doing good. Take our time, get over there. Alright. Now we straighten out the truck, and like I said, we'll keep the scout on standby. I might genuinely take the gas trailer, attach it to the scout, and just go down on like the main drag down below, and then keep the truck doing the exploration, all that garbage up top. Because then we can have the scout just doing its thing, basically acting as like a fuel, like just a fuel ferry. So support vehicle, if you will. Generally don't care about the scout that much, and that should be a safer job for it. And it'll also be nearby if something happens and we roll the truck or it gets really properly swamped. And granted, if it gets swamped in, if the truck gets swamped in, I don't think the scout will be able to recover it without upgrading the tires and all that. It'd have to be right near the shore where the scout can actually get its wheels down and stuff. I thought I was going to hit that little rock and just, that was going to be it. Let's see. Maybe not running dead course, but if you spoke about octane numbers, regular fuel, how much was it in the US? You see two major options, like 82.5. Apparently there are different conditions for measuring. I don't remember. I want to say it was like 82 or 84 or something like that. Is what I think off the top of my head. But I wouldn't swear to it either. It's one of those things that, you know, you go to the gas station, you get regular gas, and you don't really worry about it too much. Okay, and if we get to the point that we are down to 10 gallons on this before we reach our truck, it means we would have run out of gas trying to get there. Man, it's all good to circle back conversations. Like, the only time that wouldn't be okay is if like, you know, if a topic was going on and, you know, someone, like, not someone, if it's just one person, will tell that person to chill out. But not literally, because that just... Telling people to chill always works and never backfires. But, you know, if a conversation starts going from the point it's moving from conversation to argument, that we're like, alright, you know, topic moving on, because, you know, it's no longer constructive, then circling back's a problem. But yeah, otherwise it's totally fine. Sorry, I'm a little hyper-focused right now because I'm just like, I know how easy it is for the scout to go from everything is wrong to it's laying on its side. And so there's like a high level, not of stress, I don't want to overstate it. There's a high level of being like, I need this to not go badly, because otherwise it makes things worse by magnitudes. Because I also do feel like we don't, like, there's enough stuff already done that I wouldn't justify doing the recovery right away. Because we're down to just, like, the last couple of things that this style of vehicle would do on the entire map. So it'd be easier for me to just leave it laying over there in the mud. And then way later, you know, when everything else is sorted out, go back in there with, like, the Fleet Star, and even if I have to, like, really kind of fight to get it up that hill, I do feel like I'd be able to go up there and recover it. Because I definitely know this is how hard mode goes really bad really fast. Where you strand one truck in a bad spot, so you get your not quite as good truck to try and save your better truck, and then it gets stranded. And then you take your even worse truck that's even worse suited for that job to try and go back and save the two trucks that are even better suited for the job. And you get where this is going, where eventually you're just taking vehicles not equipped to deal with the situation to try and to unscrew up your entire situation. Because you realize recovering the vehicles is going to just wipe you out financially. Alright, I think we're getting close. Anytime here's our turn. That's a really weird place in that one. Yeah, so turn's right there. Yeah, so that waypoint ahead of us, I believe, is the turn. I forgot how well Hardspace Shipbreaker music just kind of falls into the background. Because, like, I'm sure it's looped more than once, and a lot of its tracks are very similar sounding. Okay, so we went this whole path there. I do not feel great about going that way. So we're going to try and go up this way. It'll explore that, which is good. We want to do that anyways. This is what I think is going to be the highest risk part of this entire operation. Because this is an area that only these two vehicles can reasonably get up. Like, only out of what I have, I mean. That of my vehicles, these are the only two can really take these paths. And they are real dodgy paths. Now, if you just want to keep going almost at a straight-up angle, I am down for this. Because that is something this scout will do all day, every day safely. So we really start, like, weaving around and having very steep angle paths. Like right here. This is what I don't want to see. We could do it, but we need to try our best to keep it pointing up the hill as much as possible, so if it starts to slide, it slides forward, backward, not left to right. Oh. Okay, apparently I did the rally race thing. Sure. Okay. Well, got that mission done. I thought that was gonna be a timed mission or something. Ooh, that is really rough there. We're switching to low gear because I don't want it to be able to take off real quick on me if I get some good grip. I want it to take its sweet time going around here. Because we keep getting these really steep spots. Alright, engine friction. Do me a solid. We're at this home stretch. It's just over there. Just gonna keep tapping those brakes. Just let it slide down little by little. Don't like it literally any momentum whatsoever. Okay. Oh, this is not a great angle for this either. Okay, we can make it work though. So what I'm gonna want to do is I want to turn the Scout so that the front bumper is facing the bottom of the rear axle. And I'm gonna back up, then we winch it in. The reason I want to do that is so I'm pulling straight onto the Scout and not side by side. Come on, grip. 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 Okay. All right. So we are recovered here. Get you back onto your wheels. Oh, betrayer of my balance. All right. So let's change trucks to you. Let's recover our, get our fuel from the Scout trailer. Okay, so the plan is for you to continue on your way and go back to what we're doing. Yeah, no, that went well. So you just get over here. All right, and actually, what I am gonna try to do, how do I want to deal with that trailer though? Because I definitely don't want. I think it'll be fine. We'll have the Scout pull it straight on. All right, before we take off all the way down the road here on the truck, we're gonna just zip up here for a real quick air to get me around the corner. Yeah, that'll be a perfect spot for me to leave the Scout. All right, so we're gonna jump back to that Scout real fast. And I want to be straight on from the trailer. Not trying to hitch it while it's on that weird curve. Because again, that's what got us in trouble. That exact situation you're seeing right now happening down there. That's the reason we winched it. As opposed to just hooking up and then going for it. Okay, and now we'll just get to this top of this little hill up here. And then we'll park it here where we have a nice flat spot for you to sit and just do your own thing. Okay. Just in the off chance I misplay something and I roll our truck. And it feels so much nicer to not have something that wants to fall on its side at a moment's notice, and that I'm not dragging that trailer with me literally everywhere. Now, one big downside of this whole thing is we were checking all that just in the off chance that the upgrade was up here, and we didn't find it. So it's not up there. Oh, that goes through. I didn't realize that goes through. So I'll go up, check on the broken antenna. And there's one more place on this map that I think that upgrade could be. Yep. Let's see, that's a tower, right? Yep, it's borderline scrap at this point. Should have replaced that old thing a long time ago. Guess we'll have to make do with what we have. Alright, so we checked that out. That's the broken antenna quest. Did you give me a new broken antenna quest? Oh. So we can't afford to fix the TV tower, so we've got to fix it ourselves. I'll walk you through, but first we need to grab some parts and all that. Okay, so it's just basically we're going to have that new quest that we just got. Alright, so the last place that we're going to scout out was this spot up here. That's one of those ones where the bridge is all that missing, so let's go over here. And then I think I'll be able to cut across this way, and we'll check on this island. And then if it's not there, then I genuinely don't really know where that last part might be.
Thank you, Paul_Harvey, for subscribing for 13 months.
Hey, Paul Harvey, thanks so much for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's 13 Munchie Bits up to channel, a heckin' long time, so I appreciate that as well. Yeah, and that recovery went well. I'm a little concerned about how I'm getting the scout out of there. This part of the road is fine. But it's looking like we either got like a really bumpy route, or we have ourselves a really wet route. And the bumpy route I could make work, but it's kind of tricky. The wet route, the scout in its current configuration just can't do. Has no snorkel, lower, like it's not raised, it's nothing. It'll just go in the water and that'll be that. So the water route we're gonna be probably taking here in a minute is just straight up a no-go. Okay. Oh yeah, the scout goes in that, the scout's done. I think though the scout could get around that right side. Yeah, I think the scout could get around that right side there, either up on the berm or maybe not even going that far. Like it could probably dip through that spot with the reeds and maybe be okay. Like it definitely gauge it when we get closer. So I'm feeling pretty good about the scout taking that route. Yeah, stuck in a tree branch or something. And the rest of this looks like it wouldn't be too bad for the scout to just blast through. We'll see how well it does in dragging that trailer. I don't think I've drugged that trailer on the scout. But like I said, it's got an upgraded engine. And generally speaking, I've not had any issues with it not having the horsepower to do what I need it to do. It's been almost exclusively it just being top heavy is the only thing that's been the real big problem. Okay, so we're going over to that drill thing over there. And the bridge is out, so we're just going to cut right across this. which is a bit soupier than I was expecting. I was expecting it to be soup. I wasn't expecting these berms to also be soup. Usually you can get a good distance on these like berms without having to like sink in too badly. And then, you know, you get to like the actual water spots where you really, really dunk in. That's some thick mud. It is. There we go. I was just like, man, I wasn't expecting it to be this entire area soup. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to be quite that dense. This is the part I was expecting to like really plunk in there and be like, all right, here we go. Okay. But yeah, so even though we're just kind of being pretty wasteful on our gas, I'm just kind of slowly working my way across and just using the winch to speed it up a little bit. I'll probably try taking the bridge route on the way back that's not constructed. That's fine. Oh, there's something for me to anchor on up there. I wasn't expecting that. There's some vertigo. Okay, so we've got you. And you can get drilling equipment from there. Okay, but what I want to do is just do a lap around here and then check there. Just in the off chance that the last piece we're looking for is on this island somewhere. Well, the bad news there is it's not here. Now we've basically explored this map. It's not really a spot here that we're missing. I don't know of other place we missed. Because, I mean, I could just drive up here. I vaguely believe you can actually... Oh, we've also got another truck up here I need to recover. I'm trying to remember... I thought you could see the car upgrades. I'm trying to remember, wasn't there one up here somewhere? I vaguely recall that you could actually see... Yeah, no, I think there was one over there. No, that might have been one of the waypoints. There's a spot up there. There's unlikely for it to be there. It is what it is. Alright, let's just get across this bridge. I was really hoping to get that raised kit. Like, it's possible it could be someplace like that where we just haven't explored, just in there. Is that something there? Probably just wishful thinking at this point, me being like, no, it's gotta be there. Just pull ourselves across this real fast. And then we're out of the muck. Alright, well, the problem we have there is just the fact that, I have absolutely no idea where that last upgrade is. And I've been putting off doing all stuff I need the Fleet Star with it because I want the upgrade. Okay, so let's see here. Like, generally, yeah, that's just an island or whatever. So I genuinely don't think it's in there. I don't think it's over here. We've got the car over there to recover. We have the antenna. I don't think it's on this map yet. Because, at least in my experience, they don't just, like, stick it up here way off to the side. They usually have it close enough to a road that you can see it. Or otherwise having something that takes you there. Is there going to be, like, is there going to be Year 5 DLCs for SnowRunner, or is Year 4 the last? I have absolutely no idea. Unfortunately, I don't know how to answer that. Because I just don't know. There is this tiny little spot up there. The odds that that's it is pretty close to negligibly none. There's no paths or anything down there. Yes, we got the one spot way over here by the Smith Dam entrance to this area. I was trying to see if I had a vehicle up here that we could just check on it. The Smith Dam, we have that area up there, which I skipped before because, like, nah, the odds of it being there are negligible. I'll worry about that another time. I don't have any vehicles handy to get there, but all the rest of this has been handily explored, so... I mean, I guess technically... Oh, you know what? They could put it over here. I don't think so. We can check on that with the unlucky fisherman. Technically it could be here as well. That'd be kind of crapshoot. I was trying to see. I could have sworn you can see the upgrades on the map, just like you could see the vehicles. I just don't remember where an upgrade is offhand to double check that, to, like, see the, Oh yeah, I know where we could check for one, where we could potentially see it. We can go to Black River. Thought there was one over here. I know there was one up on this pass somewhere. I think it was here, so I'm guessing you can't see them on the map. You know, the dam at this point, I'd say, is fully explored. Yeah, so I mean, my only spots I see it could be is up on this little mountain path way up here on the very top on the dam map. And then the tiny little spot up there on the island map. But Island Lake, I'm pretty sure we're good with. Okay, is there any contracts that I need to do that's materials, that's off-road truck, that's off-road truck, materials. Okay. You sure it's on one of those damn maps? Yep. Okay. Mildly satisfying. Alright, so which vehicle are we switching to? So, looking here, I've got a vehicle to drag out of the mud up there. And I do have my off-road vehicle here. So let's go grab that other truck out of the mud. Because that's something straightforward I can work on. And basically just chip away at the objectives we can make happen easy. Okay, so you go up here. And grab our gas along the way here. Run all the way up and around there. And probably go like this. Okay, so we can go recover in our vehicle real fast. We're getting down to the point I am going to need to start doing cargo. It's just my expectation of finding the last part doing cargo missions is basically none. And I was really hoping to get the raised kit so I wouldn't have to buy 2 different set of off-road tires, one for having it and one without, just skip to having it. Because the Fleet Star, I just don't have problems rolling it over, really. Hey, Jakala. Thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. Happy that you caught the last 5 streams, and thank you again so much for catching the last 5 streams. Hope you've been having a good one. Alright. So we'll top off our gas. And then we're going to go recover that next vehicle. But then what we'll probably need to do is I'll probably, like I said, just kind of have to accept the situation, buy the tires without the suspension kit on the Fleet Star, because I do feel like I need the tires. But we'll just suck it up that I'm going to need to do that. Get the Fleet Star's all-terrain tires the best we can get them, that kind of thing. Then from there, we will also need to get the crane for on the Fleet Star, so that I could start recovering the mechanical parts and start working our way through the map, just doing the cargo stuff. I'll also want to get the back for the Fleet Star where I can put cargo on the Fleet Star itself as another thing. So when it comes to moving stuff. Okay. But as a reminder, in 2 days, we got Roadcraft coming out. Oh yeah, I should have had my link for Roadcraft up. Because I have an affiliate program with Games Planet, so you can get Roadcraft 10% off. Which Games Planet's like Nexus. It's totally like legit. You're not getting gray market keys or anything else. Like I can't put my own keys up there or anything like that. It's direct with the publishers. Apparently, North America uses average high octane number, AON, AKI, or M plus R divided by 2, which are all the same. Common numbers for those fuels would be like 86.75 regular, 90 super, 93 super plus. Regular has gone about 20 years, and all normal gasoline is super here. And additionally, whatever higher octane fuels gasoline franchise sell. Gotcha. Interesting. Well, that would be curious because, like, the car I got, which is an American car, you know, a while back, like, it says only put regular in, referring to here. That would imply that, like, technically, if we brought that same car to Europe, none of the car would, you know, like, you'd be using the gas they're recommending not to use. Like I said, I don't think it matters that much. But it is just a curiosity that that is kind of the way it is. You could void the warranty. Oh no. Well, luckily I get called on a near weekly basis about extending it. I assume they wouldn't offer me an extended warranty if it was voided. That would just be silly. I definitely should pay them though in like Walmart gift cards or something. Yeah, so taking your optimized for your market fuel car to our region would be difficult? Yeah. Let's try not get caught up on all these tree stumps. We'll go just around this. Oh, the classic car warranty scam. The worst thing is, you know, they wouldn't keep doing that scam if it didn't work. And it is a thing that usually they're targeting, you know, like, you know, old folks, people who are not as informed, that kind of thing. Generally tends to be vulnerable people, yada yada. And it does suck. But you always hear every once in a while about, like, the little old lady who gets taken for, you know, $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 because, you know, it gets very sunk cost fallacy where it's just, you put in so much money, it's like, okay, well, this is going to resolve that, and then they ask you for more, and then they ask you for more, and you get into that situation where you've already put so much in that you kind of feel an obligation to put in more to, like, resolve it, and you're just never going to see any of it. Like, that money's gone. Alright. So this one is different, that there's no quest nearby. So this is... This is one I probably get to keep. Okay, so let's go ahead and with this we can go down here. And now I just need to get it home. Now the question is this a vehicle I actually want? Or is this just money with extra steps? Because that is the question. I believe the last time I played, I ultimately decided to get rid of it. Is this really... Yeah, no, it's fine. I was say, it could also cut across here. It's like, no, I vaguely remembered that having some narrow paths on it. And for all the things that this C19 is good for, turn radius and narrow paths, not on the list. But yeah, so it was a Kodiak something or other. So we'll compare that, like the Kodiak to the Fleet Star. I just, like I said, I vaguely remember the last time I played, I did a comparison of the two, and I got rid of this one that's behind me. It would take a decent amount to fix it up. Actually, we could probably do the comparison right now before we get into it. Let's go hit the garage, do the comparison. And the reason I want to do that is I'm going to be literally driving past a thing that I could service it with. And I want to make sure we already know our situation here. Okay. So let's see here. So this is the Chevrolet Kodiak C70. Apparently I have two of them? What? Yes, this is A, B+, B+. Capable of both diff lock and all that. And then we have the Fleet Star, which is A, B+, B+. So it seems like it's got the same basic capabilities of the Fleet Star, only with smaller tires, a smaller gas tank, you know, it looks like they literally have the same capabilities. So like, it doesn't seem like it's a substantial upgrade. So there is a really good chance that that to me is going to be money. Oh, wait, sorry. Because, like, unless they've got some massively good parts in here or something like that, realistically, if they're in the ballpark of the same, And this is one of the downsides. So I can only compare the base model. I can't compare them when they're fully decked out, unless I fully deck them out, which I can't afford to do that with every single vehicle. So that's kind of one big negative we're going to run into with that. It's one of the things I do wish we got more information in the game. I guess what I will say here is for people who have played this a bunch, comparing the Kodiak we're dragging behind us against the Fleet Star, if you used both, what would people's opinions be? Because like I said, when I played the last time, I ended up going with the Fleet Star. That I did the comparison, I was like, no, my Fleet Star right now is better, and I don't see a compelling reason to switch. That they felt kind of like a side grade from each other, that they're basically in the same general ballpark. Let's see, question, playing hard mode, do you not get an 8-wheel, 4-axle bandit thing from DLC? Or are you restricting yourself from DLC playthrough? If I do get a free vehicle, I am not aware of it. I don't actually have literally all the DLC to keep in mind. I do have a bunch of the DLC, but not literally all of them. But generally speaking, if I did just get received a DLC that just gives me a vehicle, those are the ones I'd most likely skip as DLC. I probably would make a rule against it, because usually if it's just better, it bypasses the whole challenge of, you know, like finding and upgrading and all that kind of vehicle, because you just get the free upgrade. Because I do know there's a couple vehicles in the game that people could get from DLC that people complained were sort of pay to win. In the sense that you buy the vehicle and it makes life easy. I have no idea how true or not that is, but I do know that was a complaint that a couple people have. But I've never grabbed, like, I'll never skip to just grabbing a DLC vehicle. Well, let's see. Kodiak has a larger wheelbase, if you remember correctly. Both a positive and a negative. Anecdotal, but you feel like the Fleet Star handles softer paths better. Yeah, no, I remember I drug the Kodiak back here in normal mode. And I tried de-upgrading the Fleet Star and the Kodiak. I just drove them around a little bit, and I liked the Fleet Star more. So I kind of went with it. But it wasn't one of those things where I, like, sat down and, like, looked at the end game statistic. It was just like, okay, base model 1-to-1. They kind of feel like they fit in the same place. And then when it came to, like, the way they felt driving them, I think I ended up liking the Fleet Star more. That was just driving around this area. And that was well before I upgraded the Fleet Star at all. That run, I made a lot of mistakes of grabbing these things, I think. Since you bought the DLCs in this game and can confirm some of the vehicles are kind of God mode. You feel bad using them. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I'm not gonna complain about anyone using them. That's literally there. But it definitely, from what I saw people saying, and like I said, I didn't get a lot of the like the individual vehicle DLCs. I know I got a lot of, like, the maps and all that. So I couldn't even answer do I not have any specific DLC. But it was just kind of one of those things that, like, the vehicles are like, oh yeah, this is just a vehicle that's, like, super powerful, so it's easier. It's like, oh, okay, well, then I deliberately don't want that DLC. Okay. Refuel. Alright, so that fuel tank's almost done. Because you don't have any of the vehicle or tire DLCs. Those seem very cheater. See, the tire DLC just rubbed you the wrong way in terms of milking the consumer. I mean, like, I saw that there was a tire DLC. It didn't seem to say anything about, like, the tires' performance or if they were just cosmetic. I assumed they were cosmetic. That you get a bunch of like different looking tire treads for people who are, you know, really into stuff and they wanted to have like the knobby tires or whatever. Like if they like hands down just make them better, like significantly. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's always a tricky one because on one hand they were performance changing. I don't like that either. Because that creates a conflict of interest in making the game balanced, like where you actually think of it challenging wise, versus the moment you start having it where you have DLC that makes the game like deliberately easier by giving you like a weapon with better stats, then it starts to become a, you know, conflict in the sense that you have money to be raised by potentially deliberately over-tuning the content such that you want those upgrades. Or, if not over-tuning the content in, like, the difficulty thing, but, like, in the tedious thing, so you make it so the vehicle just moves faster. Would be a good thing for SnowRunner, but you get the idea. That you can get through missions far more efficiently, so, like, having a much bigger gas tank, so you have to do less laborious stuff. But it starts screwing with how you balance the game. Not that they'd make it so you physically couldn't do the contracts without those DLC. Just a matter of it does make you potentially want to make things a bit harder than would necessarily be appropriate to encourage sales, as it were. Man, this is so much different than when I did this the first time. The first time I did this in normal mode, it was with the Fleet Star on the base tires, and it was just, every inch of it was just a slog because he couldn't keep traction. Do a kickflip? That's complicated. I'm pretty sure I kicked the truck, and it just stubbed my toe. Also, to be fair, on a real skateboard, if I did a kickflip, I'd more than likely just either A, just kick away the skateboard and like kind of stare at it and be like, well, that didn't do much. Or B, if I tried to like do the, well no, kickflip is where you stand on, you kind of kick it and you make it flip sideways. Yeah, no, I'd just probably get a face full of sand and gravel or skinned knees or wrists. I learned a little bit of skateboarding when I was a teenager, enough to like go in a straight line and like, not straight line, be able to like ride a skateboard to travel. But as far as like grinds and kickflips and ollies and all that, I don't know. I watched a lot of my friends, you know, break fingers and scrape themselves up and get themselves all cut up and break their skateboards, and you know, it's cool that they could do the tricks and that's kind of what you have to do to get to that point. Is you have to, like, there are many skinned elbows on the road to being good at doing a trick on a skateboard. It just didn't interest me. I enjoyed many an hour on Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Never really felt the desire to bring that into reality. I got plenty of like skinned wrists and all that doing literally anything on the road in front of my house. Because here in Florida, they were using this, it was made up with, like, seashells and all that. It was, like, asphalt seashell blend or whatever to make cheap concrete. And that was terrible to ride on with anything. I had rollerblades, and every once in a while they'd pick up one of those shells and just wedge it between the wheels, and then one leg would stop moving, and the other one would keep going, and you would just eat dirt. Like, sometimes you got lucky and you noticed it stuck and you kind of do this, like, weird, awkward, you're running on rollerblades kind of run to kill your momentum. Most of the time, you ate crap. Because the moment the wheels stop moving on one side, it's bad. I know my little brother tried to get into skateboarding. I think he had lots of problems with the concrete in front of the house, the same reason. All the crap just chipped up and everything. Okay. So let's detach this. Move you to the garage. I don't know why I moved you to the garage. You don't need to do anything in the garage. Okay, but let's go to the other vehicle. Move you to the garage. Yep, so I'm pretty sure what's happening to our Kodiak here is unless there's something absolutely amazing, yeah, no, I'd have to buy all the parts or... Well, that's interesting. You actually have the raised suspension that I could get. But with all that, I think this gets sold. Okay, so we'll retain it. Now I go storage. And we could sell it. Yep. And 80,000 is what we're up to. Cool, cool. Alright, so now the next move we need to do. Let's see, another note. Your dad has been a refinery planner for over 40 years. He said the two big suppliers of Shell and Earl divide the refinery market by location. All fuel trucks, no matter if they supply Shell or Earl gas stations, are the same refinery at a given location. Depending on where the fuel is going, same refinery will fill additives from one storage tank to the other. Car mechanics told us repeatedly these additives do nothing except upcharge the sum. Yep. No, I've heard that many times. Alright, so the missions we've got here is we've got 2 timed missions, and then we've got the missing machinery, which is mostly up here. Then we got the missing machinery to do. What are you trying to tell me here? Oh. Okay. I missed that these missions... Okay. So these missions are actually a little bit different in that they don't show up on my list here, which makes sense. So I actually have more missions to do here. Alright, so let's check to see what we got. We got Pipe Dream. High salary required. We need to deliver bricks and metal beams. And a heavy fuel semi-tanker. I don't want to give you my heavy fuel semi-tanker. Alright, Cerise, you have a good one. Alright, so what do we got laying around here on the map on trailers? We've got... Oh, wait, we have a scout trailer over here with 2 things of brick. We've got brick, service parts, and whatever the heck that is. You're an empty fuel tank. You're empty. You're brick. You're empty. There's usually a warehouse on most maps. Right, so the warehouse here has 2 things of metal beams and all that kind of good stuff. Alright, so... we can get the pipe dream, so you want 1 metal beam and 2 things of bricks. So the scout flatbed does have our 2 things of bricks, and then the 1 metal beam we can grab over here. So what's going on with the question mark? Everything good? See the starting soon screen pop up? Okay, I mean, you shouldn't have. I haven't touched the stream deck or anything that could maybe do it. Yeah, so we got the Fleet Star here. So what we're going to probably do is we're going to grab you because we have... The curiosity is if I'm going to be able to grab the scout flatbed from something that is not a scout. That's the wild card here. Because if I can just grab the Fleet Star and drag that up there and be done with it, that'd be fine. So let's go ahead and grab, not the Pipe Dream. Oh, right, because I need to have the heavy fuel semi-trailer. And that's going to be a hard one. I also am not done using it. Yeah, so you're locked. Yeah, so all those are locked. What about you? What do you need? Farming tools. You want the curtain side trailer. We can accept that. Which one's the curtain side trailer? Oh, it's right there. Okay, so you have the curtain side trailer here, and I need to take that to the farm. It's just around the corner. So it sounds like what probably happened is you probably like just lost connection for just a minute there, Burning Sun. And when it did, just like I've had a weird thing on streams where it'll show me like not a clip, but like a still image right from the beginning of stream. Like I noticed that with the channel for a good while. It was like every third or fourth time it would do it, I would see Farm Sim. And that had been like, literally 3-4 months since I had last played Farm Sim, that you'd see the still image of me playing Farm Sim. Which was wild. It didn't show in clip, must be on your end. Yeah, my guess is you just had like an internet hiccup for just a second. And just... Things got wonky. I've had a number of times where I'll see the preview for like a VOD or whatever, and it'll show, like I said, it'll be blurred out, but it'll be like a blurred out Farm Sim, and it'll be, you know, weeks or months since I had played Farm Sim last. It's all good, Infinity. Former educator and conference speaker coming in clutch. Taking complex things and breaking them down to simple terms is pretty much a good... Well, actually, also authoring courses was just like my day job. It's actually what got me on the path towards being an educator. I had been working at a college, and I had just been doing like help desk technician kind of stuff at the time. But people got to know me as being like very competent on technology, and that, you know, through that I was pretty good at relating with people, to being able to sit down and be like, hey, you know, walk you through a technical topic or whatever. But unfortunately, the PC repair teacher we had on campus died very suddenly. Like, I don't remember what happened, if it was like a heart problem or whatever, but he wasn't particularly old, he's only like 40-something. And then just mid-semester died. Which was, you know, is a pretty big upset. But they were looking for another teacher kind of in a hurry. Like, I wasn't going to be able to finish their course, but, you know, they needed to find a new teacher. And I had one of the higher-ups, you know, pushed really hard for me to be able to take the job, which I was interested, even though, like, in hindsight, they probably should not have hired me because I didn't know what I was doing. I did fine, but very much it was... They were taking a real big gamble on that one. I had no experience or background in any of it. But, you know, they went to bat for me in a big way. And I don't know what was said there, but it sounded like it came kind of to some kind of ultimatum that I don't know what was. But eventually, the higher-ups over them told her, like, fine, we'll give them a semester. And then, you know, I turned out to be, like, a pretty good teacher and everything. Which, again, and this is me nowadays looking back and being like, man, I know what the hell I was doing. But at the time, like, I still did a good job by my students. It's just, I recognize the places that I could have done way better. That just, you know, lack of experience kind of things. Like, a lot of the assignments I gave the students were not, in hindsight, were not good assignments. They worked, it's just, I could have done way better. But yeah, just that whole being able to explain technical things to people, that one department head went to bat for me. I would have absolutely not gotten that gig otherwise. Yeah, you get it. You're basically taught to just put down the darn algorithm / formula, not explain what it's for. Maybe how you got the formula if people care. Oh yeah, no, I very much would walk through everything with my students start to finish. Because it's kind of one of those things you realize that you can like, and it's the same thing I'll do with a lot of stuff on stream, that we'll have a topic come out, and often I will over-explain it, but that's a conscious decision. because for people who don't know the topic, it's necessary. And if I don't over-explain it, you know, I have to turn around and over-explain it anyways. You know, skip the middle steps, let's just go through it. And then for people who do already know the topic, I mean, sorry? That happens? But it is a thing that, at least within tech stuff, I found as a very regular problem that people would just assume a level of knowledge, and often those assumptions were very, like, not well-founded. That you assume something is common knowledge, and it's just very, very often what one person assumes as common knowledge is not even a decent majority of people knowledge. That it's just within the circles of people they're in, because they're in their own industry, profession, like their culture or whatever, that knowledge might be whole thing. It just did again, starting soon, 340. And I'm assuming you've already tried refreshing and everything. Because I'm not seeing anything on my end. Because I also have the music here. Now granted, if you're saying it's like doing it for a singular frame or something like that, then it wouldn't play the music fast enough. Oh, I think because of the trailer drop-off. Oh, weird. Alright. Old Farmer Matthews was singing your praises just now. A good deed is never lost in a town like this. Yeah, it's like 1 second. Weird. If others see it, I mean, the best I think I could come up with is switching scenes and switching back. I don't know what else I would do from there. Alright, so you need the drilling parts. Wait, what does it say? Truck with crane. Yeah. I don't know. Wet harvest. Okay, so you want me to deliver 2 bricks, 2 wooden planks, and a beam to you. Alright, well the 2 bricks I've got right here. The 2 wooden planks, I don't think we got a trailer for. But we can go up here and grab the 2 bricks real fast. Now the question I had earlier, and we're gonna find out real quick. Let's see, it happened to another streamer you're watching a week or so ago. It isn't happening on your end, though, yeah. Alright, I need to stop being stubborn. Let's go get the upgrade first. Yeah, because we need the bricks, the wooden planks, and the beams. Now, one of the things that could work out really well for you in this game is you can find trailers all over the place with stuff on them, and very genuinely it is worth grabbing those trailers when you can to move them over. And I'm trying to remember, I think you can get stuff from the warehouse for free. I could be wrong in that one, but I do know on hard mode, if I do go over to the to like the lumber mill to go get stuff out of the lumber mill, I believe we have to pay for those resources. But you still turn a really strong profit and everything. Well, not really strong. You still turn a profit doing it. Okay, so what's gonna happen here is a couple of things. We got 2 upgrades I know I want to grab. I'm hoping I'll just have forgotten that I got the raise thing already, and that's just my confusion. I don't think that's gonna be the case. So customize. Suspension. Yeah, so I still don't have the raised. It's somewhere here. And weirdly gives us higher durability. But that's fine. So what I am gonna do, as much as I don't want to spend the 4,500 for it, I'm going to go ahead and get the all-terrain tires, because these ones I can't do unless I get the raised suspension. And these ones, the off-road certainly has their benefits. Like, very genuinely, the off-road might be the best bet. What rank are we right now? We're on 7. How close am I to ranking up? Am I, like, right here? If I'm, like, right here where I can just knock out one side mission and get it done... 160. Okay, like, we're right there. Let's see if there's not an off-road one we can knock out real fast. Because we could do that, we can get ourselves sorted. So we got Wet Harvest. Let's go ahead and check the next map over. So we've got some vehicles that are in the water. So Fixer Upper. Oh, right. So Fixer Upper's that one. We do have the service vehicle over here. We can grab that service vehicle and drag it. We also have a service vehicle up here. Yeah, so we'll go ahead and start working on some of these. We got the service vehicle here. We got the Unlucky Fisher and all that. Those will be fine. We need to grab the P16. And we can top off the gas. Actually, the gas is basically full. By the time we go the other way, it'll be a waste of time. And we've got our, a gas vehicle up the waist. Alright, so let's ignore those. We could run over here. So we got the 2 fuel trucks there. That's fine. So what's going to end up needing to happen here is we are going to run up there. And I believe somewhere up here I've got a fuel truck. We're going to take the vehicle here to another location. Because I can start working on stuff on the next map. If I get just, if we get just 1 or 2 contracts, that'll open up the off-road tires on the Fleet Star. And the off-road tires will be better for everything but road. And very genuinely, for that vehicle, I don't give a crap about its road capability. I will use something else if I really need something to be on the roads. So we get the off-road tires, which is going to be much better for mud and everything else. That should make the Fleet Star an absolute menace for some of these other jobs. And then we also need to do these other missions anyways. And then plus, if we do the White Western Star, I believe that gives us another vehicle, which gives us more money or a vehicle that we'll actually use. Generally speaking, most of the ones we've seen have not been amazing. In hindsight, I probably could have kept the Kodiak. May not even have been a terrible idea. Could have kept the Kodiak as a backup. It's already gone now, so it's off the table. But I do feel like I probably want to have 1 or 2 heavy trucks. The other thing I could have done with the Kodiak is if I could put the big gas tank on it. Like, make it into a service/gas vehicle and just drive it around. So, you know, I would drive it where I need to have gas, have it have the big fuel tank. Being a heavy vehicle, I could take it out wherever I need. Then we would get, like, the big gas trailers that just deplete the entire gas trailer into the truck. And then we can get rid of it. You can hub off it. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking, is just taking the vehicle and using it as a support vehicle. Like, it wouldn't do most of the hauling itself. It'd literally just be like, oh, we're on this new map. There's not a lot of stuff nearby. Maybe I just give it a gas tank and drag a service trailer behind if I do any dragging of stuff. Yeah, exactly. Gas and go, portable gas station. No, I was thinking that would have been probably a good idea. We can check if we get ourselves another heavy vehicle or a decent enough off-road vehicle. That might be worth considering. Well, actually, for an off-road vehicle right now, if we get one that's general purpose, we'd probably need to keep it general purpose and not make it a gas tank or a gas truck. But if we get ourselves another heavy vehicle that isn't like a straight upgrade on the Fleet Star, that could be my support vehicle. If it is like a major upgrade on the Fleet Star, then I would eventually make the Fleet Star into my service vehicle. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not going to necessarily specifically focus on the White Western Star here. I'm just going to get this next map. We're going to see what the nearest off-road vehicle mission is. If it is that one, that's fine. The only catch of this one is I got to drive half across the map to grab the service truck to then drag it up. I did that the same thing the last time. It's fine. It's been a long time since you've been as pumped for a sim as you are Roadcraft. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to Roadcraft. And literally we got one more stream after this one of SnowRunner, and then it's Roadcraft time. So that'll be good. And that's a big part of why we're going hard on SnowRunner 1 is one, to get people excited for the style of game, two, honestly, to warm me up that it's been a while since I played SnowRunner, so get in the feel for how the controls work and all that. And yeah, it's different in Roadcraft, but, you know, it's similar enough. And then three, you know, people are going to be hyped. Like, it's just a thing that when you got, like, the sequel of a game coming out soon, people will get hyped, and a lot of people will tune into, want to play whatever the previous title was, just in general. So it's a good thing, like, it's a good time for it. And plus, I very much enjoy this game, and I usually don't get to play it super much. So having people be excited to see it for the time being gives me a good opportunity to check out a game that is a little hard for me to stream sometimes. Okay. Because, like, genuinely, I could honestly see doing, like, you know, Snow Trucker Saturdays or whatever. Like, I could absolutely do that till we basically burn out the content in the game. It's something I very much feel like, for me, streaming it and enjoying playing it, I could do that. I don't know if people would be on board with that, though. That much SnowRunner, just, like, every week playing it. I've not really done a thing like that. The closest I've done is when Project Zomboid was being played a lot on the channel. You know, it was just certain days a week we had, like, allocated to Project Zomboid, and then we had, like, because I used to have a whole thing when I first started streaming that I jokingly referred to as, like, the A-B game strategy, that I had my quote-unquote A game. It would get 4 days a week on the schedule. I'd have my B game. It'd get 2 days a week on the schedule, and then I had my variety day, which I'd do literally, like, it'd be just any game, we wouldn't care about numbers, any game that wasn't one of those other two games. And the entire idea behind it was I would play the game that was, you know, people seemed to be tuning in the most for as my main game. And then the B game would be a game that is hoping, expecting whatever would potentially overtake that first game. So it's kind of my ability to, like, play into another game that maybe not, as, like, games wane and, you know, go up and down, I'd be able to check out or not. In hindsight, like, I'm just not the kind of person who sticks to that type of schedule. So it didn't end up working out that way. That's the whole thing. Let me just check one thing real fast, make sure I don't need to answer. Cool. None I need to answer right now. Just scheduling stuff. But it was not something I need to answer, just informative kind of thing. Because we will be doing a couple of collabs in the immediate future. Alright, so it's saying I would need to fix that up. Alright, so let's check what we have on this map that are off-road. So we've got this one up here, which is grabbing this truck, fixing it up, and dragging it up there. Now, catch is I've got a service vehicle here and here that probably have enough to do what I need, but they are, like, I'm not taking this vehicle over that way. I'd have to go all the way, probably down, I don't know if I could do this. I'd probably honestly need to go down around all the way over here, grab this trailer and drag it the whole way back. Which is not doable. Let's see, what else I have to do? Threatening accident. Truck with crane, that doesn't help me. Fixer-upper across the river. That's an off-road recommended one, so we'll do that. Yeah, so it looks like we're just grabbing you. Deliver to Sherman Island the curtain side trailer. Is it, like, right here? Where's the trailer at? Because this is Sherman Island. And I'd like to find the trailer before I drive into the middle of nowhere. Start tracking. It helps probably if I start tracking. I wish I could double click that and it'd tell me where the heck I'm supposed to be looking. Because my assumption is the curtain side trailer is up here somewhere, just judging by the circle. Like, there's the objective. And my assumption is, like, right up here. But I don't see it. Oh, there it is. There it is. Right there. Okay, cool. Yeah, we're good. I just didn't want to drive over there and then realize it's not there. And waste, like, 45, 50 minutes. Okay, what would be the best way for me to take this? That's a small, windy trail. That's gonna be the hardest part, is honestly just getting the vehicle there. Probably go this way. I think they'll be a little bit wider. That's a narrow trail there. Let's try going up over that way. I might try and poke up there and see if I can't see enough to see if there's an upgrade up there. The vehicle won't be suited to go up it, but if I can poke and see it's up there, then we beeline over there with another vehicle. Alright, we worry about that. Okay, so we got a bit of a journey ahead of us. One of the big concerns I have is we've got that giant fuel canister that they want me to deliver. I could probably work around that. Like I said, if we get a vehicle that I could put a big gas tank on the back, I don't know if we could tell it to be empty or whatever to begin with. If I can, I could drive it up there, grab all the gas I need out of it, take it where it needs to go, figure out how much I have to put back in for it to be okay. Put cucumbers on your brother's feet and then your parrot on his leg. Parrot had no clue what was going on, but had fun. Now he's snoozing. Yeah, I would, in the parrot situation, be like, yep, humans are weird. That's what my summary would be as the parrot. Humans are weird. Alright, so some of these routes might be a little difficult for us to navigate because the vehicle's a little bit of a chunker. Got a little heft to it. So that wide wheelbase in the back there is a little rough on those rocky paths. Yep, can confirm. Humans are weird, parrots are smart. Fact. The Parrot Association agrees with you. Also, their demands for extra crackers shall be met or else. And grapes. Alright. An emote for everything? Oh, yeah. Alright, so... just wanted to make sure we weren't gonna, like, nosedive into the ground and damage ourselves. Okay, so let's get over here. Yeah, there's been a few times, like, there's a couple other channels that are friends of my, friends of the channel that, I hang out there a lot, but unfortunately I just can't sub to everyone. I just don't have the money. And you just get used to having their emotes because of how often people, there's just like some channels that they just catch a lot of gift subs, which is cool. It's really awesome both that their community supports them that much and that, whatever they've been doing, it's working. But I get spoiled in that because I'm there so much and they get gift subs so much, it's almost like I just expect to always have their emotes. Not as like an actual expectation. You just get surprised when you go to use an emote, like, oh, I don't have that anymore. But I want it. There's a few creators that I probably need to go through and do stuff. Man, I really wish genuinely I could just like sub to all the other creators I want to support. I really wish that was a possibility. I just don't have the money. And that's not me like complaining about money things, like I'm doing fine. That's just, the reality is, if you were to go at like the end of the month and be like, well, how much did you spend on Twitch this month? Oh yeah, like $800 because you're supporting everyone you want. It's like, hang on, wait a second. Maybe that needs to not be that way. I'm nowhere near there, by the way. Nowhere near that. But you get to the idea. You'd eventually hit that point where like, all right, hang on. There's a point this is unsustainable. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Where's that too? It's a ton of money. You love streamers, but a gift sub is still a sub. Is a content creator. Oh yeah. Well, that's usually the way I approach it. I have a handful of people I stay subbed to. That like I very specifically go out of my way. I'm like I want to keep supporting this person. Like, and also I feel like they really could like use the support kind of thing, that type deal. I don't want to overstate that. And then there's ones that I wish I could stay subbed with all the time. And so what I'll do instead, since I can't really afford it, like if they're doing a charity drive or something, I'll try to help instigate getting more people to donate to the charity. Or if they're doing a subathon, like, I'll try and instigate. Like, especially like if someone's doing a subathon and they're having difficulty getting it to kick off the ground, like they start the subathon, but it's just not getting the engagement. That's usually when I'll throw like some extra gifty subs or whatever to try and get that ball rolling to hopefully get the vibe where it needs to be. So, instead of a streamer, you just can't to everyone you work with, or raid, visit on regular. Oh yeah, even stuff that doesn't cost anything like raiding. Like, I wish I could rate everyone that I enjoy their content, but there's so many channels that just scheduling-wise, they stream before me, and so I almost never get the chance to raid them. Like, for me to raid them, someone's schedule has to be real out of whack. Which does happen. Both Satisfactory and Factorio, when I was getting on the home stretch of those, I was pulling off some unreasonably long streams. And there was definitely once or twice where I wrapped up stream and raided out to someone I normally don't get to raid out to. And they're like, it's like the classic, like, thank you. Also, why the hell are you still awake? I know what time you stay up till. Why are you still awake? Go to bed. It's like, love the support. Also, get the hell out of here. Has never happened. I won't say names because I don't want to make it a whole thing, but yeah, no, it's It's a thing. And to be fair, it goes the other way too. Like, once in a while you'll have someone raid who you're like, wait a second, you normally start after me. What has occurred that you have the opportunity to raid me? And to be like, look, man, it was a 16-hour stream and I don't want to talk about it. It's like, uh-huh. What's the new addiction? What did you get into that you knew you just could not put away? What game do I need to have an eye on, because I know we have similar tastes, and if it got you that bad, it means it's probably right up my alley. And a lot of times they'll say a game like I've already played, I'm like, oh yeah, that one's dangerous. Oh, that's a much deeper hole than I thought there'd be there. We literally slapped the bottom bumper into it, or front bumper into the ground. See, a very small list you keep an active sub on. You think it's only 2 people at the moment. You don't tend to forget. You do tend to forget your Prime some months, but you tend to reserve that for friends or streamers you know. If we're in the same town for reasons, you definitely meet up for a beer. Pretty sure after 9 months sub badge, hear from Randall Thor regularly gifting subs. Yeah. Good old Canadian truck. Hey! How's it going, Ultra? I don't need to hit that button. How's it going? You gonna be doing some more in Shrouded or SnowRunner tonight or whatever? I know you said you were potentially taking a day off before, because you get Roadcraft tomorrow, right? For those who don't know, Ultrasaurus, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I definitely recommend checking out. Gets to check out Roadcraft a little bit earlier than we do. I don't get to check it out till the 20th. That looks super sketch. We'll see if we can actually do that. It'll probably be fine. But definitely something to check out. Plays a lot of simulation games. Been playing a pretty good amount of Enshrouded recently, but has done lots and lots of simulation games. Of the people who I know stream simulation games, I don't believe I know anyone who would know SnowRunner better than Ultrasaurus. Like, literally has done... I mean, I'm probably not the latest versions of it, but it's literally at the time did everything there was available in SnowRunner on hard mode. Wait, there's people who don't know Ultra? How is that possible? Hey, everyone has their first day on Twitch. I mean, they're doing it objectively wrong, but you know, everyone has their first day on Twitch. I am not feeling great about this berm here. I'm really worried about this trailer going smash right on its side. We can do it straight though, it should be okay. 1 second. Oh, I can't zoom out farther. We're just gonna go ahead and do a cheeky little safety winch. Okay, we're good. I was just being a little more paranoid than I really needed to. I got stuck driving the Scout earlier, so even though we had no problems with the Scout, it's made me very paranoid. Let's see. Oh, you're always worried putting this guy into too much? Sorry. Too much mud? Come on. Mud away from trees? You definitely had a rage quit moment where you it was dumped on some rocks earlier in the map. Oh, the trailer? This feels great. Oh, the P16? So far, the P16's gone well. Today has not gone quite as smoothly as yesterday. Like, genuinely, I think this is probably our 4th or 5th stream on this run. And I did have this, like, when I first started, I did have, where's the spot? This spot up here. This spot up here, when I first came across this with the Scout and the not yet upgraded Chevy, this area up here definitely gave me some grief. Like, we didn't have to reset anything, but we did have to do a rescue or two. Like, where one vehicle had to go and rescue the other one. But so far since then, we haven't so much as rolled a vehicle, and we've already done like the quarry and everything, if I'm not mistaken. But today I did roll the Chevy. I got betrayed by the fuel trailer that was behind it. There we go. I just need to be... We're going. Burn is trying to take the trailer? Yup. The reason I'm trying to stay on the far right side of these rocks as much as possible, and the trailer's just dragging behind me, pulling me at a weird angle. Yeah, that's exactly what it was like. Yeah, can you just drive this directly in there? You feel like driving through the water like this might be a Department of Transportation violation? To be fair, we're doing like a disaster response thing, and I feel like a lot of DOT rules change in that scenario. When there's no viable road, you know, they give you a lot of leeway. I knew you could do it. I had a bet with the Husky guys, and they were sure you wouldn't make it. They expected you to die. I just scored a big win for this. Here's your share of the profit. They expect you to die. By the way, also, still totally doing it. All right, so here's what we got. So we tried to do that one earlier, like yesterday, and realized we needed better tires for the Freestar. We are probably one mission away from getting the Freestar to have its next major upgrade for the off-road tires. So I've got the Unlucky Fisherman. That, I believe, is a one calling for an off-road vehicle. It just literally just says deliver it. But regardless, that looks like an off-road vehicle kind of situation, because that's just straight up in the water. So we've got that one. That's certainly one to consider. We do have the Fixer-Upper, which I have 2 service vehicles here that we can potentially do that. Those are definitely worth considering. More fuel, probably not that one. Hungry workers, that's fine. They could keep staying hungry. Threatening accident, don't have a crane. Let's go for the Unlucky Fisherman. So, I think that's literally going to block my way. And I don't feel great about this going down that narrow road. So I think we are going back the way we came. And then going up here. Oh, probably over that way, actually. Doesn't really matter which way I take around there. Just get to the other side. Oh, right. I was going to take... All right, one minor detour, because I am missing one part upgrade, and I basically cleared almost the whole map, so my guess is maybe it's up there. The vehicle I'm taking has no business going up here, but we're going to be driving right by it, so... You know, I could go all the way back to Island Lake and grab my Chevy truck and drive it half across the world to peek up that little hill up there. Or, hear me out, we could take a vehicle horrifically unsuited for that particular task. Because if there's any weakness I've noticed on this vehicle more than anything, it's that when it comes to like bumpy all-terrain, so not muddy whatever all-terrain, but like really, really craggy, windy, bumpy kind of terrain, not great for it. Not a fan of it. It is not Climb Mountain. Climb Mountain is big sad in this vehicle. Narrow Path Big Mountain, extra sad. So we shouldn't do this, but it's conveniently located, so we're going to do it anyways. Or at least I'm going to try. If we get up, then they have like the 2 rocks next to each other where we just stare and go, alright, clearly this is, you know, this is dead on arrival. Yeah, it does mud and water extremely well, but I definitely find it does not like elevation. And also that front bumper is so low. It's not really a huge problem. I was hoping there's a tree on the ground, but that's fine too. That's... Okay. We shouldn't do this, but it's content. I mean, basically. It's not specifically why I'm doing it, but it's kind of one of those things. It's like, well, if it goes wrong, it'll almost certainly be probably recoverable. So, the bad outcome is not that bad. Not like earlier where I was dragging the scout fuel trailer through the island lake map, and like the Chevy made it through with no problem, and then the fuel trailer rolled over and just drug the Chevy right down with it. I'm like, well, crap. And so then I had to drive my almost unupgraded Scout all the way over there and just make it work. Which it was fine, and they're still basically both over there. That's where I left them because I haven't had another need for them in a while. Alright, bear with me, chat. We're about to hit an ad break, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Real slowly. I keep watching the wheels just scooch a little bit every so often. Very slowly. Okay, go down. Please. Please tell me we're not gonna have to like move this whole thing though. Okay. Alright. Alright, the correct way to do this mission. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. The new novelty and people have such ridiculous numbers. There's a lot of people who are... One moment, please. My mic just attached itself from my desk, so give me a second. So, is there anywhere down here we gotta worry about? Okay. So I'm not gonna put up here. I'm gonna go ahead and put these up here. I had gotten the amount of tomato seeds I wanted, and then the game was like, congratulations, have tomato seeds. I was like, wait, no, hang on. Is there anywhere we got one? If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. Actively on fire? There's smoke coming out of that. That is an actively on fire building. I've not seen that before where you didn't start it yourself. No. I'll just... So this would be the Kurzawa power attack, which I assume is basically saying it's the train station. All right. And now I just have one more business up this way. I think it's a business, or it's the border. Who really knows? And then they'll bring a conclusion to our tour, and we can go back to our farming needs. I think it's the border. I think it's the border. So we're gonna try and make a break for it. The Wizards
Oh, right. A lot of fun clips in there. I know I say this every other time that clip comes up. I still think of all the dare drops we've ever done. That whole thing where we had to give like a tour of the map when the vegetables came out was one of my favorite, because just got super into like the over-the-top tour guide, which is so much better considering it definitely had like intern vibes, considering I didn't know the language of the place. So you just go to the building, you're like, yep, I have no idea how to pronounce this, so I'm gonna just do my best. It's super cursed. I had a lot of fun with that, because we were just driving this like John Deere 4-wheeler all over the place, just like touring all buildings. I can't remember what the actual dare drop. It was something like you needed to tour. I think it said like all the landmarks or all the buildings or something like that. And it was one of those things like actually covering. I was like, this is actually a big map. There's a lot of stuff to go in, because that was the Sri Lanka map, I believe, that came out with the vegetables. And it's not a small map when you're considering the locations on it, and they're pretty spread out. But yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. Of course, then there was a Story of Seasons where I had to make a farm animal sound. You ever had that marked on there? Yeah. I had to make a farm animal sound. Which, was a whole thing. Yeah, I did a rooster. It was not amazing. It was fun, but it was not amazing. Why? Because it gave me a key to give to my community. Why a rooster? I don't know. At the time, it sounded like I could do it. I mean, it's gonna be that or like a cow. But no, it was fun. Let's see, would you have been down for calling you for like 30 seconds? Oh, would you be down for me calling you for 30 seconds? Sure. That's random, but okay. You want to throw a call over here real fast? I believe it's all set up. What's up?
Hi, so this is my time to shine. Because I work on a farm. I'm so mad that you did a rooster call, because there's so many other animals you could have imitated where it would have been so much easier. So chicken? Or a goat? Or even cows, like cows don't even do like a big moo. They kind of just, what do they do? They go like, they do like a groan, almost like a, like when they want your attention. And then what's the other one that I can do? Hold on. There's at least one more. Okay, I'm not gonna imitate it because I can't do it quietly. But like sheep, if you literally yell "baa" but then sound like you're throwing up at the same time, that's what a sheep sounds like. But you could have done a chicken. I'm just saying, out of all the things you could have done, you could have done a chicken. I just really needed to come here and share that with you.
In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the.
Okay, I'm gonna leave. Bye.
All right, later. That was fun and unexpected. I don't think this upgrade's up here. It was important. Yeah, no, to be fair, like I was in the moment. I was like, all right, I need to come up with a barnyard animal that I can do. And I was like, all right, I definitely cannot pull off a sheep.
The cow is probably would have been the more correct decision I could have made. That was probably the best one. It's not that I didn't think of chicken because I didn't think of them as a barnyard animal. I was just trying to think of something that I could think of the distinct sound. But yeah, so I went with rooster. And the funny part is, I got in the headset of doing the rooster, and I struggled to do it because I started laughing, and I just couldn't stop. I regret going this way. I was really hoping that we'd find the upgrade. Oh, that is... Okay, we're going back the way we came. Alright, that's entirely... Wait, yeah, that's entirely the wrong direction from everything I need to be doing. That's fine. I wanted to check to see if the one missing upgrade was up here. In case anyone's wondering from the fact we didn't find it, we didn't find it. What is well? What are you well? I don't have well. I'm not taking this up onto that micro road up there. Okay, so we cut across here. Now, the problem I have is I have a fuel truck there, which isn't going to help me where I am. I don't think we have our fuel truck, so I'm probably going to have to go retrieve that. And then meanwhile, I need to get the unlucky fisherman. With all these ledges here, actually, I don't really think there's a good way to go. I might honestly be going the whole way around there. Regardless, I think we're going across the dam. And then I might do this just because I'm trying to figure out where the heck we're missing this thing. Alright, and then around there, we'll get this giant fuel truck down there. And so you had a goat on the farm that would literally scream and sound like a small human child in distress. It was awful. It was awful until we recognized it was wailing Janita. I think one of the most fun things I have heard / all that with animals was there was an armadillo at a zoo nearby us. And I knew the person working at the zoo. I'm not going to give more details because don't dox yourself. But there was an armadillo, and it'd be in its enclosure. And it'd get really bored sometimes. You know, it's got, like, the human... Oh, yeah, Juanita. My apologies. But, which I should know that, because that's all very common where I'm at. But, so there's this armadillo, and you'd be in its enclosure, like, they'd feed and all that, but, you know, there's not something to do all the time. So the armadillo would want attention. And so what it would do is it'd get up against the side of its enclosure and flip onto its back. And of course it's a zoo. You'd have, you know, children and parents would come in and be like, oh no, the poor armadillo, it's stuck. The armadillo could get back onto its feet just fine. But everyone would make a big fuss over it, so the keepers would come in and they'd get the armadillo back on its feet. And it'd be fine for a little while, and then it'd get bored. And it'd flip itself back on its back. And it was this whole thing. And like every once in a while, like it wasn't until the keepers started getting like really good about being like the armadillo, like they literally put like a sign on the thing. It's like, yeah, the armadillo flips itself over for attention. It's fine. It can get back up. But they got in this habit of doing that. It wasn't until they were like, yeah, we're physically not going to go in there and flip it back over because this armadillo is getting out of hand. Because it just learned one day if it flipped over, everyone would make a big stink about it. And then it would get the attention it wanted. Yeah, no, it's, yeah, no, it's fun nonsense you run like that with animals. That's like your dog flips over to get attention? Yep. But yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff you run into with that. Just animals doing silly things to get attention or whatever. Oh yeah, no, it's totally fine. When you're like, I need to hop in a car, I'm like, all right, I don't know where this is going, but this will be fun. And also, I won't say what it's about or anything on stream to like put you on the spot or whatever, but not sure if you saw the message earlier. That's also we could offline the rest of it. So that way chat has to just deal with secrets. Yep. No, I know, like, I'm notorious for, I will look at something and be like, I don't have the time to deal with this right now, I gotta check stuff or whatever, and then, you know, then I get distracted, and then that's really not good for me. So it's just kind of a reminder in the moment, just since I had you here. But yeah, so as a reminder to people, so tomorrow I will be doing more SnowRunner. The day after that, I'm going to be doing Roadcraft. The first part of stream on Roadcraft, I'll be doing solo. And it will be a very long stream tomorrow. We'll be doing extended hours, you know, Rual after dark, and then daylight. But not quite back to dark again, because I do need to stream again. But Rual after daylight, I guess we'll call it. But we're going to be collabing with FG Squared. It will be FG Squared's legitimate birthday. For those who aren't familiar with FG Squared, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, absolutely fantastic content creator as well. Did I get early access? I did not. Unfortunately, I did request, but I never. It didn't happen. Like, I didn't get a no. It just didn't. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not sure how. Not sure how frugal they're being on giving people early access. Because so far, you're the only one I know who actually got early access. I'm sure you're not the only one, but I am unaware of others. But to be fair, considering you basically mained SnowRunner to a certain degree for a very, very long time, I have a feeling you had just maybe a tiny little bit of an edge. As far as they're concerned. They actually weren't going to give it to you? Weird. Just because you hadn't played recently or something? I mean, I guess, like... Yeah, story for DM. Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, that's probably something, probably something we should discuss elsewhere. Yep. Nah, I gotcha. That's something I talked about it the other day, and this has nothing to do with SnowRunner or anything like that. I have not had any of these kinds of things from Focus or whatever. There has been two things, one that's been verified and one that's hearsay. And again, unrelated to SnowRunner. This isn't unrelated, wink wink. This is literally unrelated. That there's been two phenomena going on. That one, we are starting to see certain publishers we'll say Ubi Craft. No, that's not a good one. Maybe Usoft? Something in that range. Certain publishers that we won't name. That if you request a key and they give you the key, you are then put on a list to no longer be considered for sponsorship for that game, because they figure you're going to play it anyways. Which is doubly kind of a crap move, because if you're in their creative program, where they will give you a key, it basically means you won't get considered for sponsorships by showing interest in wanting to do their games. I don't know if that's still a thing that's happening, but it is a thing they got caught doing, that one of their employees left. They're like, yeah, literally even like leaked the list or whatever. And this is going back a little ways. But it's kind of a thing that's being talked about, that there are rumors that it's becoming a more widespread behavior. And it's like, okay, that's really kind of crappy. Because I get it, from the make money at all possible cost side of it, sure, I understand. If you give me a key with the stipulation that I play your game,
you already know I'm going to play your game, and therefore don't feel a need to give me money to play your game. But for a not being a jerk to people who like your game, kind of a dick move. And that's the thing that was verified. And like I said, I don't know if that's still happening, because when it did happen, there was like this big stink over it kind of thing. So maybe they stopped it, maybe they're still doing, don't know. I haven't actually requested an Ubisoft game in a long time. I just haven't really been interested. Like, Assassin's Creed is cool and all, but I don't know. I played like 2 or 3 of them, and I'm like, I've already played this game. But the other one, and the other, like the second thing, and this is rumor mill, and it's not any individual game company or whatever, was just the whole thing that if you show open interest in a game, there are some publishers who are supposedly then not giving out keys to you, or or doing sponsorships because they figure you're going to play their game anyways. Again, why would I pay you in that situation? Which again is a pretty big jerk move. That someone was like, hey, I'm super excited about your new release game. Alright, cool. I'll just not show them any consideration and like literally put them at kind of a worse position considered to other people. And so it's kind of the weird thing if that was a mainstream thing that like kind of just became the norm. It would mean, as content creators, it would be in our best interest to not show interest in games until we've got like a sponsorship or key locked in. Now again, that second one's rumor mill. Grain of salt and all that. The person that the rumor I heard from is a CM. Their company wasn't doing it, but they've kind of heard it secondhand. But it's just one of those things that secondhand, grain of salt, all that. But it was just kind of one of those things like, what do you think is the most predictable response to this? Is that people stop showing interest in your games out of fear that it'll be detrimental to their financial well-being. This feels very short-sighted. Those NBAs tripping over dollars to pick up pennies. Yeah, it's just one of those things you hear that's like, okay, and I don't believe it's like, if it is a thing, it's probably just a couple of individual groups are doing it, but it kind of sucks because it's already a thing that when you are interacting, it's considered a bad idea when you're like negotiating or reaching out being like, hey, do you have sponsored, like, do you have like a budget for marketing or anything? Are you doing sponsored content or anything? It's already considered a bad idea to show too much interest in the game because some places will have a tendency to lowball you because they figure they don't have to throw as much at you to get you to buy in. Which again is kind of one of those things that I also see as short-sighted when that happens, because you're like, okay, I might be super hyped about playing your game, but then if you're looking, you turn around and be like, hey man, we'll give you $20 for 2 hours. I'm going to be like, you know what? I was going to play your game. You know what I'm not going to do now? I'm going to be so pissed off at you, I'm going to not play your game. Like, you've insulted me so heavily, I'm going to go do anything else because you've honestly insulted me. Just saying you didn't have a budget would have been the better call. We can't really see how publisher would... let's see. You can't really see how... my eyes jumped around there. You can't really see how publishers would save much money this way. These sums sound like trifles for their budget. Is the actual publisher pushing the policy? The content agency? I think it's more of like really, really, really big name content creators. The only place that I can see it making sense. So like, you know, if you're someone who like literally pulls in, you know, thousands and thousands of viewers, you pull in, you know, millions of views on your YouTube videos, like that kind of content creator, I could see it making a little bit more sense just
just because that can actually be some pretty decent money. But even then, it feels very nickel and dimey. Let's see, P16 has the best horn in the game, fight me. I have actually not used the horn very much, but I believe it was the P16 that I accidentally hit the horn when I went to pull up the map, and it was certainly good. Someone's just trying to justify their job. Yeah, no, it's just a weird thing. But again, first one was confirmed as happening. Whether or not it's still happening, I don't know. The second one is rumor mill, though from a source that is not... It's not a source I wouldn't think much of. It was a good source, but I don't know what their source was. Alright, and for those who don't know how to be quiet, absolutely fantastic content creator. Definitely recommend checking out Queet. Been playing some blueprints, so if you're looking for some puzzle rogue stuff going on, good times are there. Also plays a whole bunch of other games, has done like lots of Project Zomboid, a lot of this other stuff. I'm suddenly realizing that this truck is honestly terrible for this part. I don't have any upgrades on it whatsoever, and I remember dragging the stupid thing up this mountain because I ran out of gas up there. And then I was like, I really hope I don't need to ever go back down this mountain. And we need to go, well, I mean, I don't need to, but I'm going to go back down this mountain. Because one, it only gets worse after that area. There we go. Just fling it down the hill, set forever. Yeah, no, unfortunately I'm playing on hard mode, so it is one of those things that it's just a rough time. Plus, I came to the realization that I swiped this thing because I'm like, cool, it is absolutely brimming with gas, and we have been using this to fund our everything. But it is ultimately going to get turned in for a mission. That said, I'm going to turn it in with as little gas as the mission will allow me. Just like we did the earlier one where we completely depleted one gas tank and then said, okay, drop it off. You're like, hey man, you gotta have at least 60 gallons in here. Like, all right, bet, here's your 62 gallons because that's as close as I can get to, you know, exactly 60 or whatever the numbers were. I got as close as I could get it to not build up. So I could maximize my usage of gas. That's just a sad little horn. How does a truck this big have that for a horn? I'm pretty sure I had a Honda Civic with a more impressive horn than that. And that horn was also like, Hank, please pay attention, get out of my way. Hank. That said, my Miata's horn was just sad. My Miata's horn was just sad. It's like, Hank. Like, I'm sorry, I'll take my horn and go someplace else. I can't even take my own horn seriously here. I did have a buddy in high school. Oh man, I think he had a Thunderbird? I think he drove a Thunderbird. I'm probably wrong. It doesn't matter. He had something in that general range. But he got a replica Model T horn for his car. Which was always fun. Because you'd drive downtown and, you know, you'd see somebody who knows, you just hear the, here you go. I'm not loving the angle. Let's get all the way over here on the left, because I'm a little scared those back wheels on that trailer may not... they're fine. I was a little worried I was going to be leaving the right wheels off the side of that wooden bridge, and gravity would do what gravity do. Because I'm willing to bet that trailer full of gas weighs more than the truck on the front of it. Man, I'm looking forward to Roadcraft on the 20th. Stream after next stream should be great. Also going to be doing probably 2 collabs with FG, like back to back, so Tuesday and Wednesday. Which should be a lot of fun. The first one will be her like actual like birthday stream. It is a bit of a meme in FG's channel to say every day is FG's birthday, but like it is actually, no joke, legit FG's birthday. So that should be fun. We did collab Roadcraft the demo with FG. Didn't get up to quite the shenanigans I did when I was unleashed on that game on my own. I did see that the clip came by earlier where, rather than put the pipes in place like a rational human being, where you know, you put like the sand down and then you like lift the pipe up top. We made a ramp up onto the pipe and drove over top of the pipes and then put them in place from the top, which took entirely longer than I would recommend anyone putting in for it. It didn't take as long as I expected, but it did take much longer than was reasonable. Because what I didn't realize is trying to drive on the top of those pipes, those things are like ice. If you keep even the slightest momentum in any direction that isn't perfectly in line, it would just slide over and then flip. Yeah, but today is FG's birthday? Yep. Hey Mark, how's it going? But yeah. I'm glad I did it. It was not a reasonable use of time, and I regret nothing. But yeah, no, it was fun. I am curious. So and for the record, I have no insider knowledge whatsoever. So like this isn't me spilling the tea or anything like that. I could say with confidence that Roadcraft is going to have gas. They had a gas icon on like your actual UI. It was kind of just tucked out of the way. It didn't have like a gauge or anything. It was just literally a gas icon. So my assumption is they turned off gas for the demo. I would be very surprised if your vehicles can't also take damage. There was also a garage that was grayed out. And this is all stuff from the demo. None of this is anything that is super secret, whatever. They had the garage was grayed out in the demo, so I feel a certain level of confidence we're gonna have some kind of vehicle upgrades and or repairs or something. Again, it would surprise me if they didn't have that. Now, how in depth those all go, what vehicle variety we get, all that stuff, I have no idea. Like that's the question mark. Wrap sand mounted. Yeah, we also broke physics where I made one of the vehicles implode. That it collapsed in on itself and then catapulted me into oblivion. Which was weird, because my dump truck was definitely not a proper stealth archer build. Let's see, in a few hours it comes out on console in New Zealand. That's exciting. Unfortunately, I play on PC, so I won't have access, but I'm happy for everyone who does. Hello, you're finally awake. Yep. It's also funny, because, like, the clip, it looks like I'm so over it. And, like, genuinely, I had very little problems with anything in the demo. Like, the only thing we ran into was a little bit of physics wonkiness with the sand. I did find burying things in the sand in the demo did have some adverse reactions. Same, got a PC? Yeah. It did have some adverse reactions when the vehicle got a certain amount submerged in sand. That it both wanted to slowly lift itself out of the sand, but also wanted to remain buried in said sand. Yeah, the downside of this is a highway truck. I've genuinely so far found myself fairly unimpressed by the highway trucks in the game. I understand their benefit is supposed to be their, like, generally good gas mileage for, you know, really good roads. That's supposed to be the sweet spot for them, so they're supposed to be, like, you know, fairly good for support vehicles, that kind of thing. Get your support vehicle, keep them on the main drag. Your vehicles go from that main road out into the dodgier roads and then return to recoup. But even then, like, even the, you know, good main roads, I find to be pretty crap. It might be one of those things that you get one of these vehicles and actually give it tires not per road, that it actually works out much better, which is why I haven't gotten rid of it. But for the most part, I've been pretty unenthused. Alright, and this is the reason we were bringing it that thing. I'm gonna take it right down here. Pull right up next to you. I'm gonna inch it a little bit farther forward. Refuel this. Oh, I'm too far ahead. Refuel you. And I am going to move forward just a little bit because I don't remember where I needed to go down. So I'm just going to put this right along here, along this fence line. It's a pretty good spot for me to ditch this right now. We will switch vehicles. Okay, so back to what we were doing before all that. We wanted to get the Unlucky Fisherman. Now, I am scared to death of driving the P19 down in this circle. At the same time, I'm 99% sure they're not going to have the missing part over here. 99% sure. I also don't see a way to get down here. So, for the Unlucky Fisherman, the routes I see that might work is going this way, cutting across here and circling around. I don't know if that's really a viable thing to, like, sneak around the outside there and go for it. The other way is potentially down this way. 50-50 on which one seems like the right way. I'm going to peek at this side. I'm not feeling great about it, because it really depends on how steep this edge is here and if I can cross there. But low-key, I could potentially get close enough over here to see if there's something up there. I think that's going to be my plan. Because the alternative is we go to the south and we schlep through the mud, which is, again, probably the right decision. But, you know, that is one of the things in SnowRunner is going, okay, I've got to get here. Well, what's my way of actually making this happen? Like that to me was when I was like, the first time I played this, the mistake I made is I was like, mission objective. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Mission objective. That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Aha. Aha. That is not how you play SnowRunner. It does not go well. I ran into lots of difficulty there. It was not a good time. Honestly, let's do it this way. That's not how I should do it. But the reason I want to go this way is, again, we've explored pretty close to all the map, and I've got just a couple little pockets that we haven't looked at. And I know for a fact I'm missing an upgrade part, because I do see on the fleet starts like, hey, this upgrade part can be found in Michigan. But I've already got, like, literally all the watchtowers. I've run down most of the side paths and all that. Okay, we don't have the sight radius to peek up there. Well, okay, well that didn't really help much. Let's go back here a little bit. You're making gluten-free bread and adding olives and sun-dried tomatoes to it. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long. People eat too fast. I mean, I'm not even super into gluten-free bread, and that still sounds good to me. I don't have any significant objections with it, because that's the thing. If you eat it, gluten-free bread is just bread, it can be very noticeable. But when you're doing like gluten-free bread with stuff like flatbread where you're putting toppings on it and stuff like that, you can make it, like it's a little bit different texture, but you can make it so it's just not that noticeable. I could see that as a potential place to throw an upgrade. Alright, so move you over here again. Okay. If we can do this spot, it'd have to be back here. I'm not feeling great about this, because it really depends on the depth of this water, because this water is a hustling. Yeah, that's exactly. I was like, look at that. I'm like, that's not a spot we're getting across. Maybe back here I can get up on that berm, ridge, whatever you want to call it. Ooh, wait. As that. Okay, so that upgrade was definitely already there. I was trying to check, because there's certain things you can see when you look at your map, and I was trying to remember if you looked at the map and it wasn't revealed, so it's still like grayed out, if you could still see the model of the upgrade car. The answer is no. Okay, so we're gonna turn up here. Yeah, no, food allergies are no fun. So I'm gonna try and scooch along the edge here. This is definitely not the way they intended for us to go. I'm like 99% sure they expected us to go around the other shore on the south. But I kind of don't want to drive all the way over there. And I do feel like I can get away with this. That's the question mark. Can I get up this? Because I have not, like, for all the things this thing does really well, and it does do a lot of things really well, one thing I have found it kind of struggles with is climbing stuff, just in general, just climbing. Like, going through the mud and all that, all day, every day, it is amazing at it. I've been extremely impressed with how much, like, just getting into the swamp, you can just be like, yeah, it's fine, we're just going. Not even gonna slow down that much, just cruising across it. Alright, so let's park it up here. So mark where the objective is, and I'll just find where we can get down. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to. Part of me is tempted to just peek over here real fast, just to get to the other side of this quarry. I just want to reveal it enough to see if the upgrade's here. I'm like 99% sure it's not. But there's still that 1%. And I'm here. Okay, we revealed it. It's not here. That's the important part. Okay, so with that, we're gonna go back over here. And then the lesson learned is we are going to go down the south direction once we finish grabbing this vehicle. Because that north, not looking like a great way to go. That area looks like it's probably big, not right in front of me, but honestly, the left or the right probably look pretty drivable, both of them. Like, for going down, for going up, I wouldn't... Without some winch points, I don't think we'd do pretty well with this, going up this. Alright, we just ride our brakes a little bit. It's a pretty good horn. I will say it was a lot better than the GMC horn. Well, Queet had mentioned is like the best horn in the game. I was like, you know what? I don't know if we did pop the horn. I was like, oh right, I did literally just switch this vehicle. I can test this now. It's a pretty solid horn. Again, I've not. I think I've only honked the Fleet Star, this one, and that GMC. And the GMC was definitely not the best horn. All right, so we're not over far enough. Yeah, that looks way better for crossing. We just run along that shore. I'm sure we're gonna sink in like no one's business. But I do feel like should be no problem. So we're just gonna shove this Chevrolet around, drive over a little, it's fine. Demolition derby it. Just straight up drive into its bed. Just brings the truck back. Yeah, just drag it on its side. Brings the truck back, and the person's like, "Thank you for recovering." Oh my God, what happened to my truck? It's like, yeah, no, it was the rain. Distinct tire collapsed in sides. All right, so let's go ahead. So plan here would be probably scooch on down here, and it's probably across this area somewhere. I really still don't want to go to that quarry. That quarry fills me with big fears. Like, other vehicles I'm not too worried about, but this thing's turn radius... There's a lot of things this vehicle does well. Its turn radius is not among them. It's got a pretty... It turns on one football field. And for those who don't know Treacle, an absolutely fantastic content creator I also recommend checking out. Been playing some Rimworld recently. Plays a lot of Rimworld. Good times over there. Alright, Nitor, you take it easy. But definitely go check them out, because Rimworld's a good time, and I mean, Treacle's a good time, so... Two good time things put together. I don't know if they multiply, or they square, or how the math works, but... More better? Meanwhile, the truck's just screaming dangerous water level. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just keep going. Get out of here, little tree. We got places to go. I feel like the bigger trees are a little bit more rigid and may not just cave for me slamming into them. I don't know if it matters, but I am trying to drag the truck through the shallower parts as fast as possible to prevent damage. It may be one of those things that only takes damage if the engine's on. I honestly don't know.
But it's not a problem. It's going fast. Oh, wait. Misjudge which direction I'm going. Just the whole back end of that truck just utterly destroyed from slamming this big truck into it again and again. It hasn't actually taken any legitimate damage in the game. But in real life, if you're sitting there and you got like, you know, a little Chevy truck or a little Ford F-150 or something like that, and you've got this monster heavy hauling off-road truck, and it were to park its back in the bed of your truck is a different shape than what it started as. Your suspension is gone, your bed is done, your frame is bent. Certainly the back half of this vehicle well beyond exceeds the maximum carry weight of a consumer level truck. Yeah, no, exactly. To be fair, Treacle, when I play RimWorld, I'm also like, I'll do challenge runs, but they're usually thematic challenges. So it tends to be way cozier. Not counting the evil run we did as a subathon thing. That was definitely not a cozy run. That was definitely a cursed run. But yeah, like generally I don't do like any cannibalism pretty close to ever in my runs. No organ harvesting. We don't become a giant drug trade hub kind of thing. I guess there'd be like mild RP stuff, like the Adam and Eve run and all that is RP-esque, but not proper RP. That was for like RimWorld content. I sometimes get jealous of Ziggy Live, who's another fantastic content creator who, you know, we've interacted a number of times, very excellent. But when he plays RimWorld, it's very storytelling heavy, which is excellent. But he'll put like himself in as like the leader of it, and he'll actually make his character not useful. He'll basically be the aristocrat in the colony who everyone just kind of has to deal with, and then the run automatically loses if he dies. So he'll have very important and useful pawns that'll just put themselves in as cannon fodder if it means saving this aristocrat. Come on. This is where you need to have all-wheel drive. It's right there. So, the challenge we're going to run into is my winch is already attached to that truck. My hope is I can let it go and it won't just roll down the hill. That it'll just stick in the mud. Stop. That's good enough. That's workable. Okay, so we go here. Let's actually take it from the side back. Oh, I can't reach it. Just going to pull ourselves up here just enough that we're on this berm, this edge, this lip. Because I should be kind of on the edge of what I can reach. It's ever so slightly too far. Just baby tap reverse. Baby tap reverse. Baby. Do it. You should be in range. Yeah. Can't click to it. Works fine. The other... It said connected, but I guess it's also a liar. All right. Not oriented the way I want to, but I think we could probably just turn it around. It'd be like a 24-point turn, but you know, you do what you gotta do.
Yeah, because now dragging that up, it's not really pulling me back much. Plus, that truck doesn't weigh remotely enough to drag the truck the other way. Cool, that's fine. I gotta remind the engine who's boss. Hey, truck, don't mind me for a minute. I'm just gonna shove you down this hill again. The poor truck in the back feels like it's a non-participant when it comes to physics. It's just so light by comparison to this thing. I just literally throw it anywhere I need it. It's fine. Sleepy truck is sleepy. It's honestly somewhat easier to move it around like that because the truck is just genuinely out of the way. There we go. And now we're on track. We just got to go down this hill. A little bit of zigzaggy here. Drop off the unfortunate fisherman or whatever. That'll level us up, which will give us access to the off-road tires on the Fleet Star. We still don't know where that raised kit is. I'm going to take a peek at the map once we're done with this one. And don't spoil it. I know it's on the Michigan map, I just don't know where. I'm running out of places it could be, which is more honestly the big surprise is that there's really not much map left. I actually can't think of where I haven't already looked. But we'll figure it out. Hey, Gaming Dolphin, how's it going? All right. These roads scare me. They should. They're terrible. I've already made the comment a few times that like there's the ones where you like go way up on those mountainy paths up top, and you're like go right up to the edge with your truck to like knock over the oil drums. Or like, you know, see the scenic view. I'm like, you know what I'm doing in real life? I'm parking my truck back up there on the path, and I'm walking out here in hiking boots. You know what I'm not doing? Driving a vehicle up on this incredibly dodgy, probably ready to have a, you know, mudslide or whatever, edge where, you know, one minor bump and you're going down the side careening possibly, you know, your truck is totaled regardless. More than likely, you are also totaled with your truck kind of thing. It's like, I get you're getting your scenic view, but hear me out. There's probably a better way than horrifically endangering your life for no reason. But I also... Wait a second. What did I take the fuel from? Hang on. Don't take the fuel from that. Okay. Not bad, just got out of school. Gotcha. I'm assuming that's a drop-off point. Alright, so sir and or ma'am, I have brought your truck. Don't worry. It was only submerged in water and may or may not have been driven over multiple times. Okay, so with that, let's do a quick evaluation on where we think that we could be missing that last upgrade. So, I don't think it's down there. It'd be very weird for it to be way far off of that. I don't think it's behind any of that. Makes no sense. Don't think it's back there. Makes no sense. Don't think it's back there. So, this map feeling good, not here. We've checked Black River. Same deal. We've checked all this area up here. Yes, technically, there is a chance it could be along there. It is one of those things that generally, in my experience, didn't see that. This island has potential. Like this. Honestly, this patch right here is probably our most likely candidate right now. This is up in the mountains. That's probably not going to be it. There's a patch back here. That could be it. That's actually got pretty good chances of being it. Rest of the map is a no-go. So we got a little bit on Black River that could be potential. Island Lake. So this is just water up here in the middle. Oh, actually, I could see it being in here. It's very unlikely, but that's a maybe as well. Same with those. Probably not, though. And we have kind of explored all the other paths. Yeah, so there's a possibility it could be in these wetlands up here. Is there something up there? No, it's just a rock. So it's... Those are all maybes. I'm not feeling as confident on those maybe being it. Then we got this area. Now, this area has that one road up here that maybe it could be up here. That's a possibility as well. I don't think so, but that's a possibility. So with that, let's see which of these maps I've got a vehicle on. I think we actually have vehicles on this one. Because I believe, yeah, we got both our truck and our scouter up here. The scout currently has the gas trailer with it. I don't think we just drive out in the mud out here for no reason. Like, because there's the land bars here, but I don't imagine we would see it. So let's see, it was the Drummond Island was one of the options. That's this one. And there was the one spot up there, but that's the Smith Dam area that goes versus I would pop in over here. So instead, let's pop up to here, because we can take the island from over there. Yeah, so my choice are I could drive this all the way back to the first map. Because I do want that raised kit so badly. Alright, let's go here. Let's grab the Chevrolet. We got tons of tankers on here, and I'm not going to drive out in the darkness. I'm going to try and peek from up top and see if we can't get a look down the shore where even if I can't really see what's going on, we can figure out. I mean, actually, yeah, no, I don't need to go over there anymore. Because if we get in all that, you know what? I bet you if I go around this way, that'll probably give me a view where I can get a good look at that area. This area, I'd probably have to circle back here-ish, and then I could peek long ways that way, maybe. This to me, that island is a maybe. This is definitely gonna be a no down here. And like this, I feel fairly confident as a no, maybe down there. Like I am thinking it's probably the river map. The only issue is I got to drive all the way back to the river map. But I keep putting off my hauling stuff missions and the ones where I need the crane because I want the Fleet Star to have those upgrades. I don't really want to buy the tires to then put the suspension on to then buy a different set of tires. Okay, you've already got that quest, that's all I'm checking. It also doesn't help because of the time of day I'm doing this, I really can't see into that too well. I don't think that's anything. The worst thing is I know on my last save we did find all the upgrades on the Michigan map because I think there was an achievement for it. I'm pretty sure I got it. Hell with it, let's just drive out here. Yeah, like I don't think it'll be over there. I think I'm satisfied with this spot. I just don't see it being out there. Let's get rid of that. Let's just get back to the road. I'm just wasting gas for no reason. Which part are you chasing? The raised suspension for the Fleet Star. We have seen in the garage that does say it's listed in Michigan. And this is Michigan, and we're running out of place to explore. I'm guessing it's on the river map. I guess that'd be the only thing, like, don't tell me exactly where it is. Is it on this map, or is it on the river map? And if it's not, then I don't know where it is. And the only reason I'm saying that is because we're talking about just schlepping through the mud. Because I don't mind that information, because otherwise I'm just driving through the mud all day. Alright, so this is back to the dam? I forgot which one we were heading towards. Was it the dam we were going to check the top of the map? No. So it was the island. Right. There's a spot down there as well, but that's probably not it either. Okay, so... Right, so we want to go towards the dam side, which is down here. Alright. Yeah, that's what I was figuring, because we recognize... I vaguely want to say it's probably on those islands in the middle. I'm pretty strongly thinking it's in the islands in the middle on the dam side. Is where I'm guessing it is. Oh, right, we still have the scout over here. So the scout I want to be very careful with. Let's grab the scout and try and get it out of this mountain area. Because we only did that as a rescue, and now I want it out of there, so let's get down this way. Right, and I believe we identified last time the scout doesn't have the snorkel. I believe on that right side we saw it was a bit shallower, and I should be able to get there. Then we can go ahead and run you back over here to meet up. But yeah. Yeah, and I'm not looking for the hints of specific area. I'm pretty sure it's on those middle islands. And I think the way you're meant to find it is as you're doing some of the missions. I want to say one of the missions gets you close enough to get eyes on it. But I want to get the scout out of this place because it rolls just too freaking easy. We had to do a rescue earlier. So it was the rescuer. Because it's this and the Chevy that are the only ones that could take those windy dirt trails right now for me. But I'd like to get the scout out of this part of the map. There's a pretty good chance that once we find a different scout style vehicle, whatever you want to call it, there's a pretty good chance that the actual scout we probably just sell. Just got a little bit too much spring in its step and a little bit too top heavy. Now I'm not quite as paranoid about rolling it as coming in, because if I were to roll it here, the Chevy truck can handle all this very easily. So I don't have to be worried about being in that situation where, you know, I've got one vehicle rolled and my last vehicle that I could potentially save it at that moment is not super well suited. Right, so I believe we noticed that the reeds and all that over here looks like they weren't too bad. So for how deep this sank. Granted, I apparently immediately beached myself. Staying above it, just a little. That's actually set you to low as well. Oh, I'm on it. It's one of those that when you found it, you were playing multiplayer, and all of us were like, how do we not find this earlier? Yeah, no, I vaguely, if I remember correctly, if it's where I'm thinking it is off the top of my head now, I vaguely remember I was doing, that there was a, we look at the, I still don't know, like, which one. I vaguely remember I was doing this area, that there was some mission around here, and I don't remember if it's up there or where it's at, but, I vaguely remember I was driving along there, and there was something I needed to do for that, and I noticed it then. And I don't even think I noticed it in the sense that, like, it got revealed on the map. I think it was, like, us going across an area and I was trying to spot, like, if I could go across the water there, and I happened to see the car off to the side. I'm like, oh, upgrade part. That's what my memory's telling me. 50-50 on that, if that's correct. But I vaguely remember it being on those islands. That was the reason why a second ago when I was like looking at those islands, I'm like, I feel pretty strongly that this is it. Whereas this one, the muck, I'm like, I'm not as convinced. Which is why I started doing the one, I'm like, you know what, never mind. I'm just gonna get stuck out here and I'm just gonna waste an hour mucking about in this and not even have anything to show for it. I probably should just stick to the road and not try to turn around over here in the stuff. Okay. So the big thing I was trying to do and why I was taking the time to get this freed is where we're looking at going is going to take me a little bit to get there. And I noticed the Chevy didn't have a ton of gas in its tank versus I've got like, it's not full, it's maybe half full or whatever, Scout fuel trailer or whatever. And that we were keeping that on the Scout just because I don't want to take this thing up in the hills and all that. It's just not as easy to get through that. So I just wanted the Scout trailer to be on standby for handling all this stuff. So like, if we run into trouble on the other map, I literally just get the, I can just have the Scout meet up with the Chevy. Because I know in the more dangerous parts of the map, this is kind of how I did it, is I would take the Chevy and I'd get past a hard part, and then I'd get the Scout and I'd take it through that hard part as well. And if either of them rolled, then, you know, the one would rescue the other. Which is certainly not fuel efficient to be doubling up the trip. But that's fine. Okay. So that said, we're going to switch the Chevy. It's right here. We're going to top off our gas. It would appear my headlights are gone. Not bad. Wait, what? Oh, I must have fueled up the Scout. I looked down at my fuel gauge and I'm like, wait, hang on a second. Refuel, switch you. There we go. Alright, so with that, we are just going down this road. I can go up and around. Actually, we will. I'll go up over this way. That way I can spin by that fuel trailer that's up there. And get over there. It'll be a little annoying to do this without headlights, but, you know. It's fine. Who needs to see what you're doing? You can drive by sense of smell. We could steer by sense of taste. Tastes like clay. This is the right way. Yep, smells like burning wreckage. Should have turned the other way. If you can see, then you'll know how crazy the road is. This way, you just think it's crazy. This is, like, the other part is like, this isn't too bad, and I'm getting it here. It's like, man, I know it's not quite a straight shot, but I cannot see the terrain. It's fine. The good news about this part of the map is a lot of this is more or less flattish, swampy area. There's not quite as many areas for me to potentially roll the vehicle. When, like, if we were getting up into the mountain area behind, like, where you, like, your first garage, or the mountain area that's, on, was it Drumron Island or whatever that is? Those, like, little windy paths up there, those in the dark would be terrifying. Needless to say, at some point, I'm going to have to replace that headlight. I'm pretty sure literally I just broke it a second ago and he took that engine damage when I banged into the Scout. Okay. We can turn up this way. Because we need to get up here to... Maybe we don't need to. I'm taking this way because we can schlep through the water on the right where I haven't repaired the bridge yet. Because I've been holding off on a lot of that stuff until we get this raised kit. We have a lot of stuff already fixed. It's just this island map way out here is kind of the one that's way out on its own. So you've got lots of work you need to do to really get anything but the exploration vehicles out here. There's a couple vehicles you get out this way, like the off-roading vehicle we got. I grabbed that out here. And it was well suited to getting its way back. Whereas for like the Fleet Star, oh cool, I can't actually see. Okay, there we go. I was like, oh cool, I can see nothing. All right. Just dumps it off a cliff. Doesn't see the cliff, just goes straight off the side. Okay, and here's the fuel truck. We don't particularly need that much fuel, but kind of those things, I'm here, it's here, there's no reason not to. Okay. Alright, yeah, so it's just right up here, and then it's a straight-on shot along the way.
Cool. And one moment. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so we're gonna work our way back, and I'm gonna go find that raised kit. And then with the raised kit, we're finally not only gonna get the Fleet Star on its raised kit, we're gonna get it the off-road tires. If we had gotten the kit earlier, I'd be doing with the all-terrain tires, which certainly aren't bad. But I'm kind of seeing the Fleet Star as our big I am hauling crap truck. So like I said before, I also plan on getting it the sideboard back. When I'm hauling just one or two things, I can just use that instead. Okay, so we've arrived here. We do have the service vehicle. I don't think this thing's going to be able to do anything with the service vehicle. Right, and so for this truck, it can go over this way and that way. This way sucks. This way, this is bad time. So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to pop over here. And it can also go through here, but this is honestly pretty dodgy as well. So for this one, I think the way I want to go... Alright, that's not right. Oh, that's right. You actually go like that. This road isn't really here. So go here... And I believe I have a gas thing right on the other side of that. So when I get to the other, like this map, I don't have much gas on the map itself. But the next area right on the edge of the map, I've got gas. So you remember where I mentioned, like... without the headlights, going over the path on the islands would be bad? Or the island would be bad? The island I'm going up right now? I guess we're gonna find out. My hope is we're probably getting pretty close to when we'll start seeing sunrise. Honestly, it's not going to be too long before I need to repair this truck's engine. Like, we haven't beat it up too much, but it's just one of those things that we are just getting those little bits of damage here and there. And eventually those are going to add up to the point it's going to cause us grief. Because I believe when your engine gets bad enough, I believe you'll stall from time to time. It's also a thing that our... like, the power-weight ratio goes down because the engine doesn't work as well with the engine we've got. Like, we've already gone down, like, from, like, B plus to B or whatever it was from that on this truck. I just found I couldn't seem to repair the truck on those service things unless it was, had a, unless it was attached to something. Okay, it'll be probably one more hill up ahead. Can't see what I'm doing here. There'll be probably one more hill up ahead. And then I believe we will be heading down to the shore to go across the water, which will be way less awful to try and figure out. We just gotta look for the not water part. Yeah, I'm gonna leave the Scout over where it is. I think my plan with the Scout is it'll just operate as, right now, it's got a bit of gas in that Scout trailer, so if any trucks get stuck over there, it can go do rescue. It should be able to handle the entire middle part of that map relatively fine. And then once we get all the roads repaired and all that, I'll just have it take some of the roads back over this way. And like I said, I think ultimately I'll probably get rid of it.
because once we finish the Michigan map, we will want to move on to the next map. And I don't see a reason to not ship my best stuff between the maps. It does cost a bunch of money, but if we pretty much finish here... Oh, it's one thing I didn't think about. They could always have it where we do a mission, go to the next map, and then have to circle back. I don't know if they do that. I actually hope they don't. But yeah, so it should be something, though, like, when we finish the map, if my Fleet Star is, like, my primary hauling one, we'll go to the next map, and unless it's got, like, a really good hauling truck just available, we throw the Fleet Star over the fence over there, get it to work. I mean, the first thing would be the Explorers. Let them do their thing. Okay. So we got that all crossed. That's the fixer-upper. I gotta get the service wagon, too. That's gonna be a job probably for the Fleet Star. The danger, water subject to sudden rise and violent turbulence. Yay. Another thing of just crossing this water that's flowing so aggressively. You go in there and your truck's going sideways. It's gone. You're not just dipping in there. That's a lot of force for your truck to be taking. I'm not saying it's going to total your vehicle on its own, but it's just going to drag you downriver. Well, I can see absolutely nothing here. Kind of just watching for gaps in the trees and just assuming that's where the road is. No, well, the road is still left, but I mean, this looks fine by me. Alright. Not sure if we were going to roll over there, but it's way closer than I wanted to be. So I may not know where the road is now. I do know where the road is not. With a very high level of confidence. So I think we can get just up here and probably duck through these trees and meet back up with the road. Now that's gone from I can't see anything to basically full-on daylight in a matter of a couple of seconds. All right. So now we can go ahead and race on over here. Somewhere up ahead, we do have a fuel truck. Oh, yeah, I think it's on the next map. That's fine. But yeah, the good news is the Fleet Star is already on the Black River map. We just go find what we're looking for on the Black River map. We get all the upgrades, and then it's a matter of tracking down the trailers. I will have everything I need to basically do any of the missions on this map. The only thing I'll be missing is getting the trailers for logging, I believe, which is pretty rough. Now, granted, with what we've been doing, I feel way better about... Oh my god, please stop fishtailing. I am feeling way better about this one going into the logging than I did on normal. We weren't too much different on our capabilities when I did the normal run, but it does seem like things are... I don't know, like I don't think we got a bunch of more upgrades for it. But like everything's gone very smoothly in this run. We've had a couple of rollovers, not a big deal. No vehicles went swimming in a bad way. We've had only 1 or 2 missions that I started and kind of went, wait a second, we can't handle this. And, you know, changed plans. And those were the kinds, not like just we got in real trouble. It was, we started to sink in, the tire started spinning at the very first thing. I'm like, I'm on the easy part. There's no point in me continuing this right now because we will not get through the easy part easily. And then the hard part, I just, you know, I figured the truck was going to get. So there's like one of the ones that was kicking over the drums, getting through the water. Is like, okay, I just, you know, road tires, no snorkel, that wasn't going to happen. So we waited till we got those to get that. There was dragging a trailer up a muddy hill, and the Fleet Star with no upgrades. Like, I'm struggling on the easy part of this one too. Let's come back, because I could fight through it and waste a whole bunch of gas and probably eventually succeed in the most tedious going and dragging yourself a couple inches at a time with a winch. Or we do something else, have it go smoothly, and then just knock it out in real quick go. Okay. As I mentioned before, we got a gas can tank right here. So refuel that. All right. So from here, it's somewhere. It's most likely up here. It could be down in this area, but my guess would be either up here on this little peninsula there or right there. So what we're gonna go ahead and do is, I also believe I need this over here for we've got, I think it's 2 brick on a scout trailer. So we can go ahead and grab those 2 brick on a scout trailer. Hey, your local guru! Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. What were you streaming? How did it go and all that stuff? Yeah, so we're scouting this out. I don't know if we go down this way to check it out. Maybe we do. That might not be the bad call. So, scout that out. We may or may not be able to cross here. And then we can go down that edge. But your local girl playing some Wolfenstein 2, The Colossus. How was that? I haven't heard that game in an age. But for those who don't know, your local girl plays a whole words are hard. Plays a whole range of games, including games like simulation and all that kind of good stuff. Good times over there. But playing some Wolfenstein, so if you're looking to get yourself an old school first-person shooter where you can go blast some Nazis, there you go. I believe that's Wolfenstein. I'm pretty sure that was Wolfenstein. I'm like 99% sure that was Wolfenstein. Oh, Wolfenstein 2 is an old school? Gotcha. Then I am misinformed. Right, Wolfenstein 3D. Oh, Wolfenstein 2019. Oh, that's retro. 2019? Retro game. Make sure you categorize yourself right in Steam or on Twitch. Gotta put that in the retro category. That's the before times. Yeah, I forgot they had a re-release, or not a release, a new title. But yeah, no, definitely good times. It's before the pandemic. That was a different world. But yeah, we've been having some good things. For those popping in, I am Rual, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. Most known from exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record. Highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character, one life with no mods to change animation or vehicles. Yada yada yada. Past tense. Definitely has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do a lot of simulation, settlement builders, city builders, tycoon, the occasional survival crafter, that kind of thing. It's a pretty wide range of games. Maybe, maybe not I do too wide a range of games, but I enjoy it, so I'm going to keep doing it. Hey, Azriel, how's it going? But yeah, so right now we are getting down to some SnowRunner in hard mode because the hype for Roadcraft is real and it's not here yet, and so I'm not allowed to play it, so I am longing to play it, and we are enjoying some SnowRunner in the meantime. But working on our hard mode Michigan map while listening to some Hardspace Shipbreaker music. You mentioned it was you, Adamsreal, that talked about being Hardspace Shipbreaker you hadn't played, or am I mixing it up? That was the spaceship salvage game. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or anything, sorry. No, you're right. It was your clip played. Yeah, definitely highly recommend. Yeah, no, I didn't get shot. So, what actually happened in that clip was a bug that used to be in the game. I'm not gonna spoil how you correctly do it, but there's these really involved engines called, I shouldn't even say they're involved. They're called quasar engines. But there used to be a bug that when you did the last step, sometimes physics wouldn't physic quite right. And you would get smooshed. And in the clip, I thought I had done everything accordingly. Ooh, is that what we're looking for? No. I thought I had done everything correctly, and then just got jump scared by my visor exploding. But yeah, no, that was a bug. I believe it's fixed. But yeah, so check out Azriel, another content creator on the platform that I recommend checking out. Been doing a lot of stuff like, does a lot of stuff, but does like, you know, farm sim. I believe you do racing games as well, but primarily simulation games. So if you're looking for simulation games, got that over there. Right now, we are looking for an upgrade. That is somewhere on this map. Let's go down this side of the peninsula and go the other way, because it's an upgrade that's kind of getting in the way of a lot of stuff I want to do. I don't need the upgrade, but I need the upgrade. Like, I don't need the upgrade to physically do it, but my brain demands the upgrade and will not settle for not having the upgrade, so I do need it. I need it for me reasons, not for gameplay reasons. Oh, I was get the upgrade nod. Yeah, I don't think it's on that shore. From where I'm looking now, I can see the other shore very clearly. I don't see anything upgrade looking. We're just gonna cruise over this set of stones here. You're excited to do terribly in Roadcraft? I'm genuinely debating. I don't know if they're going to have hard mode or not. I'm genuinely on the fence of just straight up starting hard mode. Alright, so we'll still inch around this shore. And it could be on that as well. Like, that's kind of the thing. Yeah, you can allow that. I do enough stuff that the label fits. I also haven't had too many people pop in here and try and cause trouble in that manner. Yeah, no, I got it. It's all good. Yeah, got all these tree trunks and all that. Alright. So get rid of that point. Okay, so we're gonna check on the south point of this island. There's upgrades here somewhere. There you are. It's been 64 years. And the raised kit. And I'm not even gonna bother driving this home. Yeah, no, it was when I noticed we had this middle spine, I'm like, I feel like it's there. Alright, so now we go back here to the Fleet Star, we customize suspension, raise suspension, hook that up. The engine, we've already got that engine. This one is on Alaska, so we don't worry about it. I've got the off-road on here. I probably wouldn't use the other ones anyways. Tires, we can now do all the tires, except chained, which certainly we don't care about on this map. So I'm going to get the off-road tires 3. Now, one of the things I was curious about, so I think these are a style difference. It is weird that you have 1, 2, and 3 on here. This is actually one of the things I find confusing, because you unlock them at the same time. So, regardless, I'm going to grab 3 just in case or not. It's the kind of stuff I wish this game explained to you. That it was like, hey, you've got these excellent ratings and all that, but what's the difference between these? Is there a difference? Why do I buy the most expensive? I'm assuming the most expensive is the best. We're doing that approach to life. Ooh. The extended... Well, the high power is there. What's the advanced? Combining both extended length and the improved motor, setup greatly improves the truck survivability. Right. So I'm going to leave that on the small one until we get the next one, because that's only like a thing. That's it. If you look at the code, they have slightly different stats, but that doesn't reflect in the menu. Yeah, and that was the one, like, it's one of the negative criticisms I will give SnowRunner. Is there is a lot of stuff in the game that they just don't tell you. You're just left to figure it out. So with that, we are in great shape to work on a lot of things. Now, unfortunately, one thing I'm gonna have to do is I don't know which crane I need for what. And it's interesting because, all right. Also, what? Yeah, you can do all these different stock things. I'm not gonna worry about the cosmetics. Not yet. So, the issue I have is I have one thing that definitely requires a crane. And there's a heavy crane, and then there's a loading crane. And that's what I gotta figure out. And I can't check it right here. So let's go here. Menu. Contracts. On this map, we have Pipe Dream, which is bring that fuel trailer. I'm going to deliberately delay that because I want to keep the fuel trailer. So let's go ahead and drop down here to Husky Forwarding. Wet Harvest. Right. Oh, right. So we have... I think it's right here. I have 2 brick in a scout trailer. So we could do that. Right, I actually have that set. And those are going to the farm. Yeah, so let's actually weirdly jump back to this, which I hadn't anticipated. I want to cut across here. Pop over there. And then we've got a scout trailer with 2 brick in it there. So let's get that. Because I can grab those 2 brick, bring those to the farm, and that takes care of the brick, and then I can just chuck the scout trailer off into the abyss. But yeah, no, I do hope that the Roadcraft, the UI, will be a bit better in that thing. Because it is one of my major complaints of this game, that you're like, you look at the vehicles and go, how on earth do I tell which vehicle I want? They do have like the, well, this has a B, you know, power to weight, that has an A whatever, but like one A versus another A can be massively different. And then that really doesn't still give you all the information, like, hey, you know, a lot of stuff like turn radius matters, and it's fine in normal mode where you do have a lot of money to throw around, so it can just kind of delay you. On hard mode, if you're sitting there at the beginning being like, let me buy this vehicle, and then you realize the vehicle kind of sucks, it's pretty annoying to put all that investment only to realize you don't even like the vehicle. I wouldn't even say it's like an idiot mode kind of thing. It'd be like, hey, I need the stats. Like, it's fine you have the simplified mode, by all means keep that, but like, let me hold Alt or whatever and have like the full stats. Give me everything. Give me its gas mileage and numeric value. Give me the horsepower and the weight in numeric value. Give me how far it is from the front tire to the back tire to the width of the tire, like the width of that. So you get all your cash back in hard mode for upgrades, like normal mode, or do you lose a percentage? I believe you lose a percentage. I could be wrong about that, but I believe you lose a percentage. Yeah, so it's kind of one of those things though. I don't see people playing through all of normal mode and then playing through all of hard mode. It's a very long game. And yeah, you only get 50%. Yeah, that's rough. The point is, you don't want to buy stuff you don't intend to keep, or at least use for a long time. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. I personally feel like for normal mode, considering how bad the game is about communicating important information, like, and it's not important information like, oh hey, but you wouldn't know this in real life. It's like hell I wouldn't. If I'm about to drop, you know, $100,000 on a truck, you better believe I'm looking up its specs. You better believe I'm going to be looking up some peer reviews or something. And sure, you could have the counter arguments like, well, okay, but you can do that by just pulling up the wiki or whatever. Counter argument, it's a video game, and if my step of learning the game is to close the game, that's a problem. I will stand on that hill and I will die there. Min-maxing stuff, I'm down for you having to pull up the wiki and all that. But for basic information, that should just be right there. Okay, so refuel. That trailer is almost done. So I'm down for it not making sense because video games are for fun. Even when they're sweaty and hard, they're for fun. And I do feel like when a game does a bad job of communicating things, there should be a certain amount of leeway afforded for that, you know, poor communication. But that'd be one of the few negatives I would say about the game is just the number of things hidden behind like just not available stats wise, just make it kind of hard to make informed decisions. Oh, wait. I'm not going up there. I'm going down to the farm. Okay, so this will be probably a little rough for us to go through, but we'll try and make it work. Yeah, it's fine. I got you, Lex, right? Like, it's totally fine when people lurk and all that. You have no obligation. It's always appreciated. Lurking the nerve? I know. How dare he be so supportive? Really thought we taught people better. Mods gotta earn their paycheck. Yeah, I mean, that bucket of fish heads, it ain't free. Alright, but you take care, Luxray. It's good having you. You sleep well, buddy. Yeah, that's always the reason why it's like, you know, when one of the mods like, oh, I'm sorry I couldn't be here. It's like, no, don't apologize. Like, there's no obligations here. Like, as much as I'd love to be able to pay the mods, like, I can barely pay me. And I'm not going to expect someone to do something for free. It's my job to be here, not yours? Yeah, exactly. Like, it's super appreciated. But you never want people to feel like, oh no, I have to be here. Alright. Cool. So we dropped those off. So that's the brick delivered to the farm. And for right now, you just sit over here and do whatever you're doing. Okay. So we have the need for 2 planks and metal beams. So I've got metal beams and planks and all that's available over here. Let's check our trailers. There's brick we don't care about. That's a scout fuel carrier that we ran out of gas, so we just left it there. That is the sidecar that has nothing I care about on it. That one's we've already taken everything off of it. And that's got brick on it, and that's empty. So yeah, we're looking at basically nothing left on the map. So what we're probably going to do is I'm going to go back to the garage, into the garage, customize, frame add-ons. We will put the sideboard bed on it, install that. And what you're going to do is you're going to go up to the warehouse. Trying to think of which way I want to go to the warehouse. No matter which, see, that's the thing with the warehouse. No matter which way you go, you have to cut through it. You can go through the water up there. You can go through this. I remember this being the path I typically took. This path, there's lots of water. I honestly think with all our upgrades that I can probably just go right through this water. And then we get our stuff. We go back over. You get the idea. If not, we'll learn a lesson. Oh, you need gas first. Alright, change of plan. That changed my entire route because I gotta stop for gas. So I'm just gonna try and cross right over here with all our upgrades. It should be fine. We refuel here. And like I said, I vaguely remember that it's just like right there is the one spot on this path that sucks. And it's not that bad. Alright, so let's go get some... Let's go get our gas. And we're officially to the phase of actually hauling stuff. One of the core things in the game that I've been mostly ignoring for like 90% of the run. Because when you show up in a map, it's almost always the first thing be like, get the new vehicles you can get your hands on, get any upgrades you can get your hands on, get all the watchtowers revealed, you know, grab as many of the things as you can. And only after you get that, they're like, all right, let me start fixing the bridges, fixing, you know, getting rid of the rock slides, clearing the roads. Oh yeah, with the off-road tires, like before we had the off-road tires and the engine upgrade, no tailgate, nothing like that. We would be struggling our way up this hill that it'd make it, but have to, you know, break out the winch here and there to kind of like yoink it up just like the next inch or so. Having to watch which rocks we go over because some of the rocks we get kind of stuck up on. But having the engine upgrades and the off-road tires and the raised kit and all that, it's just send it. The genuine problem I could run into here is just the possibility of like banging into a rock real hard and then hurting a tire or suspension or a gas tank or engine or something. Alright, refuel. Alright, so I'm gonna need a new fuel truck here soon, because that's done. And I realize it's parked literally at a gas station. I'm trying real hard to not take anything out of the gas station until like literally I just don't have free gas I can grab from. Because all the gas isn't super expensive, it does add up. Oh, other side of the road? Okay. Trying to remember where this path is. But yeah, no, if you're into simulation games, like, Hardspace Shipbreaker is excellent. It is a... Like, it's not a puzzle game. Like, that's, like, genuinely, you look at it and people are like, oh man, it's gonna have all these puzzles. It's just not really that. It's more you get this ship, and there's certain things that are dangerous, like, you know, explosive decompression. Not a good time. 9 out of 10 doctors recommend no. Doctor number 10 actually also owns a funeral parlor, so, you know, that is what it is. But, so, like, in general, you know, you approach him and go, okay, like, the whole thing's pressurized, and some of them you can just go in and very easily be like, alright, depressurize, like, just hit the panels, depressurize it, okay, start hacking it away to bits and then dragging it outside and throwing the different pieces where they need to be going. You know, fairly straightforward. And it's not until you get to the one where you go to the atmosphere panel and you push the button and nothing happens, you go, alright. Well, I need to get the pressure out of here somewhere non-violently. And again, it's not like a puzzle game where there's a solution that you need to, like, figure out the right combination of things to do. There are safer and less safe ways. So it's figuring out kind of like what you do here, being like, okay, I have this thing on this hill that I need to figure out how to get to. I got a couple different options, and there's definitely ones that are better than others. And there's definitely ones that are faster than others. And you get to make those choices. So there's a lot of fun with that. And it kind of starts nice and simple, where the first couple ships, really the only danger is like flying full speed directly into a wall or something, which you can figure that one out, or suffocating. And then they slowly go, okay, well, here's one hazard, and then you figure out how to deal with that. And like, all right, well, here's another hazard, and as time goes on, they'll mix hazards in there. Okay, so. Yeah, I believe with the manual loading, I believe I actually need a crane on there. So we need metal beams. Okay, so I can only get the metal beams here. It's only 150 bucks. So the thing here is, if I remember correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong before I do this, for manual loading, I need a loading crane on my truck. Like, there's not some magic loading crane there. Because I vaguely remember the last time I did this, I had, like, one truck sitting here with the back, and the other one would pull up with the crane, pick it up, move it from one truck to the other. and was like, for 150 bucks, I'm not going to drive it back and forth. Like, that's gas money at that point. Yeah, because I think I even asked Ultra. I genuinely think I literally asked Ultra, and, you know, she kind of gave me, like, the walkthrough, and I was like, I don't think it's worth it. And there was some agreement there. All right, so I need to get to the farm. So I think, so I can go over the mountain there. We can go through the water down here. I'm not sure. Backtracking all the way up here seems like the wrong option. So I think it's either that way and then down to the farm, or it's out and around this way. And I vaguely remember is one of these spots really sucks. So I think I'm just answering my own question of, we're gonna go up here, gonna cut across this side. Because now we got some weight on here. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that I think the conclusion that I had come up with before I had asked about the last time was it felt like maybe if I was sitting here and I had like the big truck and then I was bringing the trailer with like 4 spots in the back, that taking the time to load all of those one by one myself made sense. But also that'd be a ridiculous load. That'd be very, very hard to make work. But for situations like this where I had only one thing I needed to grab from there, I'm better off just auto-loading it for the 150. Because getting a separate vehicle over there to be a crane, I'm gonna burn like $100 worth of fuel or $50 worth of fuel. It would only help if I have a lot of stuff to load. I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about this. We're not even 4x4ing it in the dirt. Literally just sending it. I'm sure we'll get into the mud. I'll have to go 4x4, but that's fine. We're all-wheel drive. I keep saying 4x4. There's 6 wheels on this thing. Yeah, so turn on the all-wheel drive to help me climb. Okay. And this is why we held off doing these deliveries for as long as we did. Because without these upgrades, it would have been just... It would have probably taken me literally like half an hour to an hour just slowly drag the truck up here. More than likely try and, you know, bringing more gas in and all that. It's what we dealt with in normal mode when I did it. But having all the kit on this thing, we're not fully kitted, there's still a little bit of room for improvement, but having like the main things on here, you can see like I only really had to turn on all-wheel drive for like the really mucky spots, and otherwise just send it. So where that trip could have easily taken like 30 gallons of gas plus for me fighting my way up that hill forever. Now it's genuinely a risk that we go too fast and I get slapped by physics getting weird. Please don't bounce that much. Yeah, had there been planks there, I genuinely could have seen us grabbing the metal end to loads of planks and probably, like, it'd be a little bit more of a fight, but probably getting over there, like, it'd probably have to be all-wheel drive most of the time. But I think we could have made it over there, too. But sadly, the planks are up there. I believe the planks, you get them in town, if I remember correctly. There's like a lumber mill in town. Alright, and I'm sitting right here, so might as well. And with that, the fuel truck is literally empty. I do have 5 more fuel trucks. most of those being on the island map, I'm not going to fight them over here. But I got like the super big fuel truck to deliver. This is right? Yeah. What I'll probably do is figure out where the big fuel truck is supposed to go, get it into its relative area, and then use some of those smaller fuel trucks, or not trucks, use those smaller fuel trailers to then, you know, bring the fuel where I need it. I still like the idea, and I probably should have kept the Goliath or whatever that other vehicle was. I still like the idea of getting one of these ones that can all-terrain really well, putting the big fuel tank on, and that becomes my on-the-go service vehicle. Gas me up where I need to go, because then I can just go those big fuel trailers, load up, and move out. Alright. So now I got 2 things of wood planks. I believe for wood planks I can get them here. The storage zone says it only has 1. Oh no, wait, that's right. That was a mistake I made last time. These aren't telling me how many they have, it's telling me how much space they take. So this takes 2 units of space, those take 1. Right. Cool, so what we can do is go down here, cross over, do that, do this, do this. I'm honestly feeling pretty confident just beelining straight up the path here, instead of going all the way around. Then grab our 2 planks and get the wet harvest mission done. And one of the other things I'll need to do is I will need to pick up... I believe we need to get the heavy crane? I'm not sure. We can try the cargo crane and the heavy crane. I'll probably need them both eventually. My hope is if I buy the heavy crane for this style of vehicle, that I can use it on any vehicle of this style and it's not locked to the individual model. Because some of those things cost like 10,000 bucks. And it'd be really annoying to have to buy that same thing again and again. Alright. I can just zip across here and get all this taken care of. Ah, too much gusto. That's needless damage. Alright. So I'm figuring with our setup now, there's like the cleaner, you're just going on the highway version, and then there's the side road. I'm willing to bet I only need 4x4 until we hit that patch of water, and even that, sorry, all-wheel drive. And even that's probably not needed. Oh yeah, we didn't need it all, just send it. Fleet Star is honestly a very solid truck. I know like end game stuff you're gonna need entirely different, but like early game getting this thing set up, it can do the job. Okay. So I can go over here. Alright. So, wood planks. That is what I need, right? Yes. Wood planks are I need, so boom and boom. We're gonna go right back the way we came, because I felt zero difficulty at all in that. You drop those off at the farm, and that's another mission done. I imagine where this probably changes is where you have to start making some bigger decisions. Is like going to the other maps, like way over to the other area, where it's like, okay, the place you pick up planks might be a far way away. So, do you take it safer where you just load up what we can on the back of this, and then do, you know, 2-3 trips? Or do you take the time to grab a big trailer and grab all that, and grab like all 6 sets of planks for 3 different missions all over there at the one go? You know, and then when you empty out the trailer, you don't need to worry about, man, I don't even need the all-wheel drive to get this through. I probably should be dragging a trailer now for any time I need more. It definitely feels like this could handle it as long as it's not too much weight. All right. And with the really, really big gas tank over, I believe, by the dam right now, I think it's in that general area, what I can probably do is take this fuel tank that's empty over here, if I, like, whenever I gotta go to that tile, just bring that with me, fill it up off the large fuel tank, and it'll be good for a while. Okay. We'll also probably need to get the crane soon, which I know I mentioned earlier. The thing I don't know is, do I need a cargo crane or do I need, like, the big heavy crane? I imagine there'll be different missions here for both. Alright, we're just barely pushing to where I could take advantage of all-wheel drive. Save what gas we can since I don't have a gas truck here. Try to avoid hitting the pump. Again, I believe this gets all mucky here, so there's a good chance we might have to go all-wheel drive. We'll see. Alright, it's going to make a big difference. These farmers would have been in real trouble if it weren't for you. I'm sure they'll be calling for your services again. Cool, so we got that one done. So that was one list off of here. So we got the wet harvest. So the essentials are next, which is to deliver to the farm 2 loads of bricks, 2 loads of wood planks, 2 loads of fuel. Okay. And the fuel is on the next map over. I'll choose accept just to get that on the list. But let's go ahead and go back here. And we have you, which is aid the island. That's all the log stuff. I'll accept it, but I'm not ready for it. We'll accept the other log stuff. I accept it, but I'm not ready for it. The lost container. So a truck with a crane is recommended. And this is the one I wasn't sure. So listen up, we've got some missing container. It's carrying operational supplies, and we're struggling to get by without. It can't have gone far. Get out there and find... So yeah, so this is the one that they recommend, a truck with a crane, which I know I'm going to need. And we are tracking it. And I believe it's like literally right here or something like that. Drilling parts Yeah, the drilling parts. I'm surprised it actually doesn't have a marker on it. I think I remember them being like down in this area or something like that. But I need a truck with a crane. And you have a contract for wood. Contract for wood. And that's the one that requires the fuel storage, consumable and wood planks. Okay, so I actually have a bunch of those we can accept right there. These are all locked behind each other. And then it looks like some of these will require me to do other stuff. Construction rig, metal beams, all that. We need a higher rank. So Pipe Dream. Pipe Dream is the heavy fuel tanker going up there. You need bricks and metal beams. Rewards warehouse access. Oh, that's going to give me other parts we can get. And those are all locked. Alright, so let's start tracking that. And it's looking like what I'm probably going to need to do, because I need fuel. And we don't have that here. So I got planks I can get from here. Brick I can get from there. But I don't have a fuel source here. So I can go to our other map here, which is the dam. We have consumables. I can get fuel there. Wait, can I get the fuel at the gas station? No. I can get it from both of them. Weird. Yeah, so I need a trailer for that. We also didn't grab the well quest. We sell the fixer-upper. You want a trailer delivered. Curtain side trailer, where are you? Ah, yeah, we can go back for that now. Because that's a curtain side trailer, I got it to there. And then ran into problems. Okay, so what we'll do is we will grab our map here. Because it's looking like for on this map, I've got the missing machinery. Well, truck with crane. They're both trucks with cranes. I shouldn't put it off. Alright, let's go deal with that. So I'm going to need to drop down, go over to the garage, to set myself up with a crane. Now, I am going to need to deal with some other stuff. I believe this is one I'm going to probably want a trailer for. And this is where the curiosity shows up. Because I think the last time when I did normal mode, I grabbed the heavy crane for this. And I don't think that's actually necessary. But the other thing we'll probably want to do is get the heavy fuel trailer all the way back over here. And we'll empty it out in the other trailer and start working with that. And we'll just ship around the smaller fuel trailers, because at some point we're going to hit whatever the limit is on how much I can get out of that trailer and have it still count. Which will be a whole thing, because it does mean I'm going to probably drag it up there when it's too low, and I'll be like, hey, I'm too low. I'm kind of hoping it'll change like the font color, like when it's red, it's like, hey, you've taken too much. So we can just tell that way. I didn't look at the other one when I messed with it. Because that way when we empty it out, we'll just drop off the large fuel trailer when it's no longer needed. I'm gonna try using the cargo crane. Customize, frame add-ons, log crane, that's not the one we're looking for. So yeah, I got the heavy crane. I'm not sure that's what it actually needs me to have. And we have the loading crane. Oh! I didn't realize I could have both of these. Well, hell, if I can have both of those, I'll just get it. Okay, so now that means I got the loading crane. Alright. So what we'll do now... So I'll go up and around here, and I'll fight through this, just so we explore it. I think that might literally be the box we're looking for right down there. And then drop that over here. And then after that, we'll probably need to make gas happen. Which will probably be taking the highway truck and driving it all the way back down to the gas station area. And like I said, we'll load up the smaller gas trailer. I mean, with this, I might just load things up myself because to me, the way it appeared I could have this or the thing in the back, which I found weird. Just because it was like under the same menu, and most of the time when you had one menu there, I could have one or the other. But being able to have both makes way more sense to me. And it's probably not the right way to go, but I haven't gone this way, so we're exploring. Alright. But yeah, so as you can see, the stage of the game we're at now, that I've got some basic equipment going on, it's relatively decent. It is just kind of working through our missions, grabbing stuff, moving around, all that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like when you go into a map, you spend a good amount of time, explore everything, get all the watchtowers, get all your upgrades, find all the vehicles. Then, assuming you have the equipment to go through, you'll be like, all right, let's knock out all these ones. And then if you find stuff that you're really not quite kitted enough to do, or you'll sometimes find it's like, okay, well, this mission will be difficult right now, but if I can find a gas vehicle to act as like a middle point, it'll make it a lot easier. You kind of set up your logistics there. But it is one of the things the game doesn't do a good job of explaining at the beginning, is like, no, really, don't worry about the missions. Explore, discover, figure it out, then get into your missions. And you'll have some you'll have to do along the way, because you'll explore what you can, then there'll be a missing bridge, and until you get the bridge sorted out, you kind of can't really reach the other side meaningfully. There's no right or wrong way, there's only the way you choose and didn't choose. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The first time I played on normal difficulty, and I definitely had a really, really rough time at the beginning. It was just kind of one of those things that didn't know how important exploring it was, so it was like, what's my objective up there? And tried to do it. And some of those objectives, if you are not set up right for it, can be borderline impossible. Like trying to drag those big heavy trucks out with the Fleet Star and, you know, street tires with no upgrades is not a good time. And so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, hey, maybe there should be something in the game that's kind of like, hey, by the way, like, no, genuinely, you really do want to explore. Or just the same that there's a lot of the missions that you have to go and, like, really get down in the mud, that until you got a snorkel and at least some kind of tires going on, you just get in there and your tires just spin. You're like, well, I guess I live here now. Not saying it's wrong and there isn't, like, discoverability, but I do think for how important exploration ends up being in this game, it feels like they try to be like, hey, watchtowers are cool, you should look for those. But then again, you see the text right above you being like, do this. The do this to me stands out as a more, like, very direct thing. Once you learn that exploration's important, you know, it's not that big a deal after that point, because you already know. But I do feel like it is a is a trap that kind of almost every new player falls into. Is that, you know, most games you follow the list of objectives, and then you deviate from those from time to time as you see something that interests you. And it's kind of like with SnowRunner, it's like, no. Those lists of objectives, do those when you feel comfortable doing those, otherwise just very genuinely focus on our stuff. Okay, so we've got you right here. Activate anchor. Crane mode. Okay, lift. Okay. Exit crane mode. Release winch. V. Pack cargo. Restore crane. Cool. So we got you all figured out. That'd be another mission done. Like I said, we're gonna cross over to where the gas station is. Is this not where you go? Let's make sure we have the right mission. Missing machinery, it's not that one. Was it lost container? I think it was lost container. Start tracking. Where am I delivering you to? Deliver to warehouse. Deliver, there we go. Okay, so for things to figure out, we are sitting here, and the farm does need brick. I believe that was what we got going on here, is if we check on you, the essentials, start tracking, you do need 2 loads of brick. I'm literally sitting at the place to get brick, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is cargo management. Let's see, manual loading. I didn't do a lot of this last time. So let's go here. And we will do activate anchor. Switch to the crane mode. Do that. And load manually. Alright, and we can pack that one. And grab the crane. Okay, and with that, we will go back to this. Unpack, repack, restore crane. Apparently my anchors got turned off. Okay, so what we'll do for here is, again, we'll cut across the same spot we did the last couple times. We want to get towards the gas station. We'll take a quick hop by the gas station. We will grab our other vehicle, to the highway vehicle, to bring it back. Yeah, we knew that was how easy it was to get a crane set up. I was the impression you need like a whole extra thing. Just the way I saw that crane made me think it was not something you got with the back piece. So I was sitting there, I was like, man, I need a whole extra truck? Like, this doesn't feel like it makes sense. And the good news, it does seem like those materials literally don't cost anything if I do the crane. It's literally just the loss of gas driving back and forth. Which is certainly not nothing. But all things considered, it's not that much either. Yeah, I figure when we gas up, we can drive over to the next map. I will bring one of the trailers with us, and that way I can load up the fuel on the far end, and on the way back grab some planks on the way through town, and then we can just get the rest of the essentials all in one go. Because I feel pretty confident with us going on that highway for like 90% of the journey on the way back with all that heavy load or whatever, that should just go smoothly. The longest part is honestly going to be getting the highway truck down here with the big fuel tank. And then trying to guess how much fuel I have to leave in it to allow me to still turn it in. This almost feels like a different game doing this, where I prioritized exploration first. I remember fighting so hard through all of this. Every last inch I wanted, I had to fight tooth and nail just to get through on our normal run, because I just tried to go through the objectives, and it was genuinely like frustrating at times that, you know, people are like, do you want to switch games kind of thing? And now it's like easy breezy in a lot of ways. Like, don't get me wrong, it's supposed to be a difficult game. We've gotten stuck, we've gotten flips, we've done all that stuff plenty of times in the past. But yeah, just trying to muscle through is not the plan. Okay, so get over here. We'll quickly switch over to the GMC. Use it to bring the big fuel trailer over here. We're going to use that fuel trailer to fuel up the other trailer. I'm going to try to watch. I do know from in the past that as I pulled fuel from it, I've seen it turn yellow. And my guess is it'll turn red when it's like, hey, you've taken too much. Alright, so let's go up here. So I believe the GMC is on this map. And the GMC is, like, the big fuel container, I need to bring that up to the factory to the north I saw. So we need to go up this way, go up this way. It's gonna be over here, there, down this way. Alright. Honestly, with the cargo being free, if I use the crane, it really makes me not want to take the time to like go and deal with all these trailers. Like, obviously if a trailer's in a convenient spot, but like actually stopping to be like, where's the nearest trailer? Oh, I can go and grab this, drag it a map away. Just doesn't feel like it makes any kind of sense. We'll figure it out. The other thing, actually, what I should check is if there's anything this way I need planks for, because then I can kind of do a 2-for-1 thing, where I grab the planks and I run them this way, drop them off on the return trip, grab whatever I need, and just like kind of ping pong back and forth. Trying to just grab stuff as able. Because I know on the Drunman Island, I know I had 2 or 3 things that need planks. I'm pretty sure on the other island I also had things that need plank. That one I'm probably going to need a trailer for. Not just the thing in the back. And the reason for that is I have a feeling I'm going to need to use the off-road vehicle as opposed to the Fleet Star. I mean, I can probably get away with the Fleet Star. The Fleet Star is doing really amazingly well with those off-road tires. I should probably just not underestimate it and just see what we can do with it. Figure out its limits. Figure out what, like, can I just go into the lake and just pedal across it by rotating tires, or if that is kind of like outside its abilities. So I've already covered all the vehicles on the map. And is the Kodiak. I do think it may have been a mistake to sell the Kodiak. Like, I don't think I would have used it for what we've been doing, but I think it may have made sense to turn that into a fuel vehicle if I could. It's fine, like I don't regret it, I think. I'm just thinking it might have made sense to put the fuel back half on it. Because I guess I could put it on this thing if it's not too expensive, like the truck we're using right now. I just feel like I'd be happier with it being a off-road or a heavy. Just because I feel like I'd have a much better chance of getting it back on the tougher roads without having to do too much. Because I don't feel particularly confident in the GMC dealing with all the water on the island lake map or whatever the last one is, where it's mostly submerged. Okay. I will say this part's going nice and smoothly. Which means now that I'm saying stuff, things should go horrifically wrong, like you just take a corner and jackknife and roll it over somehow. Alright.
The whole thing gets moving and it can be a little hard to not fishtail. There's a lot of weight in that gas tank behind us. Okay. But do you really wish watching this didn't make you want to play it again? Your copy is with Epic, and it's really you'd rather not install Epic Games. Yeah, no, I got you with that. Like the whole Epic Games. That's actually one thing I've been having to fight myself to not do. After stream yesterday, I was sitting there being like, do I boot up my other save, the one that's not hard mode, just so I can play more? But it's like, nah, man, I'm already going to be sleeping. Already missing enough sleep. Okay, so let's grab you. Top off the fuel trailer that's sitting here. Okay. So I got that fuel trailer, so the number's still yellow. I'm assuming that means it's still fine. That is nowhere near a safe assumption, but I'm gonna go with it. As they paid you tomorrow, your students are considering picking it up all through Steam along with the DLC packs. Maybe even bundle that includes Roadcraft. Yeah. I don't remember with the bundles. I do know there's a link in the About section below. I do have a 10% discount thing through Games Planet for Roadcraft. I don't believe it has the big bundle though. But that does give me a kickback if you do that. By all means, don't feel obligated to do that if you're not comfortable with it. But it does give you a Steam key and all that. Okay. But like the whole point of that is it might give you that 10% off. But you'll like be able to see if it does or doesn't. Gotcha. No, if it's cheaper on Steam, get it on Steam. Like absolutely no question about it. Get it where it's cheapest. Basically treat it exactly like you would with people who have Nexus store. Exact same idea. If it happens to be cheaper for you to get on Nexus, get on Nexus. If it happens to not be cheaper, get it where it is. Alright. Do I have any good winch points? Alright, so we're going to do one of these. So what we're going to do to help with this, we're going to detach that trailer. Gonna pull ourselves forward out of the mud. And this is why generally I'm not a big fan of the highway vehicles so far. This has kind of been my experience with them. If you're only considering Roadcraft, it's probably cheaper to get it through your link, as it's a raw 10%. If you'd already owned SnowRunner, Steam would be cheaper. That would be the 20%. Yep. No, I got you. Absolutely. Come on, just gotta push it enough to get over that little bump. There you go. I know which one's heavier.
So what I could probably do is when I get back across here, I'll back up to where these rocks are up there. That way when I pull the trailer, I have the rocks keeping me from being pulled too far back. So I can kind of brace. But yeah, like I said, I've not been particularly enthused by these highway trucks. Like I get the idea is the fuel efficiency, but it feels like you lose all of it the moment you hit anything less than ideal road things. I don't think it made that better. I was like, you know what? I might still be able to make that work. Because low-key, if I can get it out of there, when I get this in position, you can actually weirdly get to, like, pop back up real hard on it. It can do some pretty awful things to the physics. Okay, so you can get back on here so you get more traction. Like, very genuinely, it's probably better off just going back for, Yeah, this is safe. Nothing like taking a full gas tank and just dragging it down the road. Is this game a new launch? I started this one recently, if that's what you're asking. I say recently as in number of streams, not recently as in like, we played it yesterday, and I had, I think, 2 streams in it before that on a different time, but we're still relatively new. So sometimes we could do some weird stuff with this, where even though stuff is like clearly on its side or upside down or whatever, is sometimes if you get it positioned close enough to right, it'll like snap that over. I don't think we're getting away with it this one. Actually, we might. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and drag this down the road a little bit. Then I'm gonna try and get to the side of this. Then we can tip it back up. Oh, I'm sorry. I understand. You're saying, is this game new? No, SnowRunner's been around for a while. They do have a game, Expeditions, that came out not super long back. I need to turn that so I can actually see an angle, see which one's the high point. So I've got the back corner there. There, that's probably a good spot.
Are you trucking on? I did tip over the gas tank because it's trying to pull it to the mud. Honestly, it just wasn't taking the time I should have with it. I need more room. If I take it down there, I might be able to fix that. Like where that opening is over there. That'll let me actually have some grip on the ground versus like schlepping around in the mud over here. We definitely need to do it before I get to that muddy area down below. It's fine. You may not realize it, but this is peak efficiency and how you're supposed to do this. Speedrun strats. Wheels are for suckers. I was kind of hoping there that I'd be able to flip it up when we hit that little ledge. That's the reason I switched the position. I was like, all right, we got a little bit of an incline here that maybe I'd be able to use that incline to get it to like bump up enough to like with the winch I could just leverage it over. Okay, that berm over there might work. Because that would give me a higher angle to hit it from. And for the record, this is a highway truck, so it's not meant for any of the things we're doing here. And as you can see, it is struggling to climb this at all. Come on. We bash from the other side. The problem is it weighs way more than I do. That's the reason why we're having a lot of difficulty. Is it is full of gas, it is heavy. That's not the right tree. Could just get a little higher. We could just get a smidge higher. You pull the stands off? No, that's kind of the thing, is unfortunately when it got detached, it puts the stands down. And the only way for me to get rid of the stands is to, I will try giving a nudge. I don't think that'll work. I don't want to bang it head on because that'll trash my engine. It's not a lot of speed this way, unfortunately. This might work in a completely unexpected way. Come on.
Come on. So this does give me one of the things I wanted, though. Yeah. Stop, stop, stop. Yeah. That's... That's kind of what I figured. It's like, wait. Because what it's going to do is it's going to drag it over here. And then once it was sitting on all this concrete here, and we had this little lip and all that, it's going to try and winch it, you know, straight on like we had been doing. But when it started to tip over, I'm like, wait a second, I can roll this. See, and we only used about 10 plus gallons of gas doing that. Yeah, so the moral of the story there, people didn't see how I got myself in that trouble in the first place, was we got stuck in the mud, as happens, and I was going to do the detach, retach, and I just did a bad choice of where I attached to the trailer to try and pull it, and so I tipped it over in the rocks, and I could have easily recovered at that point, but I was like, no, I could just yank this over here, and that was not the right choice. That is what we call a mistake. But we saved it, and it only got drugged down, you know, a quarter mile down the road on its side full of gasoline. It's probably fine. A great save. Gaming saves are so fun to see. Yeah, that's kind of that's the big difference in a lot of ways from normal and hard mode. Is a lot of time with like that one I probably still would have fought it like I did in normal mode. But with some of them, like you get in normal mode, you tip your truck down a hill and you're like, alright, forget that, we'll just recover it. But with hard mode, you dump your truck down like, I'm not paying $20,000 to recover my truck, let me get another truck. And you start, you know, trying to figure out, like, you get this vehicle wedged in down in between some rocks, you're like, alright, how the hell do I get this out of here? And it can lead to some really, really fun, interesting challenges dealing with that kind of thing. Alright, now last time, I did not do that. Last time I hit this going at speed, and it smacked to the ground and damaged the engine. Or no, I think it damaged the fuel tank. It damaged something. It got damaged. Good thing the trailer has Teflon coating. Yeah, something like that. Alright. Cool. And so we're just trying to get this to where other gas station is, where the gas station is. We're gonna fill up the trailer that's empty over there. We're gonna try and get this. Like I said, I'm guessing the number is going to turn red when we've hit the point that I put too much in it, or like I've emptied it too much, as I should say. And then that tells me it'll be time to deliver this to the factory. Basically, to get just above that mark where it turns red. We deliver it to the factory, get it out of here. Because I'm sure as heck not going to refill this whole thing with gas. Whereas those like smaller containers make way more sense. Oh, hi. I'm surprised I didn't take damage for that. Okay.
Yeah, I definitely am leaning towards we will probably get rid of the highway truck here. I've been pretty unenthused. Like I said, I can get better tires and it will probably help and all that. I think I would rather take a heavy vehicle and then drag these big trailers around with that, even if it does cost me a bit more gas to do it. It's just a little annoying for even like the tiniest little thing like that to drag us to a standstill quite often. Honestly, the hardest part is going to... Well, actually, no. We can go to the garage and the other map pretty easy. Okay, so refuel. Let's start by saying fuel you up. Gotcha. So I think that's telling me I went too far. So... Okay, it's still a red number. I keep turning these the wrong way. So set you to that one. I have a feeling we're really close to the amount. Yeah, okay, so that'll be good. I'm willing to bet that's how that works. Cool, so with that, I believe the heavy fuel carrier, we can do that. Can I get that up there, or is the road's crap up here? Yeah, the road, well actually, no, we can probably drive the GMC up there. I probably don't want to. We've already fixed all the roads the whole way up here. Oh, no, there's a real bad spot up there. That's right. Okay, so with that, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to detach this trailer. And for right now, you can just live over here. Don't particularly need the money at the moment. I'm probably going to sell you, but we'll see in a minute. Bear with me. Well, actually, bear with me, chat. I'm going to use the restroom here for just a minute. I'll be back in just a moment. Let's see. Which upgrade are you looking for? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I got that. A whole bucket in this economy. Yeah, sorry. I missed those comments marks. My apologies. All right, I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll see you all in just a couple of minutes. So thank you again. All right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Or arms wide open. Bring you to this place. I'll show you anything. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly. 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. We're gonna take our chances with left. So 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you do volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. All right. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry. 135, 121, so we have beaten our record. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Alright, let's pick up where we left off. Right, so I was going to switch vehicles. Change trucks to you. We will be dropping... Oh wait, first, we're grabbing some gas. So I want to take it not from the heavy fuel truck, from the other one. Okay. So we're just gonna run down to the farm, drop off the brick. And I already said I wanted to bring one of you as well. Because then what I can do... is start moving stuff back and forth. Oh, too far away. Is we can roll down here, turn in the brick at the farm. We do have a place I can get planks. I can run over to where we get the planks and run those to the other parts of the map that need planks. And so we can start making a plan to work it that way. So instead of focusing on, like, I am doing this mission objective, be like, I am near this source. What needs this source? Where can I take this stuff? And we can do that until stuff stops showing up. One thing I will want to grab at some point is I will want to grab my off-road truck, get the logging attachment for it, and then get the other logging attachments for mostly dealing with the large logs. Deliver to the farm. Deliver to the farm. Oh, the farm at the Smithville Dam. I misread that. Okay, well, I'm glad we got that figured out before I started going places. So the Smithville Dam is... Alright, okay. Well, in this case, we're going to want to grab the wood on the way out. So I misunderstood where I was going with this. That's fine. So we'll go over here. We'll grab the wood. Then we can pop up here. Get into town. Cut across there. Alright, cool. So basically we're going through and we're getting the farms back online is what I'm understanding is happening right now. That the farms all got pretty badly thrashed by the flood, and we are just giving them what they need to get themselves sorted. So we got our 2 loads of brick, and we're gonna get to grab 2 loads of planks. We will have the fuel is on the other map already, and then we can worry about whatever's there. Still basically the same idea. I've got resources on this map I need on other maps, and so we're going to make sure to grab them each time we're crossing the map until I don't have things that are needed by that map anymore. The place I expect to run into problems is once we start getting to the point of logs, because they're kind of a specialty thing and a big pain in the butt. They're very, very heavy and they're very long and cumbersome. So I do expect that to be something that gives us a little bit of grief.
Let's see, you wish driving in Farm Sim was more like SnowRunner? It's too arcadey for you? Yeah, I mean, I feel like the purpose of both games is very different, though. Like, if you had where you drive in your field in Farm Sim, you just properly start churning up the soil and digging things up, it'd honestly probably get obnoxious. I feel like that'd be focusing on the wrong thing, is I guess the way I'd phrase it. You know, you'd add a mechanic and it might be interesting for a little while, but after a while, I think it'd be less fun. I could definitely feel like the semi-trucks and all that, it would be nice if they did feel a bit more weighty. I could agree to that. I think that would be reasonable, like, to give them a bit more of, like, make him kind of have to fight to get moving a little bit more, that kind of thing. Have, like, when you switch gears, all that, you kind of chunks. Agreed. Although driving your tractor cross country full speed with no issues is kind of funny. I mean, you say that, and then you hit, like, the one field, and your tractor goes, ka-doo. But yeah. No, it's definitely one of those things. Like, I think it would be fine for it to have a little bit more weight behind some of the vehicles in Farm Sim. I feel like if it was to the weightiness that we have in SnowRunner, I feel like people would get more annoyed with the driving and they'd spend less time actually doing any of the farm stuff. Because traveling the map could be honestly frustrating. Like, it works in SnowRunner because that's kind of the point. Is that it's to a certain extent a driving simulator if the roads were absolute hot garbage. Versus like American Truck Simulator, Euro Truck Simulator, which is driving if the roads are like really nice and traffic wasn't real. And I'm also aware of the time. I'm kind of just pushing through to get this one delivery knocked out, I think. Because I do know I'm going to be doing another stream of this tomorrow, and then Tuesday and Wednesday stream are going to be longer streams. So I definitely don't want to push myself super late on these streams when I know I'm going to be pushing myself super late on some upcoming streams. Trying to plow anything uphill with a weak tractor starting the experience. That's when you're doing Farm Sim. Okay. So we will manually load. We will go here. Activate anchors. Grab the crane. Okay, we are learning that the crane cannot lift that at extension. Alright, so you need to make a little bit of an adjustment here. I wonder how close this has to be to right. Like if I just huck that back there, will it accept it? Yes, it will. Alright, well, I'm down to science. Manually load the next one. And we can go to crane mode. Make one quick change. I'm going to lower that as much as possible.
Alright. Just so there's less cable on it. Yeah, so you can see once it gets out there, I just don't have the leverage. So what I'm hoping I'll be able to do Oh, I'm off. I'm off by a little bit. I'm hoping we can shenanigans this up. That I drop it there. Let's watch in case we catapult something. And we unpack, repack, and it's sorted. Alright. Yep, and for those who don't know, Fractal does sponsor this channel. They have been for, it's coming up on 5 months, I believe. Really good company. They basically make computer cases. They do like cooling fans, water cooling solutions, chairs, headsets, a whole bunch of stuff. A really good company. I have been using their products for something like 12 years. My current computer's case is a Fractal case, which the Fractal did provide me this case for full transparency. But before that, the past 2 computers I've had have both been Fractal design cases, and then my wife used the Fractal case, and we only got like sponsored this year. And I don't mean that in a negative way. I'm just saying I have been buying their products for like over a decade without being like, before as a content creator, before they were sponsoring anything. So it is a product line I do stand behind. They kind of go for like the freemium, or not freemium, that's not at all true. Premium, very different thing. Premium product lines and all that. That, you know, you're paying a little bit extra, but you're getting really good quality. That they try and make it the best quality they can. Versus like my computer case before them was a thermal take, and it was fine for its time. And like it had its pros, but there's also a lot of places you could very clearly see that they cheaped out. So to have like this cool looking metal case and then this plastic thing on the front. But yeah, no, Fractal definitely goes out of its way to try and make its stuff as good as possible. Like they wanna lead whatever market they're in, kind of thing, so far as quality goes. Which I am excited to see their new headsets and all that kind of stuff when they come out. It's kind of one of those things I was joking about, and this is a week or so ago, that, you know, they had like announced their headset stuff, and I was like, okay, realistically, my headsets are fine. I have no room to complain about them. They're the Corsair ones, they're good, whatever. But I got to try their headsets at TwitchCon in San Diego last year, and they were some real comfy headsets. And so when they came out, I'm like, oh no, it's such a shame. My headsets, so worn out, so ruined. They're perfectly fine. I'm not going to be able to just justify just grabbing a brand new headset for, you know, while these ones work. But it's definitely one of those ones you're like, man, I really do want them, though. But yeah, again, sponsored, but genuinely, their chair was comfortable, their headsets were comfortable. I would like both of them. Not really in the market for either of them right now. I can't just buy the latest gadget. Running on the snow, are we? Hey, Sim! It's good to see you. How was your stream? Were you playing some board games? So were you playing Catan, Ticket to Ride? Probably a little of all the above. But for those who don't know, SimCopter1, absolutely amazing content creator on the platform. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Plays a lot of simulation, strategy games, a whole bunch of good stuff. Catan and Ticket to Ride, big wins tonight. Heck yeah, but definitely I absolutely recommend checking out SimCopter1. Absolutely a wonderful content creator. One of the places I end up the most after
after stream as well. Like, I usually wrap my stream and pop right into the Stim stream. Really good times over there. Very, very relaxing, great conversations, a lot of fun. Just has a whole lot to say, very positive place. Place that has a conversations on a lot of different topics that are excellent. And a Twitch ambassador on top of all that. So again, definitely check them out. You're going to be checking out Roadcraft, right, as well, Sim? It's totally fine if you're not. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I also understand if you got a raid and run. Don't let me hold you, but obviously you're welcome. I just wasn't sure. I figured you would, but I also didn't ask until right now. But yeah, so again, welcome in, Raiders. You just got a key for it? Nice. Heck yeah. I think you'll enjoy it. You enjoy to play it? SnowRunner's been fun? Yeah, so... Well, first, let me do my whole, little spiel, and then we'll circle back. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life with no mods, change, itemization, or vehicles. All that said, I am a variety streamer, and that record has been beaten. So I do play a lot of simulation, city builders, settlement builders, tycoon, the occasional survivor crafter, all of that good stuff. And today we're playing some SnowRunner, lovingly or not so lovingly referred to as Truck is Stuck Simulator, depending on who you are. We are playing on hard mode, so some sweaty try-hard stuff. And we are just making that work. So let me go ahead and refuel off of you. And that's it's kind of like the regular mode, except everything costs money and it's potentially terrifying. And, you can soft lock your game if you get your stuff stuck way too much. But with all that said, yeah, so, absolutely, I think you'll enjoy it. I know, because I remember when you first played SnowRunner, I want to say the first day you had a little bit of, literally everyone who plays this game in existence, you had a little bit of a rough first day, that there was things you were enjoying and there was frustration, which is SnowRunner. Because I do personally feel like SnowRunner sets you up to fail, in the sense that they're like, here's your mission objective, the big thing above you at all times being like, hey, do the mission objective, and you shouldn't do the mission objective. But the moment you're like, well, let me explore instead, and you realize how important that is, the game gets so much easier and so much more fun. I have no idea where Roadcraft is going to land. I'm hoping it's similar in that regard, where, you'll have the map and you'll be like, obviously I need to pave this road or whatever is going to happen. I am hoping it is one of those things, though, that there is that element of going, all right, so I'm supposed to build this highway from A to B and it crosses through C or whatever. But you kind of got to go around and figure out, it's like, okay, well, where do I get my stuff from here? Where do I get my stuff from there? Because I feel like with that, they could do a much better job of kind of nudging you in the right direction of exploration from the beginning, because I think that's what the Watchtower quest right at the beginning was supposed to try and get you doing, but because it was kind of a one and done, it doesn't stick that lesson. Because I did the same exact thing the first time, that I didn't bounce, but I definitely got very frustrated and was just, using the winch to drag the trailer forward 2 inches at a time, being like, wow, this is awful. You actually say the sarcastic, but also that unironically. Right, it's the whole good hard versus bad hard. Is it supposed to be? Right, it was one of those things that, this doesn't feel like the good kind of hard. I'm not feeling challenged. I feel like I'm just using this winch to win all my battles, and it is making my wrist sound like a paint mixer. I'm succeeding, but I don't feel like I should be. And then you learn about exploration, you're like, oh, better tires are great. Or, oh, I should probably go to the garage and actually upgrade something. But yeah, so this is on hard mode. This is probably only our 4th or 5th stream on this run. I started it a while back and then had to take a break for a while. But you know, with Roadcraft coming out very soon, day after tomorrow. Well, depending on time zones. Basically, I have one more not Roadcraft stream and then a Roadcraft stream, because that's when I'm allowed to play it. I mean, I say allowed to play it. Like, I get to play it when everyone else gets to play it. Okay. So this is going to be all-wheel drive situation. And this is going to be the hardest part of this entire delivery. I'm feeling pretty good. We're pretty well upgraded now. I've got my off-road tires, I've got my raised kit, I've got one of the better engines you can get for the Fleet Star. So we're just doing it. But it's been interesting doing the comparison, even on the hard mode, compared to my first time when I was still learning on the not hard mode. Because when I was still learning on the not hard mode, very genuinely, I just fought with stuff and got frustrated and everything. You think he's addicted to dinners? All caps. Do you have to make roads in this game? So this one, you don't really make roads. There is some stuff you do work with here. I don't think that's where I drop you off. I'm pretty sure I drop you off the down arrow. Thinking to dinner? Yeah. But, so, like, when you look at the map, let's see, there's a good example on you. So, like, you look at the map, and I got this spot here. There's this big empty spot. Needless to say, truck goes in, and it goes bloop, and then I go get another truck, and it's a bad time. You do build the things here, but it's not like Roadcraft where, you know, you put down the sand, you put down the thing, you pave over it, you do all that kind of stuff. Hey, Vive, how's it going? Instead, this one will be like, hey, you need to bring me 2 loads of planks and a load of metal. And then it just magics a bridge there. Yeah, exactly. So you do deliverables to make the map better. Better is very relative. There is a lot of things on the map that you can never fix. This wet spot in the farm area over here, this is forever. This is the forever wet spot. We live with it. Okay, so I need to get 2 fuel canisters. I believe we get fuel from over here. Now, the big question I have, is there any other missions I have that need fuel on here? More fuel. What do you actually need? Cool, so we can go over there, we can grab ourselves 4 things of fuel, and we can knock it all out in one go. That's probably a terrible idea with what we're doing here, but I think we're going to go with it. So we're going to go down here. I've got some bridges over here. There's a nice dicey little path down here. But between it, so the paths I have the options are, I can go up here past the logging station and circle the whole way around. What is that? Oh, I'm delivering the fuel to the forester's house. Hold up. Reset that. Yeah, in that case, we're going to go over this way. And I think the right answer is... it's hard to tell. So this is a big part of the game figuring it out. And can I get a shout out for Vibe, by the way? So we can go this path. And that's a big part of figuring out. So I basically have 4 different routes I could take. I can go down this way and over. I could go through here and then cut down that way. I can go through here and cut over that way. And I can go over here and cut through that way. And so a big part of that is figuring out what route to do. Now, in this case, this route is all underwater, lots of tight turns over very hilly terrain. That one's going to suck taking cargo, so this is a bad route. Going over this one, kind of the same thing. We got these really tight turns over here, very narrow path, going over a steep hill and all that. Also, really going to suck. The thing I don't know is which one's the better route to go down or up. I think up will be the easier one, with less stuff happening, because I think this gets pretty steep and bad down here. So I think I've talked myself into my answer. But that is a big part of this game going, okay, I've explored the map, I have an objective, I need to go to it, I've got different ways to get there. How do I actually get there and it not be a bad time? And here, because we didn't get a shout out for Vibe yet, did we? Shout out. Vibe. So Vibe, doing some just chatting recently. You don't need one? Yeah, but I'm gonna give you one anyways. Unless you're like objectively against it. But what have you got going on your channel? I haven't gotten to catch your stream. Am I following you? Because the moment someone is like, check out, I didn't mean to click on that. Ignore sound if you hear it. Okay, I got ahead of it. Oh, I'm already following you. My bad. It all blurs. But yeah, so what do you got going on your channel? And also, again, if people want to lurk, don't let me drag you out of lurk, all that stuff. I've been meeting so many fantastic content creators through, like, all of my friends and all that, that I do mix up names and all that. Okay, so get our things set up back the way they were supposed to. But yeah, always like to shout out our content creators. A little bit of everything. Wow, some silly co-op games, management games. Nice variety. Oh yeah, no, I can. Of those, I do play my fair share of management games. I do also enjoy the occasional silly co-op game. Oh, it's so dark at your game. Yeah, it is. It is one big downer of hard mode versus regular mode. Is you can't fast forward time to make it daytime. I do find it kind of obnoxious how much the game seems to always be at nighttime. It's like you get surprised and almost jump scared. Like, oh wait, it's sunlight? I've discovered sunlight? Oh wait, never mind, an hour went by, we're back to nighttime. Never mind. It feels like it's genuinely 2/3 of the day is nighttime of some variety. In normal mode, I got annoyed with it. I started just fast forwarding every time I hit nighttime. I mean, fair enough, your friend dates a guy from Finland. Yeah, no, that's so I'm actually originally from Michigan. So not from the area that this takes place. This I don't know where the actual place of this is on the the world, but this very much screams northern Michigan, where you're like really just out in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, little kid me had a great deal of difficulty with summer, actually more in winter. Like winter, it getting dark early, that was what it was, parents dragging you in, you just thought you lost track of time kind of thing. But little kid me got really frustrated when I was told it was time to come in and go to bed and the sun was still up. Little kid me did not like that. Yeah, because it's what? It gets to be like summer solstice. It's something like in that part of the world, it's like northern all that. All right, I'll try. You have yourself good sleep and all that. Thank you again for hanging out and all that, and for the animal noises. But yeah, so it was just one of those things. I want to say it's like 8:30 p.m. or 9:30 p.m. or something like that during like summer solstice that it finally does get dark in like Michigan area. It's somewhere around there. I don't know off the top of my head. Like I know when you get like all the way to like the North Pole, it's basically 24-hour daylight during the peak summer and then 24-hour night during the peak winter, which sounds truly awful. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And as a reminder, with the whole thing, since follows came up, if you are enjoying the content, you're not already following the channel, that is kind of how this whole thing works, is you follow the channel and then you find your way back. That's your dad always told you the exact same thing, because he grew up near Rochester, New York, is still light out at like 9:30 p.m. It's funny, the area I'm from, like it wasn't in it, but it's like the area I would consider myself in Michigan was also called Rochester. But it was Michigan, not New York. But see, me thinking it was some crazy concept of growing up in Hawaii, and maybe it sets at like 7 p.m. in solstice. Oh yeah. No, it gets wild. Basically, the closer you get to the poles, the longer days and nights get, depending again. Winter, the nights are longer. Summer, the days are longer.
It's fantastic. It's interesting. Hey, it's going pretty good. So do. Hope you're having a good one yourself. Tropic of Cancer moment. I've still not been to Hawaii. I've heard good things, and I've heard it's expensive. And I believe both those things. Because everywhere I've been that's been a very touristy place has not surprised me on the expensive. Except Vegas. Vegas even prepared for expensive did not prepare me for Vegas. The sticker shock was real. It is awesome and expensive. Yeah. Well, I guess to give my brain an ability to quantify this, is it like Central Florida expensive, or is it like the Strip Vegas expensive? I'm guessing in between. It's like okay, I can understand that. I've been to San Francisco. It's like San Francisco expensive. Yeah, we're on the same page. Which is kind of in between. Yeah, and I know if you get like off the Strip in Vegas a couple miles, it gets more reasonable. It's just when you're there and you don't have a car, there's a lot of limitations to just grabbing lunch off the Strip. The Waikiki is very... Gotcha. So there's like peak tourist spot. So it'd be like, you know, Key West, Florida versus like the rest, like the Central Florida area. Like Central Florida is touristy, but Key West can get pretty unreasonable. Or like if you're in Central Florida and you're like staying at the Ritz or something, where just like magically you're in one building that everything costs twice as much. Yeah, you used to live pretty much in the Arctic Circle, so you'd have like days that are 24/7 sunlight during the summer, pretty much no sun during the winter. Yeah, winter depression gets rough when you're that far north. It's like everything is shipped into Hawaii, so food and drink are very expensive. Everything in store, flights can be expensive, or reasonable if you're on the West Coast. Lodging is pricing, but some things like family timeshare, splitting costs with friends help. Yeah, so I actually have mentioned this before. It's been a while since it's come up. I actually used to deal with software in the timeshare industry, but the company that we worked for, it wasn't, so like timeshares have a very scummy reputation and a lot of it is earned. There are some real shady timeshares, but there are some good ones. But I actually used to work for a company that our whole shtick that we did was you would buy a timeshare from someone and we would help you get back out of that timeshare. So, we had a lot of lawyers on staff. A lot of lawyers on staff. Yeah, timeshares are often a scam, but your grandparents bought a really nice one. Yeah, no, if it's... Basically, if you're in a high-pressure situation and they're selling a timeshare, you want to run if it's high pressure, because it means they probably don't want you looking into it too far. On the other hand, like stuff like Disney timeshares and all that, if you're really into Disney, they can definitely save you money. There are good timeshares out there. There's some real bad ones, but there are some good ones. You didn't know you're a former Michigander? Hawaii is amazing. Like most of the tourist locations, if you're willing to stay in the areas that aren't regularly traveled, it's relatively beautiful location like Hawaii, of course. Let's see, your wife and you really like Kauai. In particular, gotcha. Because the same, timeshares get a bad rep, but your grandparents got one in the 80s that actually allows just affordable vacations. Yeah, no, that was, so the company we also were at, for people who had timeshares, one of the other services we offered was, say you had a timeshare but you couldn't stay it, we would help facilitate you basically almost like Airbnb-ing your timeshare before Airbnb was really a big thing. So that way, you know, you're going to have to pay your maintenance and all that. You could kind of recoup a bunch of that money. Okay, so let's go ahead and we will activate our anchors. And we will get our crane. Oh, actually, first of all, I was here for fuel, right? I wish I could keep it staged there so as I could go here,
crane mode. Alright, so this is going to be another one that's too heavy for me to keep it at full extension. And I've learned that this thing is very forgiving. So I'm actually like, yep, good enough, it's fine. Pack it. Get another one ready. But so you traded 2 hours at a timeshare sales pitch? Cheap for Circus LA tickets? It was an experience. Yeah, no, like high pressure, be real careful about. Like the ones to be the most afraid of usually is if they're ones that they offer you something like a cruise, but you just got to spend a couple of hours at a timeshare pitch or whatever. That those ones get real not good. Or anything else where basically you're being effectively held there, but also like trying to like edge around what is, you know, held there. If you're ever in Florida dealing with it, keep in mind, in the state of Florida, they can't keep you there. So if they do like the whole pitch thing and they're like not letting you go kind of thing, if they try and just keep you there, that is considered false. I believe it's false imprisonment is the charge. That basically, if they're like trying to be like, oh no, we just need to do that one thing. Oh no, like if they keep you from leaving, that is a big old no-no. So you can be like, you know, may I leave? And if they answer anything but yes, that's a whole problem. Alright, so you go here, put the next one on the platform, go there, unpack, repack, crane mode, go grab the last one. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Like an up-and-up timeshare, you don't have to go and like deal with a whole bunch of nonsense. Like they might have someone who's promoting it, like Disney's, I think they call it like their vacation club or whatever the crap it is. My understanding is that one's actually pretty good. A little pricey, but still, if you're Disneying, you know, it'll still save you money. Unpack, repack, because it's super forgiving. Put the crane away. Okay, so now... So I need the fuel there. Oh, it switched the contract back and forth. We had the more fuel. Start tracking that. So you go up here. Don't do that, please. Go right up here, drop it off there. Now, problem is we are going to be pushing our luck with fuel. I'm getting a little low. Disney adults scare you? I don't know, they're chill enough. Because the ones that freak you out when Mickey waffles are out there. Mickey waffles. Some people are just wild about Disney. Yeah. You never been to Disney? It's tricky these days. Like even ignoring price. So it used to be like the conventional wisdom. It's like, oh yeah, just go on the off season. You'll have a much better time. Definitely avoid the summer. And for the love of everything, do not go on a holiday or a holiday weekend. Like if you value your sanity, do not go on a day that, you know, makes sense to be like a day off. Just, you know, just some random Wednesday, maybe a weekend and off the season. Disney World has a lot more problems about busy and not as great a time and being hot than Disneyland. Disneyland can be relatively chill. Disney World, there is no off-season. Not anymore. There's the busy season and the busier season. But it is one of those things that if you are going during the summer,
you're going to have a significantly worse time. Like, a significantly worse time. It's going to be much hotter, it's going to be much more humid, and it's going to be much more crowded. If you go during the holidays, you'll be lucky to do much of anything. Like, it is rough going during a holiday. Disney World in August? Hot Human Crowd sounds like the Netherlands. I've never been to the Netherlands, so I can't get a frame of reference. But Disneyland, while it can get busy, generally speaking, it seems to hold up much better of not getting as completely out of control. Yeah, Automod, that's fair. Yep. No, I was gonna be like, here I've got this crafted person. Apparently bullying Simcopter 1. I hear that's normal though. Like, that's just the dynamic. But yeah, no, like Sim, when you're heading over this way, like to the general Central Florida area, we should talk. Then our stream? Yeah, normally I don't go this long. I was already going over just because I was in the middle of something and my brain desired for it to be finished. But then also, big raid, I'm like, well, that's just an excuse to keep going. I'm not being a degenerate. I am being strategic. Certainly has nothing to do with my desire to play this game. Wait. Cargo management. Cool. So I got that turned in. By the way, where's the snow? Second map. Snow's second map. First map is Big Sad of Water. We are definitely running out of gas, by the way, before we get this one done. So I will be needing to drag a fuel container over here, but I've kind of just already accepted this. You feel like the game lied to me? Oh no, the second map is just snow. So very much snow. Like, there is no shortage on the second map snow. You go to Alaska and it is just real struggle going through all that snow. Yeah, we're gonna have a bad time here. My hope is that I can get to the farm to drop this off, so I can get kind of that main area where the stuff is. And I can probably just take one of the scout vehicles with their like little teeny tiny gas containers. They only carry like 200 or something in it, and most of mine are low at this point. But they could zip over here, you know, top off our gas, and get us on our way. Try and keep it out of all-wheel drive to save gas. All right, we need to turn off the air conditioning. Use the fan a little bit more. Cut down our gas mileage, our gas usage. Make sure the windows are rolled up to keep the aerodynamics up, though. We don't want that extra wind resistance to cost us any fuel efficiency. But see, back to Siege's question, you're kind of curious about the game's mechanics, if it would matter? Which? Sorry, I'm like, which thing would matter? Sorry, I'm missing time delay, all that. Oh, you mean the all-wheel drive? Oh yeah, if you're talking about like all-wheel drive on versus off, all-wheel drive on is almost double the gas consumption. It is a substantially higher. So we're using like, I mean, it's not good because we're going downhill.
Oh, you wonder if having the cargo in the back would be easier to haul? If it was shifted to the front? So, I believe with the ability to get traction and all that, it will matter in a lot of cases. I don't know if our current setup it matters that much. But sometimes if you do have it where like you've got a lot of weight way in the back, you know, that can push down your back tires, which can be a good thing. But at the same time, you can run to other situations where just the way your load is balanced can be an issue. I don't know how sophisticated it gets with all that. I just know that there is some involvement with the weight distribution. I just know how detailed it is. So we're right about to run out of gas. I misread where I need to get this. Let's hope we can get over here. Oh, hey, I just gotta go even farther. This is the lumber mill. This is not... So what's gonna end up happening is as our gas gets low, the truck's gonna struggle, and then it's gonna come to a stop. I would like to get us a bit farther, but I am genuinely expecting that it's going to stutter here for a moment, and that'll be it. The big thing is I don't actually feel like dealing with the crane to move it forward. Yep, so you see how it's stuttering real bad? It is done. Okay, so we kind of figured that was going. That's fine. So let's see what we got. We got this Pacific down here. Where do I... So I believe I have another gas trailer somewhere here. If not, I do have a gas trailer on Black River right at the beginning there. So I could probably grab that. But yeah, and I just didn't bother to take the time. Like, basically laziness. So let's check over here. So I've got the gas trailer. No, wait, is that not the map I'm on right now? No, that's not. That is the one I'm on. Yeah, so we've got a gas trailer up here somewhere. I don't think we moved it. Must be thinking different because we got you over here. I don't feel like hauling that crap around. That is not the right map for anything. Yeah, so we've got you down here because we don't have that bridge built here to get you out of there. Where was the other gas one? That's literally the same map. I keep opening the same map. Yeah, so you're on the far south end. You're not gonna do a second. Okay. So what I could do is I wanted to get this scout back home anyways. So let's grab the scout. We're gonna start working it back home. It's got a little trailer it's dragging with it. We can go by one of these bigger trailers, top it off. So let's see, so that's the drum island. This is to the dam that we're at. So let's consider. So we are at the dam right now? Yes. And I would come in from this side. And the problem here, I do not want to take that way. That's the answer there. Okay, so let's consider going from the drum island side. So we would come in from here. You can't make it there. So that doesn't help me at all. Where is my Chevy truck? Are you still over here? Okay, so you're down there. You don't have a fuel tank with you to drag along. And the one we had is up there and it's empty. I have you in position here to drag a fuel container around. But it's not really the one I want. I could have sworn there's another fuel container. It's right there. I see it right there. It is right there. Okay. Alright, so with that, we can go back to here. Grab the Pacific 16. Grab you. And let's go back. We can drag that fuel container just that last little bit. Honestly, I probably don't even need to do that. This thing has enough fuel in it. And the farm's right here and our vehicle's right there. I'm gonna cut right over there, and we're gonna just toss some fuel from this vehicle to the other one, and then we can worry about retrieving the fuel container. Okay. Man, more than likely I'm just gonna be abandoning that trailer there. Alright. Because, yeah, this thing carries 80 gallons of gas. Okay, we almost went up on that and damaged ourselves. That would have been great. Okay. But yeah, this thing's designed for off-roading, for when we gotta get really into the muck. That's like, it does one thing and it does it well. That's get into the mud and the water and just go. But, all terrain so far as like going up Mounty Pass, really bad. Narrow windy rolls, bad time. Narrow windy roads, bad time. Really has almost no customization or accessories, so like, I can kind of just put a thing for dragging logs, or a thing for dragging one specific type of trailer on the back, and that's it. So no cranes, no anything else like that. So it's kind of a one-trick pony. It just does a really good job with that trick. But if you need something that can just tear across a bunch of mud and then drag something out of it, it does it. It's good at it. I've been really liking it. I do imagine it is eventually going to get replaced, because being so limited on its capabilities is a pretty big drag. But just with how much everything has to fight across it, just like water, just cruise across it at speed. You're just like, okay. Thanks, man. Yeah, and the reason I figured I'd go this way versus mentioning where I was going to drag the fuel tank is I was thinking this thing can cut across this farm really quickly to get to the other vehicle with minimum effort, probably not much gas use. Whereas if I'm dragging the big fuel trailer across that, it's just going to sink into the mud, and this will certainly be able to pull it through. Like, I don't have any doubt of that. But I'll just have to pull it back the other way too. So I don't feel like I really gain much for it, because I don't think we're going to be spending too much time cutting across here. Yeah, versus this thing, it's like, don't care. We can just cut across a lot of stuff. I'm going to want to go this way. Like, this basically is unupgraded. This is just stock. Geez, too bad the flood took out the fence. I know, right? One second. Gonna quickly do one thing really fast over here on the back end real quick. Trying to avoid another ad break. Because we are, like, regardless, of probably not too far from the end of stream. Like, a thing we'll probably do is we'll get this contract done. And then after this contract's done, I'll probably need to start winding down. Just because I am going to be back at 7 p.m. EST tomorrow for more SnowRunner. We're going to knock out what we can with that. And then the next day at 7 p.m. EST, we're going to be picking up some Roadcraft and doing that. For the first major part of stream, I'm going to be doing that solo. And then when we get to the second part of stream, I'm going to be doing an extra long stream, that one. We're going to be collabing with FG Squared for her birthday stream. Both of us playing Roadcraft. So I'm kind of liking that, because we're going to get to go straight from SnowRunner to Roadcraft to be able to do like a direct comparison of how much the game has changed. Like, you know, things it does well, things it doesn't do well. You'll get the figure there. It is actually her birthday this time. It is her legit for realsies birthday. But then also with the Roadcraft segment, it means we can see how much the game changes where we play solo and then immediately follow it up by playing cooperative. Because, like, for SnowRunner, sometimes depending on what you've got going on, it can be very good for playing with others. Other times it's not so great. Like when you have the missions that are just take X to Y, those tend to not be the best for playing with friends. Because while the one person's dragging stuff along, you kind of scratch your head and go, I guess, what am I supposed to do? That should be about good. We'll just get you out of the way. Because that should be plenty of fuel to get stuff done. Because every time you're in her chat, it's happy birthday. She's like, it's not my birthday? Yep. Happy birthday, FG? Yeah, I'll make sure to say that I'm sure there'll be no shortage of people wishing FG a happy birthday on her actual birthday. But yeah, no, it's those things. There's a lot of channels that it becomes a meme to wish them a happy birthday literally every day. Even though they deny it and everything. Yeah. Imagine if no one did. Well, that'd be the irony, is that they wish FG a happy birthday every single day of the year, but on the birthday itself, and they just say nothing. There would be a certain amount of amusement there. As long as it was, like, everyone was in on the joke and it wasn't just being inflicted. But I imagine if it was clear that people were, you know, just having fun with it, I'm sure it would be for a lot of fun. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this fuel dropped off, and I'm probably going to ditch this trailer here. It does look like the farms give us consumables, so having a trailer just sitting nearby if I need consumables would be good. Because I think that other place where the logging camp was, I believe that gives us logs, and this isn't the right trailer for logs. Alright, and that is a contract done. I'm just going to inch this forward so it's not quite as much in the way. So we can just ditch it off to the side here real fast. And detach it. Can you name the camps? I don't... Probably not. I'm not sure what you mean by the camps. Cool, so with that, we finished another contract. So we look at our list. So these are like your main missions, and then these are side missions. So in the side missions, we were dealing with the Husky forwarding, I believe. Yeah. So we would next get the super order. So we would need to deliver to the logistics base 1 fuel, 1 consumable, 1 spare parts, and 1 wooden planks. And then separately to the log station on the island, 1 fuel and 1 consumables. So that wouldn't be too bad for the, because like, so the consumables and the fuel, we go down here, grab the 2 fuel. I mean, I could actually probably grab the consumables right here, grab the fuel, and drop them off over there. I was trying to see where the other spot is. So there's a logistics area. Oh, you're on the island lake, which is apparently locked? Right, we probably have to repair a bridge or whatever. Oh, the whole thing's locked. Oh, interesting. And you are locked until we complete Out with the Old. And Out with the Old... So we'd have to do Pipe Dream. Okay, so they're officially at the point they're like, give me my tanker. So we can worry about that next time. We already have that staged and ready to go. Bricks and metal beam I can get on my other map, and we can just deliver it to the factory. So that's just a matter of driving it out there. But with that said, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I am going to go ahead and return to the main menu and get us out of here. If you're watching over on the YouTube side, the stream will be ending for you abruptly because I don't have a host lined up, so don't forget to like and subscribe over on that end. But for everyone over here on the Twitch end of things,
don't go anywhere, because we're going to go ahead and bring this raid train forward. Raid train? Raid. It's just a raid. It's not a raid train. We're going